For 10 years, I believed there were only two people in the world who truly understood what Arion Group had cost us. Daniela Hayes and me. That we had built the company before either of us had enough money to call ourselves entrepreneurs. Back then, entrepreneur was just a prettier word for broke. Our first office had been the basement of an abandoned print shop in Queens. The ceiling leaked whenever it rained. The heating worked only when somebody kicked the boiler twice. Daniela used an overturned shipping crate as her desk. And I spent our first 6 months taking client calls on a phone with a cracked screen, because buying a new one would have meant choosing between technology and groceries. We chose groceries. Usually, 10 years later, Arion Group went public at a valuation of $8.7 billion at T9.30 that morning. Daniela and I stood together above the trading floor while cameras flashed around us. She wore white, not a wedding dress, just a white tailored suit sheet, bought in Milan 2 months earlier. But when I looked at her standing beneath the lights, smiling while Arion's ticker appeared across the screens behind us, I had the ridiculous thought that someday I wanted to see her wearing white for a very different reason. She turned toward me after we rang the opening bell. We did it. 3 words. That was all. Yet they carried 10 years inside them. I smiled, and oh, you did it. Her expression softened. Don't start. I'm serious. SOMI. She moved closer and lowered her voice so the cameras couldn't pick it up. There is no Arion without you. Simon. I should have remembered those words, because less than 12 hours later, Daniela would explain exactly what she believed my place in Arion and in her life actually was. The IPO celebration occupied the entire top floor of the Halston Grand in Manhattan. Investors. Executives. Bankers. Attorneys. Analysts. Journalists. Everyone who mattered had shown up. Champagne flowed like water. Arion stock had closed 23% above the offering price. People kept shaking my hand. Congratulations, Simon. Hell of a company you've built. $8.7 billion on day one. Not bad for two kids from nowhere. Where's Daniela? That last question came up more often as the evening went on. I didn't think much of it at first. Daniela was CEO. I was chairman. Public events were technically more her responsibility than mine. But she had disappeared almost 40 minutes earlier, at 8:17 p.m. I checked my phone. Nothing. I sent her a message. Where are you? Investors from Franklin are asking for you. No response. At 8:26. I called. Straight to voicemail. At 8:31. Our head of investor relations approached me with a strange expression. Simon. What? Daniela asked us to pause the presentation. Why? She said she has an announcement. I frowned. What announcement? I assumed you knew. That was the first moment something felt wrong. Not catastrophic. Not yet. Just wrong. Daniela and I didn't surprise each other with major company announcements that we couldn't afford to not. Anymore. Arion wasn't two broke people in a basement. A sentence spoken in the wrong room could move our stock price by hundreds of millions of dollars. I looked toward the entrance. The doors opened, and the entire room changed. Daniela walked in. She wasn't alone. Her hand rested on the arm of a man I hadn't seen in almost 7 years, Robert Whitmore. For a few seconds I genuinely thought I had mistaken him for somebody else. Robert had changed. He was thinner than I remembered. Sharper. More polished. The careless rich kid I'd met years ago had been replaced by a man wearing a custom tuxedo and the kind of smile that came from growing up certain every room would eventually make space for him. But it was him. I knew it immediately. More importantly, I knew who he had once been to Daniela. Her first love. The man she'd dated in college. The man whose family had considered her unsuitable. The man who had disappeared when she needed him most. The man she once told me she would never forgive. He walked into the celebration for the company she and I had built with her hand on his arm. Someone near me whispered. I asked that Robert Whitmore. Another person answered. Whitmore Industries. Yeah. What the hell is he doing here? I didn't move. Daniela saw me. For half a second. Her steps slowed. I saw it. That tiny hesitation. Then Robert leaned toward her and whispered something. She continued walking. Straight toward the stage. Straight past me. My phone vibrated in my pocket. A message from Daniela. Please don't make this difficult. I'll explain everything afterward. I read it twice. Then I looked up. She was already holding a microphone. Everyone. Before tonight, and there's something personal I'd like to share. Applause started automatically. People smiled. I didn't. Robert joined her on stage. The applause weakened. Daniela glanced toward me. Just once. Then she smiled at the crowd. Today is the beginning of a new chapter for Arion. And for me personally, it's also the beginning of another new chapter. Robert took her hand, and a cold sensation spread through my chest. No, there was no way. Not here. Not tonight. Not after Robert and I have known each other for many years, Daniela continued. Recently that we found our way back to each other. Silence began swallowing the ballroom. Some people were already looking at me. They knew. Everybody in our circle knew. Maybe Daniela and I had never filed paperwork. Maybe I'd never put a ring on her finger. But for almost a decade, there had been no meaningful distinction between our personal and professional lives, that we lived together, we built together, that we planned together. When her father died, that I organized the funeral. When my mother died, Daniela slept beside me for 2 weeks because I couldn't close my eyes without waking up from nightmares. When Ariane nearly collapsed 5 years earlier, she had cried against my chest and whispered, "If everything disappears, at least I still have you." Apparently that I had misunderstood what have you meant. Robert reached into his jacket. He removed a ring. Someone gasped. I felt the room tilt. Daniela extended her hand. He slid the ring onto her finger. Then she said the words that ended 10 years of my life in less than 10 seconds. That we're engaged. Applause followed. Weak at first, confused, then stronger as people realized silence would be more awkward. That I heard hundreds of hands clapping. That I couldn't feel mine. Robert kissed her cheek. Daniela smiled. And then she looked directly at me. Not proudly, not cruelly, almost apologetically. That somehow made it worse. That I walked toward the stage. The people in my path moved aside immediately. The applause died. By the time I reached them, the entire ballroom had gone quiet. Daniela lowered the microphone. Simon, that aren't you going to explain? Her smile vanished. Robert shifted slightly toward her. That I looked at him. Don't. His eyebrows lifted. That I haven't said anything. Good. Keep it that way. Simon, Daniela said sharply. That I turned back to her. She lowered her voice. That I told you. We'll discuss this privately. No, this isn't the place. That I looked around the ballroom. The celebration for the company we spent 10 years building. Her jaw tightened. Exactly. Interesting. Because apparently it was the perfect place to announce your engagement. A few people looked down at their drinks. Robert stepped forward. Simon, I understand you're upset. You don't understand anything. President Koo, I'm speaking to her. Daniela inhaled slowly. That was what she did before difficult negotiations. I'd watched her do it hundreds of times. It occurred to me then that I was no longer her partner in this conversation, that I was a negotiation, not a problem to be managed. She looked at me. You are the most important person in my life. A bitter laugh escaped me. Robert's expression changed. Daniela continued quickly. You are. Simon, listen to me. I'm listening. What we've built together can never be replaced. Apparently I cannot. That's not what this is. I pointed toward the ring. Then tell me what it is. She looked around. Please. No. You wanted an audience. You have one. Her eyes flashed. I didn't do this to humiliate you. You announced your engagement to another man at our IPO party without telling the man you've shared a home with for 9 years. We haven't. Don't. She stopped. I could see calculation happening behind her eyes. How much truth? How much emotion? How much damage control? Finally, she straightened. And when she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was the voice of Ariane's CEO. Controlled, precise, almost cold. Robert can give me something you can't. The words landed harder than I expected. I stared at her. What a different kind of future. Robert remained silent. Smart man. Daniela swallowed. His family has relationships Ariane needs for our next phase. Their network in Europe. Their institutional connections. Their reputation. I laughed. This time I couldn't stop myself. So this is a merger. Don't reduce it to that. You're explaining your engagement using market synergies. Because you're forcing me to explain something deeply personal in front of 200 people. You made it public. Her face tightened. Fine. She stepped closer. Then yes. Robert gives me stability. He gives me access to circles we've spent 10 years fighting to enter. His name opens doors. And mine. The question came out quieter than I intended. Daniela froze. I asked again. What does my name do? Simon, 10 years. What does my name do? Her eyes reddened. For 1 second I saw the Daniela I knew. Then she said it. You helped me get here. Something inside me went completely still. Not broke. Not cracked. Still. Robert finally spoke. There's no reason this has to change your position in the company. I turned toward him. My position. Your chairman. You're a founder. Daniela trusts you more than anyone. He smiled carefully. Professionally, nothing has to change. Professionally, I looked at Daniela. I asked what you told him. She didn't answer. Did you tell him I'd stay? Simon, did you? Her silence was enough. Robert apparently mistook it for permission to continue. Daniela has enormous respect for everything you've done. Frankly, so do I. Arion still needs you. That sentence almost impressed me, not because it was intelligent. Because of the arrogance required to say it, Arion still needed me. As though he had any idea what Arion actually was. As though he knew who had personally guaranteed the company's debt during the 2019 collapse. As though he knew whose private holding company controlled the largest voting bloc. As though he knew which acquisition agreements required my signature. As though he understood why. Investors who barely returned Daniela's calls 5 years earlier now answered mine before the second ring. That he thought I was the abandoned boyfriend. Useful, embarrassing, emotionally compromised, but ultimately manageable. I looked at Daniela. One question. She nodded. What am I to you? Her eyes closed briefly. Don't do this. Answer. You know what you are. Apparently I don't. People around us were barely breathing. Daniela looked at Robert, then at me. And perhaps because she wanted to end the scene, she finally gave me the clean corporate answer she thought would hurt least. That you're my most trusted business partner. That I nodded slowly. She continued. The other half of Arion. That will never change. But, her lips trembled. Robert is the man I want beside me for the rest of my life. There was 10 years reduced to a job title. Business partner. I looked at her engagement ring. Then at Robert. Then at the hundreds of people who had just witnessed the funeral of a relationship most of them had assumed would end in marriage. Strangely, I wasn't angry anymore. Anger requires hope. I had none left. Okay. Daniela blinked. What had I said? Okay. Simon, you've made your choice. I straightened my jacket. So have I. Something in my tone finally frightened her. She stepped forward. What does that mean? You'll find out. Simon, don't be childish. That almost made me smile. Childish. I know you're hurt. No, Daniela. You knew I would be hurt. There's a difference. She went silent. You planned this. You invited him. You prepared the announcement. You chose the ring, the stage, the night, the audience. And somewhere during all that planning you decided the easiest part would be dealing with me afterward. Her face turned white. Because I was right. You thought I'd be angry. I moved closer. You thought I'd disappear for a few days. Another step. You thought you'd cry. Her eyes filled. You thought you'd tell me that I'm still the most important person in your life. I glanced toward Robert. And eventually I'd come back to work. Nobody moved. I smiled. Because Simon always comes back. That's not fair. She whispered. No, I nodded. It isn't. Then I walked away. Simon. I kept going. Behind me. I heard Robert say something. Daniela answered him. I didn't hear the words. For the first time in 10 years. I didn't care. The elevator doors closed. My reflection stared back at me from polished steel. 40 years old. Chairman of an $8.7 billion public company. And somehow I looked exactly like the 29-year-old idiot who had once slept beneath a bridge because he'd spent his last $80 helping a woman named Daniela Hayes register her first company. My phone vibrated. Daniela. I declined the call. Again. Declined. Again. Declined. Then a message appeared. Please don't do anything tonight. You're emotional. We can fix this. I stared at the last 4 words. We can fix this. I started laughing. The elevator doors opened into the lobby. Mason was already waiting outside with the card. He took one look at me and immediately opened the rear door. Home. I stopped. Across the street. A massive digital billboard displayed Arion's logo. Arion Group NASDAQ. ARN below it. A new ERA begins. I stared at those words. Then I pulled out my phone. There was a number buried deep in my contacts I hadn't called it in almost 3 years. The man answered on the third ring. Mr. Cool. Caleb. A pause. It's been a while. Yes. What do you need? I looked up at Arion's logo. 3 years earlier, I'd created something Daniela knew nothing about. Not because I expected her betrayal. At least, that was what I'd told myself. I called it an insurance policy. A private network of legal. Financial. Intelligence. And voting safeguards that answered to one person. Me. Daniela had built Arion's public face. I had built its skeleton. And tonight. For the first time. I was going to remind her which one could survive without the other. Oh, you still have black file access. Caleb went silent. When he answered, every trace of casualness had disappeared. Yes. All of it. All of it. Good. I watched Daniela's face appear on the billboard across the street. The photograph had been taken that morning. She was smiling beside me. The headline beneath us read, "The partners who built and Empire. Partners. I almost laughed again. Activated. Caleb didn't ask why, he only asked one question. When I watched the giant image of Daniela disappear as the billboards switched advertisements. Now, the word left my mouth without hesitation. There was silence on the other end of the line. Caleb Mercer had worked for me long enough to understand that I rarely repeated myself. He also understood exactly what activating Blackfile meant. 3 years of preparation. Millions of dollars routed through entities completely separate from Arion. Independent legal teams, external auditors, private intelligence consultants, voting proxies, emergency financing agreements. People placed quietly inside departments Daniela believed she controlled completely. None of them had ever been used against her. Until tonight. Full activation. Caleb finally asked. Full. Simon. He almost never used my first name. That alone told me how serious he considered the order. Once I start opening those channels, people will know something has changed. Not Daniela. Not immediately. How long? Depends how aggressive you want to be. I looked across the street at the Arion billboard. The screen had changed again. Now it showed the closing price of our stock, up 23%. The financial media were already calling us one of the strongest technology IPOs of the year. 10 hours ago. I would have looked at that number and felt proud. Now I saw leverage. Very aggressive. Caleb exhaled. All right. And I want 2 people reviewed. I can guess one. Daniela and Robert Whitmore. Yes. How far back? 6 months. I thought about it. No, the city traffic moved past me in streams of white and red. Make it 12. That changes the scope considerably. Then change it. Communications. Everything legally obtainable. Financial relationships. Everything. Travel. Yes. Corporate. Connections. Yes. Third-party intermediaries, especially those. Caleb paused. What exactly are you looking for? I watched a couple walk out of the hotel across the street. The woman was carrying her heels in one hand while the man laughed beside her. Normal people. Normal problems. I almost envied them. I don't know yet. That can be dangerous. I know that if you're asking me to find evidence that confirms what you already believe, I'm not. My answer came harder than intended. I lowered my voice. I want facts. If the facts show Daniela did nothing wrong financially. Tell me that. If Robert is exactly what he claims to be. Tell me that too. And if they don't, then I want every detail. All right. One more thing. Go ahead. Freeze every major transfer that requires chairman approval. Caleb went quiet again. This silence lasted longer. Simon. Arion went public today. I was there. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Freezing discretionary capital right after an IPO could create internal panic. Only if somebody tries to move it. You have the European acquisition payment coming up. Hold it. That payment is scheduled for Monday. Hold it. Daniela will come after you immediately. Good. And Star Glow. Nothing moves. The Blue Ocean allocation. Nothing. New venture commitments. Nothing. Anything above $25 million. Caleb gave a low whistle. That will get everyone's attention. Make it 15. Jesus. Any transfer above $15 million requires my direct authorization until further notice. What's the justification? Post-IPO liquidity review. That's thin. Then make it thicker. Caleb actually laughed once. There was no humor in it. I'll have Treasury issue an internal risk notice. Market volatility. Lockup concerns. Acquisition exposure. We can make it look routine for maybe 48 hours. I don't need routine. What do you need? I need to know who panics first. That silenced him. Then Caleb said, Understood. I hung up. Mason had remained beside the car the entire time. He was a big man in his early 50s with the patience of someone who had spent most of his adult life watching wealthy people create problems for themselves. He had driven for me for 6 years. He never asked personal questions. Tonight he broke that rule. Sir, what are you sure you want to be alone? I looked at him. Was it that obvious that I've never seen you leave a party before dessert? Despite everything. I smiled. Take me home. The penthouse. I stopped. The penthouse. Our penthouse. Daniela's clothes were there. Her books, her coffee mug, her ridiculous collection of candles she bought and never lit. The photograph from our first funding round. The cheap plastic Arion sign from the basement. Our bed. No. Mason waited. Take me to the Riverside apartment. His eyebrows rose. Slightly. I owned several properties through investment entities, but I rarely used them. The Riverside apartment had been purchased 4 years earlier after Arion's first major expansion. It was supposed to be temporary housing during renovations at the penthouse. I had stayed there twice. Understood that I got into the CAR.my phone began ringing before Mason pulled away from the curb. Daniela. I watched it vibrate. Stopped. Started again. Stopped. A message appeared. Where are you? Another. Simon. Answer me. Then. Please don't turn tonight into something bigger than it needs to be. I stared at that sentence. Something bigger than it needs to be. I typed. How big is it allowed to be? Point three dots. Appeared immediately. Disappeared. Returned. Finally. That's not what I meant. I typed again. Then what did you mean? No answer. Another call came. I rejected it. Mason glanced at me through the mirror. I switched the phone to silent. 5 minutes later. Robert called. I stared at his name in disbelief. How the hell did he get my number? Mason wisely said nothing. I declined. Robert called again. Declined. Then a text that we should talk man to man. I almost laughed. I responded that we have nothing to discuss. His reply came. Immediately. I know tonight was difficult. Daniela didn't want to hurt you. My fingers tightened around the phone. I could have written 20 things. Instead, don't contact me again. I blocked him. Then I looked out the window. New York moved around us as if nothing had happened. Restaurants full, bars crowded, people arguing with cab drivers, delivery bikes cutting through traffic. Somewhere that someone was probably having the best night of his life. Mine had ended at 8:36 p.m. At 89:47 that we arrived at Riverside. The apartment occupied the 34th floor of a building overlooking the East River. Mason carried my overnight bag upstairs. I hadn't packed it. He had. Apparently while I was at the party. That was why I paid him well. Anything else? No food. Not hungry. You haven't eaten since noon. I'm still not hungry. He hesitated. Coffee. Whiskey. I don't think. Mason. He nodded. Whiskey. There was a bottle in the kitchen. I poured 2 fingers. Then 4. I didn't drink it. I stood by the window and stared at Manhattan. 10 years. I kept coming back to that. Number. 10 years was too large to understand all at once. Oh, my mind broke it into pieces. The first winter. Daniela wearing 3 sweaters because the basement heater had failed. The first contract. $42,000 that we celebrated by ordering Chinese food and spending an extra $12 on dumplings. The first employee. The first office. The first lawsuit. The first millionth. The first time a magazine called Daniela a visionary founder. The first time someone called me her boyfriend in an interview and she laughed instead of correcting them. The first apartment we rented together. The first night she fell asleep at the kitchen table while reviewing financial models. The first time she told me she loved me. I closed my eyes. That memory hurt more than the engagement because I still believed it had been real. Maybe that was the worst part. If everything had been fake, I could hate her cleanly. But I knew better. Daniela had loved me. Maybe she still did in whatever twisted definition she had created for herself. She just didn't love me enough. Not enough to choose me. Not enough to respect me. Not enough to warn me before putting another man's ring on her finger in front of half of Wall Street. That my phone lit up again. This time it wasn't Daniela. Caleb, secure channel ready. Laptop. I walked to the study. There was a sealed computer inside the bottom drawer. IT had never connected to Arion's network. I opened it. Entered the first password. Then the second. Then inserted a physical authentication key. The screen went black. A single line appeared. Black file. Slashed and T below it. The authorized controller. Simon Kui stared at my name. 3 years earlier when Caleb had built the system that I had felt almost embarrassed, paranoid, dramatic. Daniela and I had just survived the worst internal crisis in Arion's history. That a senior vice president had hidden nearly $40 million in losses from us. 2 directors had attempted to force a financing round that would have diluted our voting control. 1 of our earliest investors had quietly negotiated with a competitor. We survived. Barely. Afterward, Caleb told me something I'd never forgotten. Trust is a personal virtue. Governance is a business necessity. I argued with him. Daniela isn't the problem. I didn't say she was. She would never move against me. Then the system will never be used. I had looked at him. And if she finds out, she'll ask why you didn't trust her. That would destroy us. Caleb shrugged. Then don't let her find out. At the time that I almost shut the project down. Instead, I funded it. Not because I feared Daniela, because I had learned what success did to people. Money didn't change character. IT magnified. Whatever was already there. The screen changed. Activate. 2 options. Yes. No. I clicked yes. A warning appeared. Full activation may trigger corporate governance. Financial control. And personnel protocols. Confirmed. I confirmed. The screen refreshed. Black file Activame phone rang. Caleb. We're live. What happens first? Treasury gets the liquidity review notice at 6 tomorrow morning. Good. Legal receives a document preservation order. Under what authority? Chairman Risk Committee. Good. Internal audit begins. Reviewing transactions above 5 million connected to designated related parties. Which designated parties? Whitmore Industries and 12 affiliates. I paused. You already had them listed. I started while you were driving. Fast. You pay me to be. What about Daniela? No direct flag on her name yet. Why? Because if she learns we're reviewing her personally, she'll go defensive immediately. I thought that was the point. No. You want to know what she does when she thinks nobody is watching. I leaned back. Caleb continued. For the first 24 hours. We watch. Then, depends what she gives us. And Robert. I've already started. Anything. Enough to make me curious. I sat forward. What does that mean? Whitmore Industries isn't healthy. How unhealthy? I'm still verifying. Give me the preliminary version. Their public numbers look respectable. Their private debt structure doesn't. How bad? Potentially catastrophic. I frowned. Whitmore Industries had existed for almost 60 years. Old money. Manufacturing. Industrial systems. Defense-adjacent technology. Real estate. The Whitmore name was exactly the kind of name Daniela had spent her life wanting access to. What happened? Expansion. Where? Europe and Southeast Asia? Too much leverage. Looks like it. How much? I won't give you a number until I'm certain. Caleb. Simon. His voice sharpened. You told me you wanted facts. I leaned back again. He was right. Find out. I can tell you this. They need liquidity. How much? A lot. And Arion has liquidity. Yes. A very ugly possibility began forming. The European acquisition. I had the same thought. That target has ties to Whitmore. Indirect ties. How indirect? Point two intermediaries. Maybe three. Find out. Already doing it. I stood. The whiskey remained untouched beside me. What about Robert personally? His finances look cleaner than the family's. Meaning either he's clean or somebody has worked very hard to make him look clean. When did he reconnect with Daniela? That will take time. Estimate. Give me until tomorrow afternoon. Too long. Then tomorrow morning. And it'll be incomplete. Morning. Fine. The secure line disconnected. I didn't sleep. At 1:12 a.m. Daniela sent. I'm coming. Home. Please be there. At 1:48. You're not here. At 1:51. Where are you? At 2:03. You took your passport and your backup laptop. Why? Mason. Apparently he'd packed more than an overnight bag to at 2:07. Simon. You're scaring me. I read the message several times. Then placed the phone face down. At 2:19. It rang again. I answered. Neither of us spoke. Finally Daniela said, Where are you? Her voice sounded different. No controlled professionalism. Just exhaustion. Somewhere else. What does that mean? It means I'm not coming home. Silence. Tonight. Maybe ever. Don't say that. Why? Because you're angry. I am. And you're hurt. Yes. And you're making permanent decisions while you're emotional. I laughed quietly. That's interesting advice. What? You should have taken it before getting engaged. She inhaled sharply. That's not the same. Of course not. Simon. What? Robert, and I didn't decide this tonight. I know. The silence that followed was immediate. Heavy. What do you mean? You didn't decide tonight. You planned tonight. How long? She said nothing. How long? Daniela. It's complicated. That's not a duration. Simon. 1 month. Silence. Point 3. Nothing. Point 6. Her breathing changed. That was enough. I closed my eyes. Point 6 months. No, the answer came too quickly. Then how long? We started talking again about 7 months ago. Point 7. Something inside me twisted. Point 7 months ago. I remembered exactly where I had been. Singapore, negotiating Arion's largest licensing agreement. For 18 days, Daniela had called every night. Or almost every night. Talking. Yes, about life. Life. Don't do this. What else? His family. The company. My plans. His plans. Us. She didn't answer. Did you talk about us? Yes. I pressed my fingers against my eyes. What did you tell him? That things between us were complicated. I almost dropped the phone. Complicated. We've lived together for 9 years. I know. You told me you loved me. I do love you. I stood so quickly the chair rolled backward. No, Simon, don't say that. But it's true. Don't. My voice echoed through the empty apartment. You don't get to announce an engagement to another man and then call me at 2 in the morning to tell me you love me. Why does one have to erase the other? I froze. For a moment I genuinely couldn't process the question. Say that again. Daniela's voice softened. What you and I have is different. Different from what? Marriage. I laughed. It sounded ugly. Right, you're mocking me. I'm trying to understand you. I've been trying to explain this for years. No, you haven't. I have. You told me marriage wasn't important to you. It isn't. Apparently it is when Robert asks. That isn't fair. There it is again. What? Fair. I walked toward the window. You keep talking about fairness like you didn't spend 7 months reconnecting with another man while sleeping beside me. We didn't sleep together. I stopped. She had volunteered it. I hadn't asked. That told me more than the denial itself. What? When did you decide you needed to clarify that? Because I know what you're thinking. No. You know what you're afraid I'll discover. That's not true. Did you kiss him? Silence. My stomach dropped. Daniela. It happened once. I closed my eyes. Of course. When? Simon. Please. 1.3 months ago. Where? Does it matter? Yes. Why? Because apparently I've spent the last 7 months living inside a life everybody understood except me. Not everybody knew. That isn't comforting. She started crying. Quietly. I heard it through the phone. Once that sound could make me abandon any argument. Tonight. I felt almost nothing. Where? Boston. I remembered. Investor conference. Yes. You told me you stayed an extra night because the flight was canceled. It was canceled. And Robert, he was there. Of course. Nothing else happened. Do you expect me to believe you? Yes. Why? Because despite everything I have never lied to you about something like that. I laughed again. You hid another man for 7 months. I hid a situation I hadn't figured out. You kissed him, and I hated myself afterward. Then you got engaged to him. She went silent. That contradiction finally seemed to reach even her. I asked. Why him? Simon. No corporate answer. I don't know how to explain it. Try. Another long silence. Then she said something I hadn't expected. I'm tired of being afraid. I frowned. Of what? Of losing everything. We just went public at nearly $9 billion. That's not what I mean. Then what? You don't understand what it was like for me growing up. I was there for most of the story. No. You heard it. You didn't live it. Her voice became sharper. My mother spent her entire life calculating which bill could wait. My father borrowed money from relatives who humiliated him at every family gathering. I went to school with people who knew exactly what I was the moment they saw my address. And Robert changes that. His world is different. His world rejected you. That was his parents. And now you want their approval. No, yes, no. Her voice cracked. Then softer. Maybe. There it was. Not love. Not entirely. Something older. A wound. A 20-year-old Daniela standing outside a mansion. Being told she wasn't good enough for the Whitmore family. And now she had returned as the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar public company. This time they wanted her. This time they needed her. I understood. And understanding made me hate it even more. You wanted to win. She didn't answer. You wanted to walk back into that family and make them admit they were wrong about you. That's not all it is, but it's part of it. Yes, and I'm the man who helped you become valuable enough for them. No, her answer was immediate. Simon, don't reduce yourself like that. I didn't. I looked at Arion's logo glowing on a distant building. You did? That's not what I meant tonight. Then what did you mean? I meant that you and I built something nobody can take away. Robert just did. No, he didn't. He took the place beside you. That place was never. She stopped. Too late. My voice became very quiet. Never mind. That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you believe. No, then finish the sentence. She couldn't. I waited. Nothing. Finally, I said. Good night. Daniela. Don't hang up. I have work tomorrow. What work? I almost smiled. For the first time all night. She sounded nervous for a reason unrelated to our relationship. Arion. Simon. Yes. What are you doing? My job. Why did Treasury just send me a notification? I glanced at the clock. 2:37 a.m. Caleb worked fast. What notification? Liquidity controls. I don't know. Don't lie to me. Interesting. She was allowed 7 months of secrecy. I wasn't allowed 7 seconds. I thought lying was acceptable when you're still figuring out a situation. That isn't funny. I wasn't joking. Did you freeze the acquisition funds? I haven't. Checked. Your chairman. And your CEO? Simon. I let the silence sit. Then, good night. I hung up. She called back 6 times. I didn't answer. At 5:52 a.m. I finally slept. At 6:31. Caleb woke. Meet out. We have movement. I sat up immediately. What? 3 attempted transactions. How much? 22 million. 38 million. And one for 64. Destinations. The first two are routine, and the 64. Special purpose entity connected to the European acquisition. Who initiated it? The CEO authorization. Daniela, what happened? Treasury held it under your new controls. How fast did she react? 0.4 minutes. Despite myself. I smiled. Who did she call? CFO first. Then Treasury. Then someone outside Arion. Who? We're verifying. Robert. Maybe. That's not good enough. Give me 10 minutes. I got out of bed. Anything from the background review? Yes. I stopped. Caleb's tone had changed. What? You should sit down. I am standing. Sit. I didn't. Tell me. Robert Whitmore has been involved in negotiations surrounding the European acquisition for at least 4 months. I felt the last traces of sleep disappear. In what capacity? Unofficial intermediary. Paid. Possibly. BYS. Not directly. B. Why the seller. An. Advisory entity. Connected to him. Very. How much? Potential success fee of 8%. 0.8%. The acquisition was valued at $1.2 billion. $96 million. I stared at the wall. Does Daniela know? We don't know. Find out. There's more. Go. The seller's valuation is inflated. How much? Preliminary estimate. 20 to 30%. My hand tightened around the phone. That doesn't make sense. It does if the excess value serves another purpose, such as providing liquidity to entities connected to Whitmore Industries. The room went silent. I finally sat down. Explain. The acquisition target owns several subsidiaries. One of those subsidiaries has debt obligations to a Luxembourg fund. That fund has exposure to Whitmore Industries. How much? Still tracing. Caleb. Simon. This is complicated. How much? At least $200 million. I said nothing. Potentially more. The European acquisition. Daniela had fought for it for months. She called it Arion's gateway into Europe. She had personally pressured me to approve an aggressive valuation that I'd resisted, then eventually agreed. Because I trusted her. Now there was a possibility that our $1.2 billion acquisition was indirectly being used to rescue Robert's family. How long has she known? I can't prove she knows. Could she not know? Yes. Probability. Don't ask me to guess. I'm asking. Caleb hesitated. Low. I stood again. Keep the payment frozen. Already done. And send me everything. It's not ready. Send what you have. 0.5 minutes later. The documents began appearing on the secure laptop. Corporate registrations. Transaction maps. Emails obtained through authorized internal review. Meeting calendars. Travel records. Advisory agreements. 1 date caught my eye. March 14. Boston. The night Daniela said she kissed Robert. A meeting had occurred that afternoon. Robert. Daniela. 2 representatives from the European acquisition target. And a Whitmore Industries restructuring advisor. 4 months before our IPO. I stared at the names until the letters blurred. This wasn't just an affair. IT might have started that way. Or maybe the business came first. I no longer knew which possibility disgusted me more. Another file opened. Robert had attended 6 private meetings related to the acquisition. Daniela had attended 5. None of them had been disclosed to me. Another, a consulting agreement promising a strategic introduction fee upon successful completion. Another, an internal memo recommending that Arion accelerate the transaction before public listing. Another, a message from Daniela to our CFO. Simon is being overly conservative. I'll handle him. Keep the structure moving. I read it twice. I'll handle him. Something cold settled inside me. I called Caleb. Tomorrow's executive meeting. What about it? I'm attending. I thought you were disappearing. Changed my mind. Why? Because I want to see her face when I stop the acquisition in front of everyone. That's emotional. Yes. Bad reason. I have a better one. What I want Robert there. Caleb paused. Why would he be? Because Daniela will bring him. You sound certain. She announced him publicly on IPO night. She wants the company to start accepting him. And if she doesn't, then we wait. Simon. What if you expose what we know too early? They'll change tactics. I won't expose it. Then what are you planning? I looked at the acquisition documents. I'm going to ask one question. What question? What exactly is Robert Whitmore doing inside my company? BY 8.15 the next morning. I was dressed. Black suit. White shirt. Dark red tee. I got no sentimental reason that I simply didn't want to wear anything Daniela had bought for me. Mason was waiting downstairs. He opened the door. You look better. I slept 39 minutes. Then you hide exhaustion better. We drove toward Arion headquarters. My phone remained silent. Daniela hadn't contacted me since 4:11 a.m. That worried me more than the calls. Silence meant she was thinking, planning. Daniela had always been most dangerous when she stopped reacting emotionally. At 8:42. Caleb sent a message. Robert entered Arion HQ with Daniela 12 minutes ago. I smiled. Predictable. Another message. Followed. He's been given temporary executive visitor clearance. Then, authorized personally by CEO office. I locked the screen. Mason. Yes. Change of plan. He looked at me through the mirror. We're not using the private garage. Main entrance. Main entrance. He understood. Today wasn't about hiding. At 8:51. The car stopped in front of Arion Group headquarters. The building rose 48 stories above Midtown. All steel and glass and carefully engineered ambition. There had been a time when Daniela and I stood across the street from this property eating hot dogs and joking that one day we'd own a building like it. That we didn't own it. Not entirely. But Arion's name occupied the top 12 floors. Close enough. Employees near the entrance noticed me immediately. Morning. Mr. Cool. Congratulations on yesterday. Great IPO. Sir. I nodded. Thank you. The lobby screen displayed financial news that Arion's ticker was already moving in pre-market trading. Still strong. Still celebrated. Still unaware of the war beginning inside it. The elevator opened on 48. My assistant nearly jumped out of her chair when she saw me. Mr. Cool. Morning. Emma. We weren't expecting you. I noticed. Her face changed. That was interesting. Where's Daniela? Executive conference room. Who's with her? Emma hesitated. Senior leadership. Who else? Mr. Whitmore. There it was. Capacity. I'm sorry. What is Robert Whitmore's official capacity at Arion Group? She looked uncomfortable. I don't believe he has one. Exactly. I walked toward the conference room. Emma hurried after me. Mr. Cool. President Hayes asked that nobody interrupt. I stopped. She nearly collided with me. Emma. Yes. Whose office are you assigned to? Yours. And who do you report to? You. Then never tell me I'm not allowed into a meeting inside my own company. Her face went red. I'm sorry. Don't be. Just remember. I continued. The conference room doors were closed. Voices came from inside. Daniela, the CFO, our head of investments. Robert, I didn't knock. I opened the doors. Conversation stopped instantly. There were 14 people around the table. Daniela sat at the head. Robert sat to her left. My chair. Technically, there was no assigned seating, but everybody knew. For 6 years. Whenever Daniela chaired an operational meeting, the seat to her left remained mine. Robert was sitting in it. His hand rested casually beside a folder bearing Arion's logo. He looked up. Surprise crossed his face. Then something close to amusement. Simon. I ignored him. Daniela stood. You came. It wasn't a question. I work here. A few executives looked down. I walked around the table. Robert remained seated. I stopped behind him. He looked up at me. Yes. You're in my seat. The room became completely silent. Robert glanced toward Daniela. She frowned. Simon. I kept looking at him. My seat. Robert smiled faintly. There's plenty of room. Then finding another chair shouldn't be difficult. Simon. Daniela's voice hardened. Enough. I finally looked at her. Is he a director? No executive. No employee. No, he owned voting shares. Not personally. Then why is he sitting in a confidential executive meeting? Robert stood slowly. I was invited. I didn't ask who invited you. His smile disappeared. Daniela pushed her chair back. I invited him. Why? He has extensive European market relationships. And since we're discussing the acquisition, interesting. I pulled the chair out. Robert stepped aside. Saturday. Then I placed my phone on the table. Continue. Nobody moved. I looked at the CFO. Michael. He cleared his throat. We were reviewing the European acquisition payment. The one Treasury froze. Yes. Good. Daniela stared at me. Good. Yes. You froze it. I approved temporary liquidity controls. You told me last night you didn't know anything about it. I changed my mind. Her eyes narrowed. You lied? Robert looked between us. I smiled slightly. Apparently relationships are complicated. Her face flushed. Not here. Agreed. I opened the financial packet. Let's keep this professional. The irony landed exactly where I intended. Daniela sat down. Fine. She folded her hands. The payment needs to be released today. No, the CFO stopped breathing. Daniela blinked. What? I know you haven't even reviewed the updated schedule. I don't need to. This acquisition was approved. Conditional approval. By the board. Subject to chairman authorization for final capital release. Her jaw tightened. Which you already promised. I changed my position. On what basis? Risk. What risk? Valuation. Our advisors signed off. liquidity that we have more than enough. Counterparty exposure. Her eyes changed, only slightly, but I saw it. There, fear. Not heartbreak, not anger, fear. Robert stepped in. If I may, you may not. He stared at me. Daniela slammed her palm against the table. Stop treating him like this. Every executive in the room became fascinated with the documents in front of them. I looked at her. Like what? Like he's some intruder. He's my fiance. Congratulations. He also has knowledge relevant to this transaction. Then Ariane can hire him as an outside consultant after legal reviews. Conflicts of interest. Robert's face tightened. There is no conflict. I turned toward him. Really? Yes. Your family has no financial relationship whatsoever with any entity connected directly or indirectly to this acquisition. Silenced at a tiny one. Half a second, maybe less, but enough. Robert recovered. Not to my knowledge. I nodded. Excellent. Daniela looked at him, then at me. What are you implying? Nothing. You're obviously implying something. I asked a governance question. Simon. I closed the folder. Payment remains frozen. You can't make that decision alone. Yes. I can. Know you. Article 7. She stopped. I continued calmly. Ariane Group Corporate Governance Agreement. Capital commitments above $250 million involving cross-border acquisitions require chairman approval until the end of the first post-IPO fiscal quarter. Everyone knew the clause. Very few remembered why it existed. I had insisted on it 18 months earlier. Daniela had called me paranoid. Now her face turned pale. You're using a technical clause to sabotage a board-approved strategy. No. I leaned back. I'm using my authority. For what? To protect the company. From what? I looked at Robert, then back at her. That's what we're going to find out. She went still. I stood. Risk control will conduct a full review of the transaction. Absolutely not. Already ordered. Cancel it. No. Her voice rose. I am the CEO, and I'm the chairman. The sentence landed with a weight I had never used before. Daniela and I had always operated as equals. Titles had been technicalities. She ran daily operations. I ran capital strategy. Governance. And major investments. We disagreed. We argued. But neither of us had ever publicly invoked rank against the other. Until now. I looked around the table. All acquisition payments are suspended pending review. Nobody spoke. Any attempt to restructure, divide, reroute, or otherwise move the payment through alternative authorization channels will be treated as deliberate circumvention of chairman-level financial controls. The CFO swallowed. Understood. Daniela looked at him sharply. Michael. He wouldn't meet her eyes. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. I picked up my folder. Anything else? Daniela stood. Yes. Her voice was quiet now. Dangerously quiet. You and I are talking privately. About the acquisition. About everything. I considered refusing. Then nodded to my office. She looked at Robert. Wait here. I smiled. No. She turned toward me. What if he leaves? Simon. He has no official role. He's waiting for me. He can wait downstairs. Robert finally lost some of his composure. You don't have to humiliate me every chance you get. I looked at him. Humiliate you? Yes. Robert. You walked into the company I built that sat in my chair. Opened confidential documents. And advised executives who don't work for you. I stepped closer. If you're embarrassed when somebody points that out, the problem isn't me. His jaw flexed. Daniela moved between us. Enough. I looked at her. No. Not enough. For the first time. The anger I'd kept locked down began leaking into my voice. You brought him to our IPO celebration. Simon. You announced your engagement without warning me. Not here. You gave him access to an executive floor the next morning. Her face changed. And now he's sitting in meetings involving a $1.2 billion acquisition connected to his family's financial interests. Robert went white. Daniela froze. There it was. The first real crack. What did you say? I smiled. Not warmly. Now you want to talk privately. N01 in the conference room moved. I walked toward the door. Daniela. She stared at me. My office. I opened the door. Now. For several seconds, she remained perfectly still. Then she followed. Behind us. I could feel Robert watching. The door closed. We walked down the hallway without speaking. Employees stepped out of our path. Everyone could sense it. Something had changed. The two people who had built Ariane together were no longer walking side by side. I was 3 steps ahead. Daniela was following me. I opened my office door. She entered. I closed it behind her. The moment the latch clicked, she turned on me. What do you know? No apology. No explanation. No mention of us. Just that. What do you know? I looked at the woman I had loved for 10 years, and finally understood that Caleb had been right. Trust was personal. Governance was business. That I walked behind my desk, sat down, and opened a blank folder. Sit. Daniela stared at me. Simon, sit down. What do you know about Whitmore Industries? Her expression changed. Barely. But this time I wasn't blinded by love. I saw everything. The hesitation, the calculation, the fear, and the lie she was preparing. Nothing that concerns Ariane. I leaned back. There it was. The first lie I could prove. I almost felt relieved, because heartbreak was complicated. Evidence wasn't. Wrong answer. Her face drained of color. I pushed the empty folder across the desk. She looked at it, then at me. What is this? Your last chance. To do what? To tell me the truth before I find it. Myself. Her fingers slowly curled into fists. Simon. Whatever you think is happening. 8%. She stopped breathing. I watched the number hit her. 0.8%. The potential success fee connected to Robert. For a long moment. Neither of us moved. Then Daniela whispered, how do you know that? And just like that. My heart stopped asking whether she had betrayed me. The only question left was how deep the betrayal went. How do you know that? Daniela's voice was barely above a whisper. That was the first thing she said after I mentioned the 8%. Not what are you talking about? Not that's ridiculous. Not you're wrong. She asked how I knew. And that was enough. I sat behind my desk and looked at the woman who had spent 10 years convincing me that no one in the world understood me better than she did. Apparently I had never understood her at all. The folder between us was empty. She didn't know that. Her eyes kept dropping toward it, as if the pages inside might explode if she moved too quickly. I let the silence stretch. Daniela had always hated silence in negotiations. She could endure shouting. She could handle threats. She could out-argue almost anyone in a boardroom. But silence forced her to imagine what the other person knew. And imagination was usually worse than evidence. Finally, she straightened. I asked you a question. I heard you. How do you know about the fee? I leaned back. So there is a fee. Her face tightened. That isn't what I said. It's exactly what you said. And oh. I asked how you heard a number. 0.8%. Simon. Potentially $96 million if the acquisition closes at the current valuation. She looked toward the windows. I watched her do the math, even though she already knew it. Everyone did. The proposed acquisition value was $1.2 billion. 0.8% was not a consulting FEIT was a fortune. Who gave you those documents? I almost smiled. That you're still asking the wrong questions. Then tell me the right one. The right question is why my CEO approved a transaction in which her fiancé may receive nearly $100 million through an advisory structure she never disclosed to the chairman. Her eyes snapped back toward me. Robert isn't receiving $96 million. Then how much that he isn't receiving it personally? Interesting distinction. You're twisting this. Then untwist it. She took a breath. The advisory agreement belongs to Marlowe Strategic Partners. I know. That surprised her. Another crack. Marlowe has worked with Whitmore companies before. I know that too. She stared at me. I continued. 0.3 of its managing partners previously worked for Whitmore Industries. One sits on the board of a Whitmore-controlled holding company. Another owns a minority interest in a Luxembourg fund holding Whitmore debt. Her face lost more color with every sentence. I leaned forward. Should I continue? Where did you get this? That still isn't the question. Of course it is. No, I tapped the empty folder once. The question is whether you knew. Daniela looked at me for a long time. Then she said. I knew Robert had relationships with Marlowe. How close? I didn't know every ownership structure. Did you know he introduced them? Yes. Did you know the fee was success-based? Yes. Did you know the percentage? Silence. Daniela. Not at first. When did you learn? Later. How much later? After the framework had already been negotiated. And you still continued. The transaction made sense. To Ariane. Yes. Or to Whitmore. Her mouth hardened. Both can be true. There it was. I almost laughed. Thank you. For what? For finally saying it. Saying what? That this deal was never just about Ariane. She stood. Don't act like every acquisition we've ever done was pure. Sit down. No, then leave. She froze. I pointed toward the door. If you don't want to answer questions, leave. Her eyes flashed. This is my company too. Then start acting like it. She stared at me. For a second, the hurt returned. Not guilt, hurt. If I had become cruel for asking her to explain why she had placed a billion-dollar public company transaction near the financial interests of the man she intended to marry. You're punishing me. No, yes, that you are. If I wanted to punish you, that this conversation would be happening in front of the board. Her face changed. That landed that I lowered my voice. You should be grateful it isn't. Grateful. Yes. You humiliated Robert in front of the entire executive team, that he humiliated himself by sitting where he didn't belong. You knew exactly what you were doing to S.O. Did you when you brought him? She looked away. I watched her. Why was he there? I told you. No, I stood. You gave me a corporate answer. I want the real one. There isn't another answer. Then why did you personally authorize executive clearance at 8:30 in the morning that he was helping me prepare? For what? The acquisition discussion that he is an Arion, that he understands the European side. He understands Whitmore's side. That's not fair. Stop saying that. What? Fair? I walked around the desk. Nothing about this is fair. She crossed her arms. What do you want me to say? The truth. I've told you the truth. I know. You've told me the portion of the truth you think I can tolerate. Her eyes narrowed. I moved closer. Did you know Whitmore Industries was in trouble? She didn't answer. I knew immediately. You did. I knew they were under pressure. How much pressure? They expanded too fast. How much? I'm not their CFO. But you're marrying their son. That doesn't mean I have access to every private financial statement. Did Robert ask you for help? He asked for advice. What kind? Strategic. I laughed once. Did his strategic advice happen to involve Arion spending $1.2 billion? Stop. No, I stepped closer. Did he ask you to push the acquisition? He introduced an opportunity. Did he tell you closing it would benefit his family? He said there were overlapping interests. Overlapping interests. I repeated the phrase. Daniela, that you are very good at turning ugly things into respectable words. Her eyes filled with anger. You think I'm stupid? No, that I let Robert manipulate me into buying a company just to save his family. I think you wanted the deal. I did. I think Robert wanted the deal. Yes, I think the seller wanted the deal. Obviously. And I think Whitmore Industries desperately needed the deal. Her jaw tightened. I continued. And I think you knew enough to understand that Arion Capital was solving more than one problem. She said nothing. I nodded. If that's what scares you, I'm not scared. You are now. She looked at the folder again. I almost felt guilty. Almost. The folder was empty. But the actual documents were already stored elsewhere. Caleb had sinned enough to establish patterns. Not enough to prove every conclusion. Yet Daniela was telling me more than the documents did. I returned to my chair. Start from the beginning. There's nothing to start. 7 months ago. Her face hardened. So this is about Robert again. IT never stopped being about Robert. You said this was business. IT is. Then why are you dragging our personal life into every question? I stared at her. Because you dragged your personal life into a $1.2 billion acquisition. She opened her mouth, closed it. I continued. 7 months ago you reconnected. 6 months ago, Robert begins appearing around transaction intermediaries. 4 months ago you meet him and a restructuring advisor in Boston. 3 months ago you kiss him. 2 months ago pressure to accelerate the European acquisition increases. Last night you announce your engagement. This morning you bring him into an executive meeting and demand immediate release of $64 million. I paused. Should I believe none of those things are connected? Her breathing became shallow. You've been watching me. No, then how do you know where I was in Boston? I know now. Her face changed again. For the first time fear moved past the business problem. How much do you know? Enough. That isn't an answer. That's the only one you're getting. She laughed bitterly. So that's it. What you've decided. I'm the enemy. I looked at her. No, she stared at me. You did that yourself. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then she said quietly. I never wanted to hurt you. You keep saying that. Because it's true. Intent stopped mattering when you knew what the result would be. Her voice cracked. I thought you would understand eventually. There it was again. The sentence that explained everything. I nodded slowly. You thought I would stay. Yes. The honesty surprised both of us. She immediately tried to correct it. I thought we would work through it. You thought I would stay. We built Arion together. That's not what I asked. She looked at me. I repeated it. You thought I would stay. This time she didn't deny it. I laughed quietly. Unbelievable. Simon, no. I finally understand. I stood again. You didn't think announcing your engagement would cost you me. I didn't think it had to. Exactly. I pointed toward her. You wanted Robert as your husband. Her eyes reddened. And me as your partner. She said nothing. You wanted the Whitmore name. Silence. My loyalty. Silence. His family connections. Her lips trembled. My votes. Stop. His social circle. Simon. My capital. Stop. Her voice broke across the office. Outside the glass walls that I saw several people turn their heads that I pressed. A button. The privacy glass darkened instantly. Daniela stood in the middle of the room, breathing hard. You make it sound disgusting that I looked at her. It is. Tears appeared. You think everything I felt for you was fake. No, she seemed startled that I think that would be easier. What if it had all been fake? My voice lowered. If you never loved me, then I was just a fool. That I looked directly into her eyes. But you did love me. She started crying. And you still chose this. That hurt more. I turned away. For a while. All I heard was her trying to control her breathing. Finally, she asked, "What are you going to do?" There it was. Not can we fix this? Not will you forgive me? What are you going to do? The CEO again. I turned back. Risk control reviews the acquisition. And after that, if the transaction is clean, we reconsider it. And if it isn't, we kill it. Her face tightened. You can't. I can. The market will punish us. Better than paying 20 to 30% above value. You don't know that valuation is wrong. Then the review will. Prove me wrong. Simon. Daniela, this acquisition is critical. For whom? For Arion. Then Arion will survive scrutiny. She looked at me with open frustration. What about the European expansion strategy? That we find another route? That could delay us 2 years. Then we wait 2 years. That you're willing to destroy momentum because you're angry that I'm willing to lose momentum rather than lose $1 billion. That you're exaggerating. Maybe. I smiled coldly. Would you like me to ask the board? Her face went blank. That I knew I had. Her. She didn't want the board. Not yet. That told me more than anything else. You wouldn't. Try me. She stared. I sat down and opened my laptop. The conversation was over. At least I wanted it to be. Daniela remained standing. Simon. I didn't look up. What? What happens to us? I stopped typing. Slowly. I raised my eyes. Us. Yes. The word came out. Fragile. Almost absurdly fragile. I stared at her engagement ring. What exactly do you think us means now? She followed my gaze. Her hand instinctively moved behind her. Back. Too late. I had seen it. Robert, and I don't. I need you to understand. I understand perfectly. No, you don't. Then enlighten me. She hesitated. Our engagement is not the same thing as what we had. I almost laughed. You really believe that sentence helps you? I mean emotionally. That makes it worse. No, she stepped toward me. Simon. What you and I have is 10 years. It's deeper than some ceremony. And your engagement. Is a choice. Exactly. She froze. I stood. You finally said something honest. What? You chose. I walked around the desk until only a few feet separated us. You keep describing our relationship as deeper, stronger, more meaningful. It is. And yet when it came time to choose the person you wanted to marry, you chose him. Her face crumpled. I continued. Oh, don't tell me labels don't matter. Don't tell me ceremonies don't matter. Don't tell me marriage is only strategy. I looked at the ring. If it meant nothing, you wouldn't have needed him. She started crying harder. Simon. No, I stepped back. Save it. Her expression changed. Save what? The part where you tell me I'm still the most important person in your life. I returned to my desk. I heard it already. For once. Daniela had no answer. She wiped her face. Then something in her expression hardened. The CEO returning again. All right. I looked up. If you want business. Will do. Business. Good. But don't expect me to sit quietly while you undermine everything I've built. I almost smiled. Everything you built. She caught herself. Too late. I nodded slowly. Interesting. That isn't what I meant. It's exactly what you meant. Simon. No. It's useful. I leaned back. Now I know where we stand. She looked furious. So do I. Excellent. She turned toward the door. Before she reached it. I spoke. Point one more thing. She stopped. Robert's executive access is revoked. She turned. No. Yes. You don't control my personal guests. I control access to chairman-level meetings. He will still come to the building. Lobby. Public floors. Scheduled external meetings. You're being petty. I'm enforcing governance. He is my fiancé. He is not Arion. Her jaw tightened. He could be. I stared at her. What does that mean? She hesitated. Nothing. No, I stood. What does that mean? I said nothing. You were planning to bring him in. No board seat. Simon. Executive position. Stop. Investment committee. Her silence told me everything. I felt something hot move through my chest. You were going to put him inside Arion. It was only a discussion. With whom? Some directors. Which directors? I'm not giving you names while you're acting like this. I laughed. You really don't understand the situation. Neither do you. No. I understand it perfectly now. I walked toward her. You didn't just replace me personally. That's not you were starting to replace me professionally. Her eyes widened. No, you gave him access. Because he has experience. You brought him into meetings. He understands Europe. You discussed giving him a formal role that we discussed possibilities. Which means yes. She shook her head. Not replacing you. Then replacing whom? She didn't answer. I opened the office door. Get out. Her face went pale. Simon. Get out. You. Don't get to talk to me like that. I just did. We stared at each other. Then she walked out. The door slammed. For several seconds I stood there with my hand still on the handle. Then I closed it, locked it, and called Caleb. He answered immediately. That was fast. She knew about the 8%. How much? Enough. Did she admit it? Partially. That helps. She also knew Whitmore was under financial pressure. Caleb was silent. And she was considering bringing Robert into Arion formally. That changed his tone. What? Role? She didn't say. Board. Possible. Executive. Possible. Investment authority. Also possible. Caleb exhaled. That's bigger. I know that if Robert gets inside before we finish the review, he won't. You can stop an executive appointment. A board nomination gets messy, eh? Then we move faster. I'll push the audit. And I want every director Daniela has spoken to about Robert. That could take time. You have until tonight. Simon. Tonight. All right. I returned to the window. Below me, Manhattan moved like a machine. Cars, people, money, deals. Nobody cared that the two people at the top of Arion were tearing each other apart. My phone vibrated. Emma. President Hayes has called an executive strategy meeting for 2:00 p.m. Another message. Subject. European expansion and governance alignment. Governance alignment. I smiled. Daniela never retreated when cornered. She counterattacked. Good. That made two of us. At 11.26. Caleb sent the first name. Director Marcus Hale. Point one of Arion's earliest investors. 0.7% voting interest. At 11.34. A second. Director Evelyn Shaw. Compensation Committee Chair. At 11.41. A third. Director Nathan Cole. Former investment banker. All three had met privately with Daniela in the last 2 weeks. Robert attended 2 of the meetings. My jaw tightened. At 12.03. Caleb called. This isn't just a role. What if they've been discussing restructuring executive authority after the IPO? I went still. Explain. Daniela wants to expand CEO authority over acquisitions below $1.5 billion. My grip tightened around the phone. That threshold would cover the European deal. What happens to chairman approval? Removed for operating transactions. Who proposed it? That we're tracing drafts. Robert. Not directly. Indirectly. Marlowe prepared an early governance memo. Of course. What else? Possible creation of a chief strategy officer. I already knew the answer. For Robert, that appears to be the idea. I closed my eyes. There it was. The full picture. Daniela hadn't simply planned a marriage. She had planned a transition. That my authority over major capital would be reduced. Robert would enter Arion. The European acquisition would move forward. Whitmore would gain liquidity. And I what? Remain chairman. Symbolic founder. The loyal architect sitting above the company while someone else slowly dismantled the controls I built. I laughed quietly. Caleb heard it. You okay? No good answer. When is the governance proposal supposed to surface? Probably soon. How soon? Today's meeting may be the setup. Excellent. That doesn't sound excellent. It is. Why? Because now I know what she wants. And I looked at the executive meeting invitation on my screen. And she still thinks she has time. At 1:58 p.m. I entered the conference room. Daniela was already there. So were Marcus Hale, Evelyn Shaw, Nathan Cole, the CFO, General Counsel, and several executives. Robert was not. Interesting. Daniela looked at me. Her eyes were cold, professional, almost unfamiliar. Glad you could make it. I sat across from her. I wouldn't miss it. The meeting began. Daniela spoke for 20 minutes about post-IPO agility, international expansion, faster decision-making, and the risks of outdated founder-era governance. Structures, founder-era. I almost admired the phrasing. Then the slide appeared. Proposed governance, and there it was. Expanded CEO approval authority, reduced chairman sign-off requirements, new strategic executive office, formation of a European expansion council. I leaned back. Daniela continued as if this were routine. Arion transitions from founder-led growth to institutional scale. We need clearer operational authority and faster execution. Marcus nodded. Nathan looked thoughtful. Evelyn said nothing. Then Daniela changed slides. Chief Strategy Officer proposed our no name. Not yet. I raised my hand. She stopped. Yes, Simon. Who? I'm sorry. Who is the proposed candidate? We haven't finalized who. Her jaw tightened. We're considering several people. Name one. Silence. The room shifted. I looked at Marcus, then Nathan, then Evelyn. They knew. Interesting. Daniela's voice hardened. This isn't productive. No, it's very productive. I looked around the table. Let me save everyone time. I stood. The proposed candidate is Robert Whitmore. Silence. Daniela went pale. Marcus looked down. Nathan rubbed his chin. Evelyn's eyes narrowed. I continued. The same Robert Whitmore whose family has indirect financial exposure to entities connected to our proposed 1.2 billion European acquisition. Marcus looked up immediately. What? There it was. Daniela stood. Simon. I ignored her. The same Robert Whitmore connected to an advisory network, potentially earning an 8% success fee if the transaction closes. Nathan's face changed. 0.8%. Simon. Enough. No, I looked at General Counsel. Has the board received a complete conflict of interest disclosure? He hesitated. And no, has risk control completed related party review? And no, has the proposed candidate undergone executive background review? No, I turned toward Daniela. And yet you want to reduce chairman controls. Accelerate the transaction. And create a senior executive role for him. Her face was white with fury. That is a malicious distortion. Then correct me. This proposal was developed for long-term efficiency, before or after you got engaged to him. Personal relationships are irrelevant. I almost smiled. That's exactly what I said. The room had gone completely still. I placed both hands on the table. Effective immediately. This governance proposal is suspended. You cannot suspend a discussion. I can suspend implementation. This is an executive recommendation, and I'm chairman. You keep saying that like it's a weapon. I looked at her. It isn't. Then I paused. It's a fact. Her eyes burned. I continued. Second, new C-suite appointment will be considered until the external conflict review is complete. External. She froze. I nodded. Yes. I ordered an independent review this morning. You had no right. I had every right. Which firm? You'll receive formal notice. When? Today. Her fingers curled around the edge of the table. I looked around the room. Third. All acquisition-related payments remain frozen. Marcus spoke. How serious is this? I looked at him. Serious enough that I would rather delay the European strategy than approve the wrong transaction. Daniela cut in. He's retaliating because of a personal dispute. There it was. She finally said it publicly. Every eye moved between us. I looked at her. You want to make this personal? You already did. No, I reached into my folder. This one wasn't empty. I removed a single page. A corporate structure chart Caleb had prepared. I slid it across the table. Marcus picked it up. His expression changed. Then he passed it to Nathan. Daniela stared at the page. What is that? Preliminary relationship mapping. Based on what? Public records and authorized internal review. You had no approval. I am the approval. Her face twisted with anger. Simon. This is insane. No, I met her eyes. What's insane is believing I would hand over control of Arion while you quietly build a new future around Robert. She stood motionless. I looked at the others. This meeting is over. Nobody argued. Point one by one. They left. Marcus took the structure chart with him. That was intentional. Nathan left without looking at Daniela. Evelyn paused at the door. Daniela. Yes. We need to talk later. Then she left. General Counsel followed. The door closed. Only Daniela and I remained. Again, she stared at me. You planned that? Yes. You wanted them to turn against me. I wanted them informed that you're destroying trust. I looked at her. So did you. This company cannot survive if we fight like this. Then stop giving me reasons to fight. Her eyes filled. Oh, you want me to leave Robert? There it was. The question hung between us. For one dangerous second. The old Simon almost answered. Yes. Leave him. Take off the ring. Come home. Tell me this was a mistake. Give me one reason to believe 10 years mattered. But that man was dying fast. I looked at her. This isn't about the engagement anymore. Her face collapsed slightly. Then what is it about? I gathered my papers. Control. She stared. I walked toward the door. And whether you ever understood who actually held it. I opened the door. Behind me. Daniela said. Quietly. You're becoming someone I don't recognize. I stopped. For a moment, I almost turned around. Instead, I said, no. I looked back over my shoulder. You're just finally meeting the part of me you never thought you'd need to respect. Then I walked out. By the time I reached my office, Caleb had sent another message. Only one sentence. We found the Blue Ocean accounts. I stared at the screen. Then called him. He answered immediately. How bad? His voice was colder than before. Worse than the acquisition. I closed my office door. Tell me everything. And for the first time since IPO night I realized the affair might not be the most dangerous secret Daniela had kept from me. We found the Blue Ocean accounts. Caleb's voice carried none of his usual dry humor. I closed my office door and turned the lock. How bad? Worse than the acquisition. I walked back toward my desk. That's not an answer to no. It's a warning. Then warn me. I heard papers moving on his end. Blue Ocean Ventures was presented to the board 11 months ago as a minority innovation fund. Correct. Yes. Arion committed $40 million. Correct. Officially. I stopped. What does that mean? It means the $40 million the board approved isn't the number that matters. I sat down slowly. How much? We've traced $187 million so far. For several seconds I thought I had misheard him. Point 187. Yes. From Arion. Ultimately, that's impossible. I thought so too. Blue Ocean has a $40 million allocation ceiling. The fund does. Then where did the rest come? From subsidiaries. My hand tightened around the phone. Which one's? 6.6. Arion Digital Infrastructure, Horizon Analytics, Mercer Biomedical, Eastbridge Data Systems. 2 offshore subsidiaries registered through Singapore. I stood again. Those entities don't invest in venture funds. Exactly. Then how? Consulting agreements, licensing prepayments, technology service retainers, strategic partnership deposits. My stomach turned. Fake contracts. Some appear to correspond to actual services. The issue is pricing. How inflated? In several cases. Absurdly. Give me an example. Horizon Analytics paid Blue Ocean's advisory arm $18 million for 12 months of strategic consulting. Horizon's entire annual external consulting budget is $7 million. I know. What did they receive? A 73-page market report. I stared at the wall. $18 million for 73 pages. Yes. Who approved it? Operationally. Horizon's president. And above him. CEO authorization. Daniela. I closed my eyes. Keep going. Eastbridge prepaid $26 million for data integration services that were never fully delivered. Daniela. The CEO authorization. Next, Mercer Biomedical transferred $32 million into a joint development vehicle. That vehicle then invested into Blue Ocean through a secondary entity, who authorized that CEO office. Next, Arion Digital Infrastructure made 3 separate payments totaling $41 million over 5 months. 4. Technology licensing. What technology? That's one of the problems. What do you mean that we can't identify anything Blue Ocean owned that Arion Digital didn't already have access to? I sat in silence. The numbers were no longer individual transactions. They were a pattern. A machine. Money left Arion through entities that looked unrelated. Traveled through contracts difficult to compare. And eventually converged around Blue Ocean. Where did Blue Ocean send it? Caleb paused. That's where this becomes interesting. I'm listening. Part of it remained inside the fund. How much? Roughly $70 million, and the rest moved. Where? Private placements, convertible debt, property vehicles, a Cayman entity, 2 family offices, whose family offices. 1 is connected to Director Marcus Hale. That caught me completely off guard. Marcus. Yes, I thought about the meeting less than 2 hours earlier. Marcus had been the first man to react when I disclosed the potential Whitmore conflict. He had looked genuinely shocked. Maybe he was. Or maybe he had simply been shocked that I had started looking. Does Marcus know? I can't prove it. Who is the other family office? Caleb hesitated. Whitmore. I felt something inside me go cold. Say that again. A Whitmore-affiliated family vehicle received exposure through Blue Ocean. How much? $23 million directly traceable. Potentially more through layered funds. I said nothing. The European acquisition, Blue Ocean, Robert, Daniela, Whitmore Industries. What had looked like separate problems were starting to connect. Timeline. What? Give me the timeline. Caleb began. 11 months ago. Blue Ocean is presented to the board. I remember. 9 months ago that the first irregular subsidiary contract is signed. Before Robert reappeared. Yes. 7 months ago. Daniela reconnects with him. Yes. 6 months ago. The frequency of Blue Ocean related transfers doubles. I stood. 5 months. Whitmore-linked entities begin receiving indirect exposure. 4 months. Boston. The word landed hard. The meeting. The kiss. The restructuring advisor. Point 3 months. European acquisition framework becomes aggressive. Point 2. Governance restructuring drafts appear. Point 1. Blue Ocean moves additional capital through 2 entities we're still tracing. And yesterday we went public. Yes, I stared out over Manhattan. It was too neat, too coordinated, but something bothered me. If Blue Ocean started before Robert came back, then this isn't all about him. Correct. What was Daniela doing before him? That's what I'm trying to determine. Personal enrichment, possibly. Political capital with directors, possibly. Side fund, possibly. Caleb. I'm not going to give you certainty. We don't have. I rubbed my forehead. Could she have been building an off-balance sheet network to bypass my approval? That's one possibility. And after Robert appeared, that she started using it to support Whitmore. Potentially. Word irritated me. But I knew why he used it. Facts. Not anger. Not betrayal. Facts. All right. I sat again. What can we prove today? That we can prove undisclosed related transactions. Illegal. That depends on intent. Disclosure obligations. Valuation. And jurisdiction. Board violations. Almost certainly. Governance violations. Yes. Can we prove Daniela personally benefited? Not yet. Can we prove Robert benefited? Indirectly. Yes. Personally. Not yet. Can we prove company money reached Whitmore connected vehicles? Yes. How much? Enough to force questions. I looked at the door. How many people inside Arion know you're investigating? Very FEW. Names. My team. 1 person in Treasury. 2 in internal audit. External counsel. Anyone Daniela controls. Not directly. Good. Simon. Yes. You need to decide what this is. What do you mean? A governance problem or a war? I almost laughed. She decided that. No. Caleb's tone sharpened. She decided to betray you personally. She may have violated corporate controls. That doesn't automatically mean you should burn the company down around her. I'm not burning Arion down. You froze major capital to prevent more money from moving. You embarrassed the CEO publicly. She tried to strip my authority. You're building alliances with directors. Because she already did. You activated Blackfile. I said nothing. Caleb continued. You told me 3 years ago this system existed to protect Arion from anyone. It does. You specifically said anyone included you. I remembered. I hated that. I remembered. What's your point? My point is that if revenge becomes more important than the company, I'm supposed to stop helping you. I leaned back. You planning to? Not yet. Comforting. But I'm watching. You're paid to. I'm paid too much to lie to you. Despite everything that almost made me smile. Then keep watching. I will. And complete the Blue Ocean map. Already in progress. Caleb. Yes. Don't send anything to regulators. There was a pause. That differed from the original instinct clawing at me. Expose. Everything. Destroy her. Let consequences do the rest. But now the problem involved Arion's public shareholders. Thousands of employees. People who had nothing to do with Daniela's choices. If I detonated evidence without understanding it, if the blast would not choose its victims. Not yet. I added. Good. I didn't say never. I heard you. Get me proof. Tonight. The call ended. I stared at my laptop. An email notification appeared. From Daniela. Subject. Emergency governance session. The body contained a single sentence. The board will meet tomorrow morning at 9:00 to discuss your unilateral financial restrictions and recent conduct. I read it twice. Then smiled. She was moving faster than I expected. Good. So would I? 3:17 p.m. Emma knocked. Come in. She stepped inside carrying an iPad and looked uncomfortable. What? President Hayes wants all executive assistants to coordinate tomorrow's board materials. Fine. She also asked for a record of every chairman. Directive issued since yesterday. Give it to her. Emma blinked. All of it. Yes. Even the liquidity controls. She already knows about them. The external review. Yes. The internal audit preservation notices. I looked up. How does she know about those? Emma immediately realized she had said too much. I assumed Emma. She swallowed. President Hayes asked specifically whether internal audit had received any special instructions from your office, and they said they couldn't discuss it. Who did she ask? I don't. No. Find out? Yes. Sir. She turned to leave. Emma. She stopped. How long have you worked for me? 4 years. Have I ever asked you to lie to Daniela? No, don't start now. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. Understood. But if she asks for confidential chairman committee material, direct her to legal. Yes. She left 0.5 minutes later that I received a message from Marcus Hale. Need to talk. Private. I stared at it. The Blue Ocean connection immediately came to mind. I replied. My office. 4.00 that he arrived 3 minutes early. Marcus was 62. Silver-haired. Perpetually tanned. And one of those men who made casual clothing look more expensive than most people's suits. He had invested in Arion during our second financing round. He had also almost walked away 6 years ago when our numbers collapsed. Daniela had convinced him to stay. I had never forgotten that. Neither had she. He entered without smiling. Simon. Marcus. He closed the door himself. That meeting was a mess. Which part? Don't play games. Then don't open with vague statements. Saturday. I don't like being blindsided. Neither do I. I'm talking about the Whitmore connection. His expression tightened. Is it real? What exactly? The indirect exposure. Preliminary. That's not what I asked. Yes. He leaned back. Jesus. I watched him carefully. You had no idea. Why would I? I said nothing. His eyes narrowed. What? Blue Ocean. He stopped. There. A fraction of a second. But I saw it. What about Blue Ocean? You invested. Marcus didn't answer. Immediately. Then he sighed. Personally. Through Hale Family Capital. He looked irritated rather than frightened. Yes. Why wasn't that disclosed? It was. Not to me. To the fund. That isn't the same as Arion disclosure. Arion was a limited investor. I invested through a separate vehicle, with money that may have originated from Arion subsidiaries. His face changed. What? This reaction looked real. I watched him closely. You didn't know? Know what? Blue Ocean received additional Arion-linked money through service agreements. How much? I'm still calculating. Simon. More than 100 million. He stood up. Bullshit. I didn't know. That fund was represented as 40 million from Arion, 80 from external institutions. And the rest private capital. That may have been the official structure. Who authorized more? I stared at him. Marcus understood before I spoke. Daniela. Her office appears on several approvals. He started pacing. This is insane. How much did Hale Family Capital put in? 30 million. Any special terms? No preferred allocation. No guaranteed return. No side letter. He hesitated. There. Marcus. There was downside. Protection. What kind? A repurchase option. From whom? Blue Ocean Management. Funded how? I don't know. You have the document. Yes. Send it. He stared at me. Why? Because if Blue Ocean used Arion-linked funds to protect your downside, we have a related party governance problem. His face hardened. I didn't ask Daniela for company money. I didn't say you did. You're implying it. I'm investigating it. Marcus sat again. Who else knows? Very few people. Bored. Not yet. He exhaled slowly. Tomorrow changes. That. Possibly. He studied me. Daniela thinks you're trying to remove her. I didn't respond. She called me this afternoon. Of course she did. She says you're unstable. I look unstable. You look furious. Those aren't the same thing. She says you're using the chairman role to punish her because of Robert. And what do you think? Marcus gave me a long look. I think a man can be both heartbroken and right. That was more honest than I expected. He continued. But if you turn the board into divorce court. You'll lose. We weren't married. You know what I mean. I do. Then listen. He leaned forward. Tomorrow. Don't talk about the engagement. I wasn't planning. Don't talk about betrayal. I wasn't. Don't talk about Robert unless you have documents. I do. His eyebrows rose. How much? Enough. Then lead with risk. Not rage. I smiled faintly. Giving me advice. I have several $100 million tied up in this company. So yes. Fair. He stood. I'll send the Blue Ocean side letter. Tonight. You'll have it in an hour. The door. He stopped. Simon. Yes. If Daniela really moved Arion money without disclosure, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Tomorrow was no longer about my relationship. It was about whether our CEO could still be trusted with the company. 5.42. Marcus sent the side letter. Caleb called 12 minutes later. You're going to like this. I doubt that. The repurchase protection. What about it? Blue Ocean. Management didn't guarantee it. Then who did? A special purpose vehicle. Owned by. Still tracing ultimate ownership. But guess who funded it last quarter? I already knew that Arion Digital Infrastructure. I closed my eyes. SO company money protected Marcus's private investment. Looks that way. Did Daniela sign? No. Then who? Arion Digital's president. Under whose directive? We found an email. My pulse quickened. Read it. Caleb did. Proceed with the strategic allocation as discussed. CEO office is aligned. Keep this within subsidiary authority to avoid unnecessary board delay. I went silent. Cinder. Daniela's chief of staff, recipient, president of Arion Digital. Daniela copied. No, can we tie it to her? Not directly from this email. Chief of staff statement that we haven't approached him. Don't. Agreed. Anything else? Yes. Go. We traced the 23 million that reached Whitmore exposure. How? Blue Ocean bought convertible debt issued by Northstar Industrial Partners. I don't know it. Northstar then extended a credit facility to Whitmore Advanced Systems. How soon? 6 days later. My jaw tightened. Who approved Blue Ocean's Northstar investment committee? Who sits on it? 5 people. Daniela. Not formally. Robert. I know anyone connected to them. 2 people worked with Marlowe. Of course. And the investment itself. Terrible. How terrible? Northstar had been downgraded internally by 2 banks. Blue Ocean knew. Likely. Then why buy the debt? That's the $80 million question. 23. Could become 80. I leaned back. Tomorrow morning. I want a clean presentation. How clean? Nothing emotional. No conclusions we can't prove. You're learning. Don't sound surprised. I'm constantly surprised. I ignored him. 3 sections. Undisclosed Arion linked funding. Related party exposure. Governance circumvention. And Whitmore. Put it under related party exposure. Robert's name. Only where supported. And Daniela. Approval chain only. Good. Simon. What? You realize what happens if you present this? Yes. The board will demand a formal investigation. Yes. She may be temporarily stripped of financial authority. Yes, that she'll know you did it. She already thinks I'm trying to destroy her. And are you? I looked out at the darkening city. No, I answered after a moment. I'm trying to find out whether the woman I loved destroyed herself. At 7:20 p.m., Daniela walked into my office without knocking. Emma appeared behind her. I'm sorry, sir. I tried. It's fine. Daniela shut the door. She was still wearing the same dark blue suit from the afternoon meeting, but her hair was no longer perfectly arranged. She looked exhausted. Marcus was here. Not a question. Yes. What did you tell him? The truth. What truth? The amount I currently have. About Blue Ocean. I watched her. She knew. Interesting. You tell me. Her eyes narrowed. Stop doing that. Doing what? Turning every conversation into an interrogation. I didn't bring you here. You're poisoning the board. No, I stood. I'm informing it. You're giving people fragments without context. Then provide context. I will tomorrow. Good. She looked around as though trying to decide whether to fight or negotiate. Finally, her shoulders dropped. Simon, can we stop? Stop what? This. She gestured between us. This war. You called the board meeting. Because you froze half the company's strategic capital. Because I found reasons to. You found excuses. Blue Ocean. Her expression changed. There. Again. I walked around the desk. 187 million. She went still. I watched the number hit her. Her face lost color. Where did you get that number? Is it wrong? Simon, is it wrong? She looked away. That was enough. I felt anger rise from somewhere deeper than heartbreak. You knew IT isn't what you think. Then explained I can do it. Blue Ocean needed flexibility. $147 million of undisclosed flexibility. The board-approved structure was too restrictive. I stared at her. For a moment, even I had no response. You bypassed the board because you didn't like the limits. No, that is exactly what you just said. The additional capital wasn't all direct investment. Don't hide behind accounting language. I'm not. She stepped toward me. Arion was growing too fast. We had opportunities appearing every week. Every time I wanted to move. I had to wait for committees. Chairman approvals. Board schedules. So you created channels around them. I created flexibility. You moved public company assets through subsidiaries that we weren't public when most of those transfers happened. I laughed in disbelief. If that's your defense, no, because it sounds like one. You always wanted control. I froze. There it was. The real grievance. She continued. You called it risk management, governance, discipline. But every major decision eventually came back to you. Because I was chairman and I was CEO. Yes. Then why did I constantly need your permission? You didn't. For capital. I did. For major capital. Everything became major once you decided it was. I stared at her. This had been building longer than Robert, longer than the engagement. Maybe years. You resented me. Her expression changed. No, yes, I resented the structure. I designed the structure. For a company worth $200 million, IT kept us alive. But we're not. That company anymore so your solution was to bypass it secretly. My solution was to move fast enough to I end at 8T whose expense. The company grew. Her voice rose. Look around, Simon. We went public at almost $9 billion. Do you think that happened because we waited for permission every time opportunity appeared? I stared at her. You think the IPO proves every decision you made was right? No, you think success retroactively makes the rules irrelevant. That isn't what I said. It is exactly what you believe. She shook her head. You always do this. What? Turn everything into morality. This is governance, and oh. This is you deciding there is one correct way to build a company, and anyone who disagrees is reckless. I laughed. And moving hidden money is innovation. It wasn't hidden from the company. It was hidden from the board. Her silence answered. I stepped closer. Did Blue Ocean money reach Whitmore? Her eyes moved. That was all. I felt the final layer fall away. You knew. I knew Blue Ocean invested in North Star. And North Star financed Whitmore. I didn't control North Star. But you knew. Later, when after the investment, and you left it in place. It wasn't illegal. That isn't the standard. What standard? The one where the CEO doesn't allow company-linked money to support her fiancé's family without disclosure. He wasn't my fiancé then. I stared at her. She realized immediately how terrible that sounded. That isn't what I meant. No, please. I gave a cold laugh. Continue. Robert and I were not engaged at the time. But you were seeing him. We were talking. You kissed him. Months later. You were emotionally involved. That has nothing to do with the investment. Then disclose it. She fell silent. Why didn't you? No answer. I moved closer. Why didn't you tell me? Still nothing. Because you knew exactly how it looked. I knew how you would make it look. My expression hardened. You still think the problem is my reaction because you are incapable of separating Robert from business now. And you were incapable of separating him from business. Then that's not true. Then why did his family receive the money? Indirectly. That word doesn't save you. She closed her eyes. For a second, she looked genuinely tired. When she opened them again, the anger was gone. Simon, what if I tell you everything? Will you stop? I stared at her. Stop what? Trying to take Ariane away from me. And there it was, her deepest fear. Not losing me. Not Robert, Ariane. I almost felt the last piece of my old heartbreak. I never tried to take Ariane away from you. You are now. I'm protecting it. For me. If necessary. She stared at me like I had struck her. After 10 years. After what? I found. Her eyes reddened. This company is my life. It was mine too. Was. I said nothing. She noticed. Simon. Her voice softened. Don't do this. Tomorrow morning. Answer the board. Privately. No, Simon. Please. No, some of those structures will look terrible without context. Then give them context. I in public. I in front of the people whose money you moved. Her face tightened. If the board panics. Our stock will collapse. That depends on what you did. You know how markets work. Yes. Then you know uncertainty is worse than the underlying problem, which is why we need facts. We need containment. No, I shook my head. You need containment. She looked at me. For the first time that evening. Neither of us had anything else to hide behind. Finally, she asked, what happens if they suspend me? I didn't answer. Her voice became smaller. Would you vote for it? 10 years. Basement office. Cheap noodles. First million. First night together. Her hand in mine when my mother died. My hand in hers when her father did. The woman standing before me was still all of those memories. And she was also the CEO who had secretly routed company resources through structures I had never approved. Both things were true. That was what made it unbearable. If the evidence supports suspension. I said quietly. Yes. She stared at me. A tear slid down her cheek. You really would? Yes. You would take everything from me because I chose Robert. No, I walked closer. I would remove you because you stopped understanding the difference between Ariane's money and your ambitions. Her lips trembled. That's not fair. I almost laughed. There was that word again. Fair. Tomorrow at 9. I opened the door. Bring context. She didn't move. Daniela. She looked at me. For once. Don't assume I'll save you. Something in her face collapsed. Then she walked out. At 8:43 p.m. Caleb called. We have another problem. I loosened my tie. What now? Someone inside finance is trying to access archived Blue Ocean transaction logs. Who? Credentials belong to Deputy CFO Daniel Reed. He working. No. He left the building 2 hours ago. Compromised account. Maybe. Block access. Already did. Trace source. Internal terminal on 46 the CEO floor. Yes. My jaw tightened. Daniela. Could be anyone with access. Cameras. Checking point 30 seconds passed. Then Caleb spoke again. Well, what? It's Robert. I went completely still. What? Robert Whitmore entered the building through the executive garage 20 minutes ago. His access was revoked. Daniela's office issued a temporary override. Anger flashed through me. Where is he now? Point 46th floor. Trying to access finance archives. Looks that way. Can you preserve the attempt? Yes, do it. What do you want to do about him? I looked toward the office door. Robert had returned after hours. Used overridden access. And someone's credentials were being used to reach records tied to Blue Ocean. Maybe he was panicking. Maybe Daniela sent him. Maybe he was acting alone. It no longer mattered. This was no longer a romantic triangle. It was evidence. Don't stop him. Caleb paused. Excuse me. Let him keep trying. Simon. Keep the real records protected. Build a mirror environment. I felt something cold and precise settle into place. Let him think he got in. Caleb understood immediately. You want to see what he searches for? Yes. And what he downloads? Yes. If that's risky. So is breaking into financial archives. Technically. Depending on how the credentials were obtained. Caleb. All right. I stood and put my jacket back on. Send me the live access log. Where are you going? Point 46. Bad idea. Why? Because if he sees you. The experiment ends. I stopped. He was right. I hated that he was right. I sat back down. Fine. Progress. Don't enjoy this. I enjoy very little. The first search term appeared on my secure laptop. Blue Ocean / Whitmore Advanced Arion Digital / repurchase vehicle. I stared at the screen. Robert knew exactly what to look for. My heartbeat slowed. Not accelerated, slowed. There was something almost peaceful about certainty. Another search. Board. Another. Chairman. One final phrase. Delete audit history. I stared at those 3 words. Caleb spoke quietly through the phone. Well, I leaned back. So much for coincidence. You want me to terminate the session? No, Simon. Capture everything. What if he succeeds in altering something that he won't? I can isolate the environment. A minute later. Caleb said. Done. Robert kept searching for another 11 minutes. Then the session ended. 9.16. Camera footage showed him leaving the floor. 9.23. He exited the building. 9.29. Daniela called me. I looked at her name. For the first time since the IPO party. I felt no urge to answer. No anger. No heartbreak. Nothing. I let it ring. A message came 30 seconds later. We need to talk before tomorrow. Something has changed. I stared at the words. Yes, something had changed. But she still didn't understand what. I forwarded the access log to Caleb's evidence archive. Then I opened tomorrow's board presentation. The first slide had previously been titled The Post-IPO Capital Risk Review. He deleted it. Typed a new title. Blue Ocean. Undisclosed capital flows and related party X pisuari below it. I added a second line. Supplemental evidence. Unauthorized attempt to access and delete audit records. I stared at the screen for a long time. Tomorrow morning was supposed to be Daniela's attempt to challenge my authority. Instead, Robert had just handed me the first piece of evidence that could turn the entire board against them. I closed the laptop. For 10 years I had protected Daniela from every storm that came for her. Competitors, investors, bad deals, hostile directors, financial crises, even her own mistakes. Tomorrow. For the first time. I would sit across from her and let the storm hit at 8.42 the next morning. Every seat in Arion's main boardroom was occupied. No one was talking. That alone told me how much had changed in 48 hours. 2 days ago, we had been the market's favorite new listing. Financial channels had spent the morning praising Daniela's leadership. Our decade-long rise. And the supposedly perfect partnership between Arion's CEO and chairman. Now 12 directors. 6 senior executives. General counsel, the head of internal audit. And our external governance advisor were sitting around a table waiting to find out whether the company's CEO had quietly moved nearly $200 million through structures the board had never approved. Daniela sat at the head of the table. I sat opposite her. Neither of us acknowledged the symbolism. Robert was not there. He had no right to be. But the evidence of what he had done the night before was sitting inside the encrypted tablet in front of me. At exactly 9. Marcus Hale cleared his throat. I think we should begin. Daniela looked at me. You called the special review. No, I folded my hands. You called the board meeting. I added materials. Her expression tightened. Marcus glanced between us. Can we keep personal issues out of this? Absolutely. I said. Daniela said nothing. That silence almost made me smile. Yesterday, she had been the one accusing me of turning business into revenge. Today, she knew that the numbers on the screen were going to speak louder than either of us. General Counsel. Helen Brooks tapped her tablet. For the record, this meeting concerns 3 matters. First, Chairman imposed liquidity restrictions. Second, governance proposals presented by the CEO. Third, potential undisclosed related party and off-balance sheet exposures associated with Blue Ocean Ventures and the proposed European acquisition. Evelyn Shaw frowned. Off-balance sheet. Helen nodded. Potentially. Daniela leaned forward. I object to that characterization. Noted. Helen said that I didn't move. Daniela looked at me. You want to start? Actually, I think you should. Her eyebrows rose. Me. Yes, I gestured toward the screen. Blue Ocean was your initiative. That doesn't mean you've said repeatedly that. There is context we're missing. I leaned back. Give it to us. Every eye turned toward her. For a second, she looked almost annoyed. Then Daniela did what she had always done best. She became a CEO. Her shoulders straightened. Her voice steadied. Her expression cooled. Blue Ocean was established to give Arion faster access to emerging technology opportunities outside our traditional acquisition process. A slide appeared. Not mine. Hers. She had prepared overnight. The original $40 million allocation was never intended to be a hard cap on all commercial cooperation with Blue Ocean affiliated entities. I glanced at Caleb's presentation on my tablet. She was already laying the groundwork. Several Arion subsidiaries entered separate commercial agreements with Blue Ocean portfolio companies and advisory entities. Marcus interrupted. Commercial agreements totaling more than $100 million across nearly a year. That doesn't answer the question. Daniela looked at him. Yes. The number is substantial. How substantial? $162 million according to the most recent internal calculation that I looked up. Interesting. Our number was 187. She was either missing $25 million or excluding it deliberately. Nathan Cole tapped his pen against the table. Was the board told? The board was informed about Blue Ocean's strategic role. That wasn't my question. Daniela's jaw tightened. Individual subsidiary contracts did not require full board approval. Marcus said that you're hiding behind thresholds. I'm stating the governance structure, which you designed. With legal, Helen immediately spoke. Legal did not review several of the side agreements we received yesterday. Daniela turned toward her. Which agreements? Helen slid a document onto the main screen. Arion Digital Infrastructure's repurchase support arrangement. Marcus went still. Daniela's face barely changed, but I saw the tension around her eyes. Helen continued. This arrangement appears to have used Arion-linked funds to provide downside protection to certain private investors in Blue Ocean. Marcus leaned back slowly. You told me that guarantee came from the fund. Daniela looked at him. I never discussed your private investment terms. My family office was offered a repurchase option. I wasn't involved. Then who was? I don't know. Marcus laughed once. Your chief of staff told Arion Digital to proceed. Daniela turned toward me. There was the accusation. You showed him the email. He showed me the side letter. That was private. So was the company money. Simon. Helen raised a hand. Please. The room settled again. She looked at Daniela. Did you authorize your chief of staff to direct Arion Digital to support that structure? No, the answer came cleanly. Immediately. I watched her. Helen asked. Did you know about it? No, Marcus leaned forward. You expect us to believe your office moved tens of millions of dollars, and you knew nothing. I expect you to distinguish between my office and me. Nathan spoke. That's a dangerous distinction for a CEO. Daniela's eyes flashed. And assuming I personally approved every email sent by my staff is equally dangerous. Fair point. That was what made Daniela good. Even cornered, she could still separate what we suspected from what we could prove. I didn't interrupt. Not yet. Helen moved to the next item. North Star Industrial Partners. The screen changed. A flowchart appeared. Blue Ocean, North Star, Whitmore Advanced Systems. $23 million. The room became noticeably colder. Evelyn looked at Daniela. Whitmore. Daniela's voice remained controlled. North Star is an independent investment company. Did you know Blue Ocean purchased its debt? Yes. Did you know Northstar later financed a Whitmore entity that I learned afterward? When, several weeks later, did you disclose it? Know why? Because Ariane did not control Blue Ocean's investment decisions. Marcus stared at her. Ariane provided a large part of the capital. That doesn't mean every downstream investment becomes an Ariane-related party transaction. Evelyn said quietly. Not normally. Daniela looked at her. But you were personally involved with Robert Whitmore. The room went silent. Daniela's expression changed. She looked toward me. I didn't react. Evelyn continued, if the CEO of a public company knows company-linked capital is indirectly flowing toward the family business of a man she is romantically involved with, if that matters, that we weren't engaged then. I closed my eyes for half a second. She had made the same mistake again. Evelyn's face hardened. I didn't ask whether you were engaged. Daniela fell silent. Marcus asked, were you involved with him? Daniela's fingers tightened on the table. That is personal. Marcus laughed without humor. Not anymore. Careful. No, you be careful. He pointed toward the screen. If my money was protected by a structure funded with Ariane resources and another company tied to your boyfriend received financing through the same ecosystem, then your personal relationship is part of the conflict analysis. That he was not my boyfriend at that time. I finally spoke. He was the man you were secretly seeing. Her head snapped toward me. Simon. I looked at Helen. Oh, you want the timeline? Helen nodded. I sent the document to the main screen. 7 months ago. Renewed contact. 6 months. Private meetings. 4 months. Boston meeting involving European acquisition representatives and Whitmore restructuring advisor. 3 months. Personal relationship deepens. 2 months. Accelerated pressure around European transaction. 1 month. Internal governance drafts begin reducing chairman approval authority. Yesterday. Proposed Robert Whitmore appointment as Chief Strategy Officer. N01 spoke while the dates appeared. Nathan slowly removed his glasses. Daniela. She stared at the screen. This is selective. Which date is wrong? I asked. She ignored me. Marcus pointed at the governance draft. You were planning to remove chairman approval for deals under $1.5 billion. Expand CEO authority. That is the same thing. No, it isn't. It would have allowed you to close the European acquisition without Simon. After board approval, after changing the rules, her voice sharpened. We are a $9 billion public company. We cannot operate like a founder-controlled startup forever. I leaned back. There it was, the argument beneath everything. Not Robert, not Blue Ocean. Power. Daniela believed Ariane had outgrown the structure that still gave me final control over major capital. Maybe she had believed that for years. Robert simply gave her a reason to move faster. Nathan turned toward me. How much voting control do you currently hold? Directly and through controlled entities, 34.8%. Several heads turned. The number wasn't secret, but few people thought about it often. Marcus had 7. Daniela had just under 18, and no one else came close. Nathan frowned. An effective blocking rights. Depending on the matter. Yes. Daniela cut in. And that is exactly the problem. I returned to her. She stood. Everyone keeps acting like Simon is defending governance. She looked around the room. He is defending control. I watched her. She continued. For 10 years every critical capital decision has required his approval. Every major acquisition, every restructuring, every strategic investment, because the board approved that system. Marcus said, when we were much smaller, then change it through proper governance. I tried. She pointed toward me, and he shut it down the moment he discovered my personal relationship. That is not why. I said. Really? Her eyes burned. If I had proposed the same restructuring 6 months ago, would you have reacted like this? Yes. You're lying. No, you would have argued. You would have negotiated. She stepped closer to the table. But you wouldn't have frozen company funds. You wouldn't have launched secret audits. You wouldn't have publicly attacked the CEO. I looked at her. You're right about one thing. The room became still. 6 months ago. I would have trusted you. Her face changed. I continued. That trust is gone. For a second, she looked hurt. Then anger returned. Exactly. No, I shook my head. You think trust disappearing means my judgment disappeared. I touched the screen. It means I finally started checking what I used to accept on your word. She said nothing. And what I found was $187 million in Ariane-linked capital routed around the board. Her eyes narrowed. 162. No, I changed the screen. A new transaction appeared. $25 million Seastone Global Holdings prepaid strategic rights, and Auntie Daniela went completely still. There it was, the missing amount. Marcus looked at the transaction. What is Seastone? I looked at Daniela. Would you like to explain? She didn't. Helen frowned at Daniela. No response. That told me we had finally reached something she hadn't expected me to find. I spoke. Seastone is a Cayman holding company. Nathan said. Owned by layered structure. Marcus frowned. Beneficial owner, we're still tracing. Daniela finally spoke. That transaction has nothing to do with Blue Ocean. Then why did Blue Ocean receive $12 million from Seastone 3 days later? Silence. I continued. And why did another $8 million move from Seastone into a vehicle holding Whitmore debt? Her face drained. Marcus stared. Jesus Christ. Daniela turned toward me. Where did you get this? Authorized transaction records. From what source? Does the source change the numbers? Yes. If you accessed private financial data illegally. Helen immediately intervened. The chairman's review was performed through authorized corporate channels. Daniela looked at her. You verified that? Yes. That hurt her. I could see it. She had expected legal to remain neutral. Instead, Helen had just validated the process. Daniela slowly sat down. Evelyn asked, "Oh, you know Seastone?" Daniela hesitated. Yes, there. It was. Everyone felt it. The room changed. How? Evelyn asked that IT was used for strategic investments. Whose? Several parties. Which parties? I'd need to check. Marcus slapped his palm against the table. Stop doing that. Daniela stared at him. What? Talking like we're analysts asking you questions on earnings day. His voice rose. That we are your board. He pointed toward the screen. Oh, you know whose money that is? Yes. Then answer. She was silent. Marcus leaned forward. Did Robert know about Seastone? Her eyes moved. Once. Toward me. That was enough. I felt something settle in my chest. Not satisfaction. Certainty. Nathan said quietly. He did. Daniela's voice became sharp. I did not say that. You didn't have to. Don't put words in my mouth. Evelyn asked. Did Robert Whitmore ever discuss Seastone Global with you? Daniela stared at her hands. Then, yes. The room went completely silent. Marcus leaned back. Unbelievable. It wasn't what you think. Then tell us what to think. Seastone was meant to consolidate international investments. Whose investments? Arion adjacent. Opportunities. That phrase means nothing. It means opportunities outside our normal mandate. Why was Robert involved? He had connections. Of course he did. Marcus laughed bitterly. Daniela looked furious. He introduced foreign capital to Arion. Seastone. Whose capital? Private investors. Names that I can't disclose them without checking confidentiality obligations. Marcus looked at Helen. Can she actually say that to us? Helen's face was grim. Not if company resources were materially involved. Daniela's eyes flashed. I need time. I almost laughed. Time. The one thing she had never given me before announcing her engagement. Now she wanted it from the board. Marcus said. How much time? 48 hours. No, I said. Everyone looked at me. Daniela's jaw tightened. Of course, I ignored her. 24. Simon. Tomorrow morning. That is unreasonable. SO was moving nearly $200 million without disclosure. Her face hardened. You are enjoying this. No, don't lie. I'm not. I looked at her. I hate every second of it. That silenced her. And for the first time that morning. My voice lost its corporate distance. You think this feels good? I leaned forward. You think I wanted to sit here and prove that the person I trusted most in the world built financial structures behind my back? Her eyes reddened. Then stop. Know why? Because whether I loved you has nothing to do with whether I owe this company the truth. The room became uncomfortable. Good. Maybe they needed to be. I leaned back. 24 hours. Marcus nodded. Agreed. Evelyn followed. Agreed. Nathan said. Yes. One by one. The others supported it. Daniela watched them. Her allies. Our allies. People she had convinced for years. One after another. They chose scrutiny. Not her. At least not automatically. She looked at me. For the first time. I saw genuine fear. Helen spoke. There is one additional matter. Daniela frowned. What? Helen looked at me. I nodded. The screen changed. A login record appeared. 10.0 3 p.m. attempted access. Blue Ocean ARCHAS. Then 10.0 p.m. search. Northstar 10.09 p.m. search. Whitmore Advanced Systems 10.13 p.m. search. Board disclosure 10.15 p.m. command. Delete audit HSRY. The silence was absolute. Daniela stared at the screen. What is this? Helen said, in unauthorized access attempt last night. By whom. I changed the slide. A still image from the internal hallway camera appeared. Robert, standing at a terminal on the 46th floor. Daniela stopped breathing. Marcus whispered, "You have got to be kidding me." Evelyn looked at Daniela. Why was he in the building? Daniela's mouth opened. No sound came out. I answered. His access had been revoked. Nathan looked at me. Then how did he enter? I kept my eyes on Daniela. Theo override. Every person at the table turned toward her. For the first time since I had known Daniela Hayes, she looked completely unprepared. That I gave him temporary access to collect personal materials. My laugh escaped before I could stop it. From finance archives. No, she turned toward me. That I did not know he was doing this. Marcus said, "Do you expect us to believe that?" Yes. Why? Because it's true. Evelyn asked, "Did you give Robert access to Deputy CFO Daniel Reed's account? No. Did you know he had the credentials? No. Did you ask him to delete audit history? No." Her voice cracked. That reaction was different, real, not strategic. I studied her. She looked at Robert's image as if seeing him for the first time. Interesting. Maybe she genuinely hadn't known. Maybe Robert was acting independently. That possibility mattered. Because if Daniela was telling the truth, her fiancé had just tried to erase evidence without her knowledge, and if she was lying, then they were both finished. Marcus shook his head. This is beyond personal. Helen nodded. I agree. She turned toward Daniela. Pending review. I recommend temporary suspension of your unilateral authority over capital transfers connected to Blue Ocean, European acquisitions. And any Whitmore-affiliated entity. Daniela stared at her. That you're suspending me. Not as CEO. Yet, Marcus said. Daniela turned toward him. His expression was hard. 24 hours. She looked around the board. Nobody defended her. Finally, she looked at me. I said nothing. Her voice was barely audible. You planned this. No, you let Robert access that terminal. I let him expose himself. Her face changed. You knew. I knew he was there. And you didn't stop him. The real records were protected, so you trapped him. Yes. She stared at me as if I were a stranger. Maybe I was. The Simon she knew would have rushed downstairs, confronted Robert, thrown him out, protected Daniela from the humiliation last night. I let him keep typing. Because evidence mattered more than emotion. Daniela whispered. Who are you? I looked at her. The chairman. The vote happened 10 minutes later. 9 in favor. 2 abstentions. That Daniela's special capital authority was temporarily restricted. Any related party transaction required board-level review. Robert Whitmore was formally banned from all non-public Arion facilities pending investigation. The board commissioned an independent audit of Blue Ocean, Seastone. And the European acquisition. And for the first time in Arion's history, Daniela had to operate without unrestricted CEO control over money. When the meeting ended, she remained seated. Everyone else slowly left. Marcus stopped beside me. You have 24 hours to SO. She did. Don't make this worse than it is. I won't. He looked at Daniela. Then back at me. I hope you mean that. He left. The door closed. Only we remained. Again. Daniela stared at Robert's frozen image on the screen. I switched it off. She said that I didn't know. I didn't respond. I didn't send him. Okay. Her head turned sharply. That's all you have to say. What do you want? I want you to believe me. I almost laughed. You chose the wrong week to ask for trust. Pain crossed her face. Simon, what if he said he needed to collect documents from my office, and you gave him access after I revoked it? Yes. Why? Because I thought you were being vindictive, and now. She looked at the dark screen. I don't know. There it was. The first crack between Daniela and Robert, small, but real. I stood. Ask him. She looked up. What? Ask Robert why he tried to delete audit history. He'll say, I don't care what he says. I gathered my papers. But you should. I walked toward the door, behind me. Daniela spoke. If he did something without telling me, I stopped. She didn't finish. I looked back. Her face was pale, confused, frightened. For the first time since IPO night, some part of me wanted to protect her. The instinct rose automatically. Then I remembered the ring, the hidden money, the governance plan, her sentence. You helped me get here. The instinct died. Welcome to my side of the table. I said. Then I left. By noon. Arion felt different. Rumors moved faster than any official memo. People knew something had happened. They didn't know what. The CFO canceled 3 meetings. Internal audit requested additional document access. Legal locked several transaction folders. Treasury paused outbound transfers tied to 12 entities. The stock didn't react. Not yet. From the outside, that Arion still looked perfect. Inside, that the walls had started. Cracking. At 12.43. Caleb called. We found something. What? Robert tried to leave the country. I stopped walking. When? This morning. Where? Private terminal at Teterboro. Destination? London. Did he leave? No, why not? His father collapsed. I frowned. When? About 40 minutes before departure. Where? Whitmore headquarters. Condition? Serious. Ambulance took him to Mount Sinai. I leaned against the wall. Coincidence? Probably. Probably. I don't control heart attacks. Simon. Why London? That's what I'm looking at. Any Whitmore entities there? Several. Seastone. Not directly. Marlow.yes.my jaw tightened. Keep watching. Point. One more thing. What? Daniela left Arion 10 minutes ago. With Robert. Nowhere. Mount Sinai. Of course. I closed my eyes. Robert's father in the hospital. Robert under scrutiny. And Daniela running to him. I shouldn't have cared. I did that. Irritated me more than anything. Caleb said, You okay? Stop asking. Then stop sounding like you're about to break furniture. I'm not. Good. It's expensive furniture. I hung up. At 1:06 p.m. Daniela sent me a message. Robert says he didn't try to delete anything. He says the system malfunctioned. I stared at it. Then replied. Of course he does. 30 seconds later. His father is in critical condition. I'm at the hospital. I typed, I'm sorry to hear that. She replied almost immediately. I asked that all. I stared at the screen. What did she want? Comfort? Permission? Jealousy? Old Simon would have called. Old Simon would have gone to the hospital because she was hurting. Old Simon would have made sure she ate. Would have arranged transportation. Would have solved whatever needed solving. I locked the phone. Yes. That was all. At least for now. Because 24 hours from now, Daniela would either explain the financial network she created or the board would decide what happened to her next. And somewhere between those two outcomes, Robert Whitmore was running out of places to hide. At 6:14 the next morning. Caleb called before my alarm. I need you awake. I am now. Robert moved money overnight. I sat up. How much? 42 million. From where? Whitmore Advanced Systems. To 3 entities. One in London. One in Luxembourg. One in Singapore. Seastone. No Marlow. London entity is affiliated. Purpose. Debt repayment on paper. And in reality. Looks like asset protection. I got out of bed. Can he do that? It's his family's company. That wasn't my question. If Whitmore is insolvent, moving assets ahead of creditors could become a major problem. Are they insolvent? Close. How close? Payroll is due Friday. And they don't have enough unrestricted cash. I stopped. You're telling me Whitmore Industries might miss payroll. Unless they raise money. That company employs what? 12,000 people. Across subsidiaries. Closer to 14. I rubbed my forehead. This was bigger than Robert. Bigger than revenge. Did the European acquisition matter that much? Yes. How? Remember the debt chain. North Star. North Star is one part. The bigger issue is a collateral release clause. I frowned. What collateral? Whitmore pledged patents and certain overseas technology rights against a credit facility. And that if Arion completed the European acquisition, part of the proceeds flowing through the seller structure would have redeemed debt tied to those assets. Freeing the collateral. So the acquisition wasn't just giving them cash. It was preventing creditors from taking core technology. Jesus. Exactly. I stared at the floor. That explained. The urgency. The inflated valuation. Robert's involvement. The push to accelerate payment. The governance restructuring. Whitmore wasn't looking for strategic partnership. They were fighting for survival. Does Daniela know that I found an email from Robert to her? My chest tightened. Read it. Sent 6 weeks ago. Caleb paused. If the European closing slips beyond the quarter, my father loses control of the patent package. Once that happens, there won't be much left to save. I know I've asked too much already, but you're the only person who can keep this alive. I closed my eyes. The only person who can keep this alive. And her reply. I said I'll handle Simon. Stop panicking. There it was again. I'll handle Simon. Not discuss with me. Not convince me. Handle me. Like a problem. Like a lock she had spent 10 years learning how to open. I asked. Anything else? Her next message was worse. Read it. After the IPO. I'll have more room. We're already working on governance adjustments. Once Robert is inside Arion. Approvals will be easier. For a few seconds. I couldn't speak. Caleb didn't fill the silence that he knew better. Finally, I said, send it. Already did that. I walked to the window. The city was barely awake. Daniela had told me the proposed chief strategy officer role was only a discussion, that a possibility, that a strategic option. But 6 weeks earlier, she had written once Robert is inside Arion. Not if. Once. This had been decided. They were simply waiting for the IPO, waiting for Arion to become valuable enough, stable enough, public enough. Then my control would be reduced. Robert would come in. Whitmore would be rescued. And Daniela would have both worlds, her prestigious husband, her billion-dollar company, and presumably me still working, still loyal, still solving problems. That I laughed quietly. Caleb heard it. That doesn't sound good. It isn't. What are you going to do? Board meets at 9. I know. Send the emails to Helen. Already encrypted. And Marcus, you. Sure. Yes. Evelyn. Yes. Nathan. Yes. Daniela. No. Caleb paused. You want her to see them in the room? Yes. That is very personal. It is evidence. Both can be true. I didn't answer. He continued. Simon. You need to know something else. What? Robert met White Cloud's capital last week. My attention sharpened. White Clouds. Yes. Our oldest rival. A private investment group that had tried twice to buy Arion before we went public. They also wanted a land parcel in East City that Arion controlled through a logistics subsidiary. What did they discuss? Emergency financing. Against what? Whitmore patents. Which patents? Possibly the same package at risk through the European deal. So Robert is shopping the assets. Looks like it. Does Daniela know that? No evidence. Find a way to let her. Caleb went silent. Then that's manipulative. Yes. You want them fighting. I want her informed. Through an accidental leak. Through information she should have had before agreeing to marry him. A pause. I can arrange for an industry contact to mention. Do that. Simon. What? I don't become addicted to this. To what? Winning. I looked at the sunrise between the buildings. This doesn't feel like winning. Good. The call ended at 8:58. The boardroom doors closed. Daniela arrived last. She looked like she hadn't slept. Dark circles under her eyes. Hair tied back. No makeup except enough to make exhaustion less obvious. The engagement ring was still on her hand. I noticed immediately. I hated that I noticed. Marcus spoke first. 24 hours are up. Daniela. Saturday. No. Do you have the Seastone ownership structure? Yes. She placed a folder on the table. Helen received the digital copy and projected it. The structure was complicated. Cayman, British Virgin Islands, Luxembourg, Delaware. 3 layers of holding companies. 2 private funds. A management partnership. But eventually. Beneficial ownership percentages appeared. Marcus leaned forward. Daniela spoke. Seastone's economic interests are distributed among outside investors. Blue Ocean Management. And several strategic partners. Nathan frowned. Who are the strategic partners? She changed slides. Names appeared. None were mine. None were directly Robert's. But one caught my attention. WHM Strategic Opportunities, LP 14.5. Helen asked. WHM? Daniela answered. Private vehicle. Beneficial owner. She hesitated. Whitmore family interests. Marcus swore under his breath. The room tightened. Daniela quickly continued. They were minority investors, with Arion-linked money entering the same structure. Evelyn said, yes. But, and you? Knew. Yes. Marcus leaned back. So yesterday when we asked whether Whitmore benefited from Blue Ocean. You already knew the answer was yes. Indirectly. Marcus laughed. There's that word again. Daniela looked irritated. Because legally it matters. Ethically. She didn't answer. I remained silent. I wanted her to keep talking. She continued. Seastone was originally created before Robert and I resumed a personal relationship. That caught everyone's attention. Nathan asked. When 14 months ago, that aligned with Blue Ocean's creation. Why involve Whitmore then? Because their family had relationships with international investors and technology sellers. We wanted access to. So Robert was involved before you were romantically involved. Yes. I finally spoke. How involved? She looked at me. Advisory. Paid. Not by Arion. By Seastone. Yes. How much? I don't know. You do know. Daniela. Simon. I said I don't know. Helen intervened. We have documents. I sent the Marlowe agreement to the screen. 0.8% success. Structure. Related advisory payments. Robert not named directly, but one of his entities received a participation right. Marcus read it, then looked up. This is a compensation pathway. Daniela said, Potential compensation, worth tens of millions that if the deal closed that I looked at her, which is why you needed it to close. Her eyes flashed at Ariane needed it. Whitmore needed it more. That doesn't mean Ariane didn't benefit. Then why hide the conflict that I did not hide? I changed the screen. The email appeared. Robert too. Daniela. If the European closing slips beyond the quarter, the MY father loses control of the patent package. Once that happens, there won't be much left to save. I know I've asked too much already, but you're the only person who can keep this alive. Daniela froze. The entire room read it. In 01 move that I brought up her reply that I said I'll handle Simon. Stop panicking. Marcus looked at me. Then at her. Nathan's face became expressionless. Evelyn slowly shook her head. Daniela whispered. You accessed my private messages. Helen answered before I could. These messages were located on an Ariane device and included material company discussions. Daniela looked at her. That Robert's message was personal. Your reply discussed company governance. That I moved to the next line. After the IPO. I'll have more room. We're already working on governance adjustments. Once Robert is inside Ariane. Approvals will be easier. The word sat on the screen. Large, clean, impossible to reinterpret. I watched Daniela read her own sentence. For the first time she looked ashamed. Not afraid. Ashamed. Marcus stood. You were changing governance to help your fiancé save his family's company. No, then explain that sentence. I was talking about efficiency. You wrote. Once Robert is inside Ariane. Approvals will be easier. I meant what else could that possibly mean? Her voice rose. It means. Robert understood the European market and could help accelerate execution. Marcus stared at her. You think we're idiots? Don't talk to me like that. I'll talk to you however I want when my investment is being used to rescue your future husband's family. Enough? Daniela slammed her hand down. The room fell silent. Her chest rose and fell. She looked at me. You wanted this. I didn't respond. You wanted them angry. No, you selected those messages. I selected the relevant ones, relevant to your version. Then show us another version. She stared. I continued. Show us the messages where you told Robert Ariane would not be used to rescue Whitmore. Silence. Show us where you disclosed the conflict. Nothing. Show us where you told him I could not simply be handled. Her eyes reddened. Stop. No. Simon. No. My voice stayed calm. You wanted business separated from personal matters. I pointed toward the screen to S.O. Let's separate them. I looked around the boardroom. Forget that Daniela and I live together. Her face changed. Forget the engagement. I looked at Marcus. Forget what happened at the IPO party. Then back to everyone. Ask one question. I let the silence settle. Would we accept this conduct from any CEO whose romantic partner's family needed hundreds of millions of dollars? No one answered. They didn't need to. Daniela slowly Saturday. Her face was pale. Evelyn looked at Helen. What are our options? Helen had clearly prepared. Immediate formal independent investigation. Already underway. Expansion of the review to all Seastone and Whitmore connections. Marcus nodded. Obviously, temporary removal of CEO authority over acquisitions. Investments. And treasury. Daniela looked up sharply. You're taking finance from me. Temporarily. I'm CEO. Helen's voice remained neutral. Yes. That makes the role meaningless. No. It limits authority in areas under investigation. Daniela turned toward me. You planned this. I said nothing. Evelyn asked. We need suspension. That changed everything. The word hung in the room. Suspension, not reduced authority, not review. Suspension from CEO. Daniela's face went white. Marcus looked at her. I'm considering it. Nathan said. Same. She stared at them. You can't be serious. Marcus responded. Very. We went public 3 days ago, which is exactly why this is catastrophic if you suspend the CEO. 3 days after IPO. The market will destroy us. Nathan said. If this leaks before we act, the market destroys us anyway. She looked toward me. Say something. I met her eyes. What? You know what happens if they suspend me? Yes. Tell them. I stayed silent. Simon. Her voice cracked. You built this company with me. Yes. Then tell them we need stability. I looked around the table. Ariane needs stability. Relief flickered across her face. Then I continued. And right now. The biggest threat to stability is unresolved. Conflict around the CEO. That relief vanished. Bastard. The word came out quietly. Marcus heard it. So did everyone else. I didn't react. Helen said. I recommend against immediate full suspension today. Daniela looked toward her. But Helen continued, CEO authority over capital. Acquisitions. Subsidiary investments. And appointments above vice president level should be temporarily suspended. Nathan nodded. Agreed. Marcus leaned back. I can live with that for 48 hours. 48. Helen nodded. The external audit team can provide an initial factual report by then. Daniela looked at me. What happens after 48 hours? I answered. That depends on what they find. She stared. The vote passed. Point 8 in favor. Point 3 opposed. Point 1 abstention. Daniela kept her title, but almost every lever of power that mattered in the current crisis was removed from her hands. For the first time in 10 years, Arion CEO had to ask permission before moving serious money. The meeting ended at 10:21. She left without looking at me. I watched her go. Then Marcus said, "You won that round." I looked at him. "This isn't a round." "What is it?" I collapsed. He studied me. "You still love her." I laughed. "That isn't relevant." It is to you. I gathered my documents. "Not anymore." Marcus didn't argue. Maybe because neither of us believed me. At 11:03. If the first financial rumor appeared online, a small industry newsletter reported that a recently listed technology company had paused a major European acquisition amid internal concerns regarding transaction structure and related party exposure. NO company named, NO executive named. But anyone familiar with the sector could guess that Arion stock dropped 3% in 20 minutes. 18 noon.5. At 12:18. Daniela stormed into my office. "Did you leak it?" "No, don't lie." "I didn't." "Who else knew?" "Half the board." "External counsel." "Audit." "Someone talked." "Probably." "Find them." "That's not my priority. Our stock is down 6%. I can see." She closed the door. "You wanted public pressure." "No, you told Caleb to speak to media." "That got my attention." "How do you know Caleb's name?" Her eyes shifted. "Interesting." I stood. "Who told you about Caleb?" "Does it matter?" "Yes, that he contacted internal audit." "That doesn't explain how you know who he is." "People talked." I walked around the desk. "Who?" She crossed her arms. "I'm not answering." "Then neither am I." Her jaw tightened. "Fine." She turned toward the door. "Daniela." She stopped. Robert met White Cloud's capital. Her shoulders froze. For a second, she didn't move, then slowly turned. "What?" "Last week. You're lying. "No, why?" "Ask him." Her face changed. "What did they discuss?" "Emergency financing." She shook her head. "No, against Whitmore patents. No, possibly the same patents your European acquisition was meant to protect." "You don't know that. You're right." I looked at her. "I don't." Her breathing changed. "But maybe you should." She stared at me. "He told me White Clouds approached him months ago, and he refused." "Maybe he changed his mind." "No, you sound very certain that he wouldn't work with them." "Why?" "Because he knows what they did to us." I almost laughed. "Us." She still said it instinctively. "He also knew you were risking your position to save his family." "That's different." Of course." She looked at the floor. For the first time, anger drained out of her. "What proof?" "Photos." "Meeting logs." "Send them." No, her head snapped up. "What?" "You don't trust me." I sat down. So trust him. If that's childish. No, I opened my laptop. It's efficient. "Simon, you chose Robert because he gives you stability." Her face tightened. I continued. "Go be stable." She stared at me for a long time. Then left. 27 minutes later, Caleb called. She's confronting him." "How do you know?" She drove straight to the Whitmore residence. I leaned back. "Any idea what's happening?" "No audio." "Don't get invasive." "I'm not." "Just watch." Exits. Already AM. At 2.04. Robert left. Alone. Fast. At 2.11. Daniela left. Also alone. At 2.27. But she called me. I answered. For several seconds. She said nothing. Then, "You were right." I looked out the window. "About White Clouds." Her voice sounded hollow. "What did he say?" "That he was desperate." "Probably true." "That he said it was only a backup." "Probably also true." "He offered them the East City land access." My face hardened. "What had he told them if they financed Whitmore?" "He could help arrange Arion cooperation on East City. I stood. "He offered our land." "He says he never formally offered it." "What exactly did he say?" "That he implied he could influence me." There it was, the arrogance. Robert thought Daniela controlled Arion. Daniela thought she controlled me. Everyone had built their plan on the same assumption. I laughed once. She heard it. "Don't." "I'm not laughing at you." "Yes, that you are." "No." I walked toward the window. "I'm laughing because apparently both of you built your future around assets neither of you controlled." She was silent. Finally, she whispered. "I didn't know." "About White Clouds." "Yes." "I believe you." That surprised her. What did I believe you? She didn't speak. That it was the first time since IPO night I had said those words, and somehow it hurt more than accusing her. She asked, why? Because you sounded genuinely stupid when you defended him. Simon, sorry. No, you're not. No, a pause. Then she said that he told me you were trying to destroy his family because you hated him. And I believed him. Of course you did. That I thought everything you found was being interpreted through anger. That was convenient. I know. The words were barely audible. Something changed in her voice. Not surrender, not regret. Doubt. For the first time, she was beginning to question the man she had chosen. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I felt tired. What are you going to do? I asked. I don't know. That you're engaged to him. I know. Then figure it out. Simon, no, oh, you want me to break it off? There it was. The question. Not from the boardroom. Not theoretical. Real. I closed my eyes. Old Simon screamed yes. Take off the ring. Leave him. Come back. Let me pretend this never happened. But I knew better now. Even if Robert disappeared tomorrow, Blue Ocean still existed. Seastone still existed. The governance plan still existed. The humiliation still happened. 7 months of secrecy did not vanish because Robert had lied to us. Oh, I answered carefully. What I want doesn't matter. It matters to me. Then it should have mattered before IPO night. She went silent. I regretted the cruelty as soon as I said it, but I didn't take it back. Finally, she whispered, you really hate me now. Know what's worse? I look down at the city. I don't trust you. She inhaled sharply. That was the wound. Not hatred. Trust. She could survive anger. She could argue with revenge. But she had built 10 years of her identity around being the one person Simon Koo trusted completely. Now that was gone. She said I can fix that. No, you don't know. I do. How? Because trust isn't a contract. My voice softened. You can't renegotiate it after breaking the terms. She started crying. Quietly. I almost hung up. Not because I didn't care, because I cared too much. Before I could, Caleb appeared at my office door. He didn't knock. That alone told me something was wrong. I said into the phone. I have to go. Simon, I ended the call. Caleb closed the door. What? White Clouds just made a move. I stood. What kind? They bought Whitmore debt. How much? Enough to trigger covenant pressure. My jaw tightened. They're attacking. Yes. When, minutes ago. Why? Because someone leaked that the European acquisition is frozen. I stared at him. Can Whitmore survive? Maybe 48 hours. And then. If no financing comes in. Creditors start taking assets. The patents. Yes. Robert knows. He does now. My phone rang. Daniela. I looked at the screen. Then at Caleb. Anything else? Yes, say. It. Robert just called an emergency press conference. I frowned. For Whitmore. No, Caleb's expression was grim. For Arion. My blood went cold. What he's telling media, he has evidence that Arion's chairman is deliberately sabotaging the company for personal revenge. I stared at him. Caleb continued. And he says Daniela is prepared to confirm it. For 1 second, everything stopped. The room. The city. My heartbeat. Then my phone vibrated again. A message from Daniela appeared. Do you not believe anything Robert says? I never agreed to speak. I looked at Caleb. He read my expression. Oh, she isn't with him. No interesting. I picked up my jacket. Where's the press conference? Whitmore headquarters. Get legal ready. For what? I looked at Daniela's message again. Robert had just crossed a line. He was no longer trying to survive quietly. He was trying to drag Arion into the fire with him. And this time, Daniela was not standing at his side. War. I put on my jacket. Now it's a war. By the time we reached Whitmore headquarters. 3 financial networks had already begun broadcasting live from outside. Robert had moved fast. Too fast. That told me this wasn't an emotional decision made after White Clouds bought the debt. He had prepared for it. Maybe not the exact timing, but the narrative. Absolutely. A row of cameras faced the entrance. Reporters crowded behind temporary barriers. On every screen inside the lobby. The same headline ran beneath Robert's name. Whitmore ARTO address Arion governance, Sarasis governance. Crisis. Not Whitmore's debt crisis. Not his attempt to access Arion's financial archive. Not the undisclosed relationships surrounding the European acquisition. He had turned the spotlight toward me. Smart. Caleb walked beside me. Legal says we should not go inside. Why? Because Robert controls the room. He controls the building. Same problem. I continued walking. He wants me watching from somewhere else. Yes, I'm not giving him that. Simon. What if he says something defamatory? We respond with documents. Know that if he tries to provoke you that you do not react, and I know that if he mentions Daniela, I know. You keep saying that like a man who is about to do exactly the opposite. I stopped. Caleb stopped with me. You think I'm unstable? I think a man you hate is about to publicly explain why the woman you loved chose him instead of you. My jaw tightened that he continued. And he'll package that inside accusations about your leadership that I can handle it. I hope. So we entered through a side door. N01 stopped us. Technically, I had no invitation, but Whitmore's executives were too distracted to argue with Arion's chairman walking into a media event that was largely about him. The conference room was already full. Robert stood behind a podium. He wore a navy suit. Perfect tie. Hair controlled, no trace of the desperate man who had tried to delete financial records the night before. That was his talent. Presentation. Robert understood how to look like someone who belonged near power. Daniela had confused that with actually possessing it. I stayed near the back. He saw me immediately. For half a second that his eyes hardened. Then the smile returned. Thank you all for coming. Cameras flashed. Over the last 48 hours, there has been considerable speculation regarding Arion Group. Whitmore Industries. And the proposed European acquisition. That he paused. My family has been advised to remain silent while private disputes unfold. Private disputes. There it was. But silence has consequences when one person is using corporate power to settle a personal grievance. Several reporters started typing. Caleb leaned closer. He's going straight at you. Let him. Robert continued. I believe investors deserve to understand why a major transaction was suddenly frozen days after Arion's IPO. A reporter called out. Are you alleging Chairman Koo acted improperly? Robert looked directly toward the cameras. Yes. The room reacted. There it was. That no ambiguity. I believe Simon Koo is abusing his authority as chairman because he is angry that Daniela Hayes chose to marry me. My chest tightened. Caleb looked at me. I remained still. Robert continued. This is not speculation. Over the past several days. Mr. Koo has frozen transactions that removed executive access, initiated investigations, and threatened corporate strategy immediately following our engagement announcement. A reporter asked, Do you have evidence? Robert nodded. I have communications and witnesses showing that his actions began within hours of the announcement. True. Technically. The best lies were facts without context. You believe the investigations into Whitmore-linked entities are fabricated. I believe they are selectively framed. Another careful answered. He wasn't stupid enough to call the documents fake. Not yet. A woman from CNBC raised her hand. Mr. Whitmore, were you involved in the proposed European acquisition? Yes. Informally. Were you compensated? My advisory relationships are private and fully legal. Did your family stand to benefit financially if Arion completed the transaction? Robert smiled. Many industrial companies would benefit from stronger European technology markets. Caleb whispered. Beautiful non-answer. I almost smiled. The reporter wasn't satisfied. Did Whitmore Industries directly benefit? Robert's expression tightened. Not in the way Mr. Koo has suggested. What way is that? Through distorted flowcharts designed to create suspicion. Another reporter called out. What about the reports that you attempted to access Arion's internal financial archives? The room changed. Robert had expected the question, but he didn't like it. That claim is false. My eyebrows rose. Not misleading. False. Interesting choice. I accessed a terminal using credentials provided by an authorized executive office. Caleb whispered. He's blaming Daniela. Robert continued. I was asked to retrieve files connected to documents I had previously reviewed. A reporter asked. Did you attempt to delete audit history? No. The answer came instantly. I looked at Caleb. He whispered. Now we have him. Yes, because unlike motivations and corporate interpretations, that command was logged. Robert had just denied something we could prove. I still didn't move. A reporter near the center raised her voice. Mr. Whitmore. Where is Ms. Hayes today? Robert hesitated. Only briefly. Daniela is dealing with internal matters at Arion. Does she support your accusations? Another hesitation. She shares concerns about Simon's recent behavior. Not an answer. Has she authorized you to speak for her? Robert's jaw tightened. Our relationship is private. The reporter pushed. That sounds like no. Murmurs spread. Robert shifted. Daniela has personally experienced Mr. Koo's retaliatory behavior. I felt Caleb move beside me. Then my phone vibrated. Daniela. I'm here. I looked toward the side entrance. She stood just inside. Black suit. Hair loose. Face paled. No entourage. No Robert. She met my eyes. Then looked toward the stage. Robert had not seen her yet. She typed again that do not stop me that I frowned. Stop her from what? Then she walked forward. Reporters noticed. Cameras turned. Robert looked up. For the first time all morning that he lost control of his expression. Daniela. She didn't smile. Robert stepped away from the podium. You shouldn't be. Here. That was the wrong sentence. Everyone heard it. Daniela stopped a few feet from him. No, this is already complicated. You made it complicated. Robert lowered his voice. That we talked about this. No, she looked at the cameras. You talked. A wave of murmurs moved through the room. I watched her carefully. This was not the Daniela from the IPO party. Not the CEO defending governance. Not the woman crying in my office. Something had changed after White Clouds. Maybe she finally understood that Robert had his own plan. She turned toward the press. I need to clarify something. Robert stepped closer. Daniela. She looked at him. Don't point one word. The same word I had used on him 2 days ago. He froze. She faced the microphones. I did not authorize Robert Whitmore to speak on behalf of me or Arion Group. The room erupted. Questions came from everywhere. Do you disagree with his accusations? Did Chairman Koo abuse his authority? Did Robert attempt to delete audit history? Is the engagement still active? That last question hit harder than it should have. Daniela lifted a hand. I will address corporate matters only. Robert's face hardened. What are you doing? She ignored him. Arion's board is conducting an independent review into several transactions, including Blue Ocean Ventures, Seastone Global. And the proposed European acquisition. Every camera was on her. I support that review. I went still. So did Caleb. That was new. 2 days ago. She had fought every audit. Now she was publicly endorsing it. Robert stared at her. You can't be serious. She continued. I also want to state clearly that the chairman's review was authorized through Arion's governance structure. A reporter shouted, oh, you're saying Simon Koo did nothing wrong. Daniela paused. Her eyes moved toward me. Everyone followed her gaze. And suddenly, I was no longer hidden in the back. Cameras turned. My face would be everywhere within seconds. Daniela looked at me for a long moment. Then returned to the press. I'm saying the review itself is legitimate. Careful. Very. Daniela. She wasn't absolving me. She was refusing Robert's narrative. Robert stepped toward her. You told me he was doing this because of us. I believe that. And now. She looked at him. Now I know you lied to me. The room exploded again. Robert's face changed completely. What are you talking about? White Clouds. His expression tightened. She continued. You told me you rejected them. I did. You met them last week. That was different. You discussed Arion's East City land. I discussed possibilities. You had no authority. Neither did you. I thought. But I kept silent. Daniela's voice sharpened. You implied you could use my influence to get Arion cooperation. That is not what happened. I saw the notes. Robert went pale. So Caleb had done his job. Someone had made sure Daniela received enough information. She stepped closer. You used me. The irony was almost unbearable. I watched her finally say the words I had wanted to scream at her. Robert shook his head. And no, you knew your family was collapsing. I told you we were under pressure. You didn't tell me the patents were already at risk. I was trying to protect you. You were trying to protect yourself. His face hardened. And what exactly do you think Simon is doing? Her expression changed. Robert pointed toward me. He's destroying Arion. Because you chose me. 100 cameras turned toward me again. Robert saw the attention shift and raised his voice. He doesn't care about shareholders. I said nothing. He doesn't care about employees. Still nothing. He wants revenge. The room waited. Caleb whispered, don't. I stepped forward. He swore quietly. Mr. Koo. Reporters shouted immediately. Oh, you want to respond? Are you retaliating against Ms. Hayes? Did you leak information about Whitmore? Are you trying to remove the CEO? I reached the front. I did not take Robert's podium. I stood beside it. Helen from legal was going to kill me later. Find out. I looked at Robert. You said I fabricated the audit access allegation. His jaw tightened. I said your interpretation is false. No, I smiled slightly. You said the claim was false. He realized the mistake. Too late. I looked toward the reporters. At 10:15 p.m. 2 nights ago. A user session operating under Deputy CFO Daniel Reed's credentials entered the Blue Ocean archive. Robert tried to interrupt. I raised a hand. The system was already isolated. I looked at him again. The user searched Northstar Industrial Partners. A few reporters started typing rapidly. Whitmore Advanced Systems. Robert's face lost color. Board disclosure requirements. Then I paused and finally entered a command to delete audit history. The room went silent. Robert said, "You can't prove that." Was me. I nodded. Correct. Relief flickered. Then I continued. Not from the login alone. Caleb almost smiled. I added. Fortunately, the terminal is covered by internal security cameras. Robert froze. Daniela closed her eyes. I didn't need to show the footage. Not here. The fact that it existed was enough. A reporter asked. Will Arion release the footage? Not while the independent investigation is active. Another shouted. Are you accusing Mr. Whitmore of tampering with corporate records? I'm stating what our systems recorded. Did Ms. Hayes authorize the attempt? No evidence currently supports that. Daniela looked at me. Surprise. Maybe gratitude that I didn't care. I had no reason to lie. Robert shouted. This is exactly what I mean. His composure was cracking. He controls the evidence. I looked at him. Independent counsel has copies. He controls counsel. Helen was going to enjoy hearing that. External auditors have copies, paid by Arion. Then propose your own forensic review. He stopped. I nodded. Exactly. Robert stared at me with hatred. I turned toward the reporters. Arion will issue a formal statement. Until then, I will not discuss private board deliberations. A reporter shouted. What about the engagement? I ignored it. Another asked. Mr. KU to DEO, you still love Ms. Hayes. That stopped me. The room became strangely quiet. No financial question could have done that. I looked at the reporter. Then at Daniela. Her face was completely still. Robert watched both of us. For 1 second I wanted to answer truthfully. Yes, some part of me probably always would, but the truth belonged to me, not them. I said. That has nothing to do with Arion's shareholders. Then I walked away. Behind me. Reporters started shouting again. Daniela followed. I knew from her footsteps. I didn't stop until we reached a private corridor. Simon. I turned. What? She looked exhausted. Thank you. For what? For saying there's no evidence I authorized the access. There isn't. You could have let people think there was. I'm not Robert. Pain crossed her face. She lowered her eyes. No. You're not. For a few seconds we stood in silence. Then I looked at her left hand. The ring was still there. She noticed. Her fingers closed around it. I hated myself for asking. Why are you still wearing it? Her eyes lifted. I don't know. That answer surprised me. I expected defense. Instead, she looked down at the ring. I walked into the hospital yesterday, thinking Robert was the person I had chosen. I said nothing. He was terrified. His father nearly died. I know. He kept saying everything was your fault. Predictable. I believed some of it. Also predictable. Her eyes hardened slightly. You don't have to enjoy being right. I don't. She looked at me. Then I found out about white clouds. I remained silent. And the land. Yes. And this morning I learned he had already started negotiating against patents he told me we could save together. Her voice became smaller. I thought I was helping him protect his family. You were. No, she shook her head. I was helping him buy time while he built another exit. I almost told her I had warned her. I didn't. She already knew. Daniela touched the ring. I don't know which parts were real. There was something painfully familiar about the sentence. I had asked myself the same thing about her. I said. Now you understand. Her eyes filled. Yes. For the first time. I didn't feel satisfaction, only exhaustion. She slowly pulled the ring from her finger. My breathing stopped. She held it in her palm. I haven't ended it yet. Something inside me tightened again. Of course. Why? Because his father is in critical condition. I almost laughed from disbelief. She saw it. That sounds exactly like what I did to you. Doesn't it? Yes. The answer came too quickly. She nodded. I know. Then she closed her hand around the ring. I'm going to end it. I looked at her. When, today, old Simon wanted to feel relief that he did. For one dangerous second, he did. Then I remembered Blue Ocean. The governance restructuring. Her hidden meetings. 7 months. It doesn't change anything between us. Her face collapsed. I know. That was worse. She didn't argue. She didn't tell me love transcended labels. She didn't ask me to understand. She simply nodded. I know. Then she walked back toward the conference room. I watched her go. Caleb appeared beside me. That looked painful. You're developing bad habits. Observation. Talking. He leaned against the wall. Robert's finished with her. Maybe. He knows it. How? Because he just sent white clouds another message. I turned. What message? Caleb handed me his phone. The screen showed a newly intercepted Corporate disclosure forwarded through an authorized Whitmore creditor source. Point one line mattered. If Arion is unavailable, I am prepared to discuss full patent transfer and East City cooperation through alternative structures. MYI's hardened. He's selling everything. Yes. Can White Clouds fund him? They can. Well, they'd rather wait for Whitmore to collapse and buy cheaper. That I gave the phone back. Then help them wait. Caleb studied me. That's a dangerous sentence. That I didn't say sabotage. What did you say? Nothing. That I started walking. Let the market learn how desperate Whitmore is. Through whom? That I don't care. Financial media. Analysts. Anonymous. Facts only. Caleb nodded slowly. No invented claims. The none. No altered documents. The none. No promises. None. Just information. That I looked at him. Just enough sunlight. By 3 o'clock p.m. two debt analysts had published notes questioning Whitmore Industries' liquidity. By 4:30, that a major business network reported that creditors were reviewing covenants. By market closed. Bonds issued by Whitmore's industrial subsidiary had fallen sharply. A T6.17.1 lender formally demanded additional collateral. A T7.02. Another froze an unused credit facility. A T8.11. Robert called me. I answered. You wanted war. His voice sounded nothing like the man from the press conference. No polish. No calm. Just rage. Robert. You fucking bastard. Bad day. You leaked our debt. That I didn't create it. You poisoned lenders. That I didn't write your covenants. You turned Daniela against me. That I leaned back. That was you. You think. She's coming back to you. There it was. I said nothing. Robert laughed bitterly. She won't. Not relevant. Bullshit. His breathing was heavy. You did all of this because she chose me. No, you loved her for 10 years. Yes, and she still chose me. The old wound opened. That he knew exactly where to cut. That I let him. Because this time I was watching, not reacting. Robert continued. She wanted me before Arion existed. Your family rejected her, and she came back anyway. Yes, that kills you. Doesn't it? I looked toward the city. No, you're lying. Robert, where's your father? Silence. I in the hospital. Your company. Silence. Your patents. No answer. Your financing. His breathing changed. I continued. You keep talking about winning Daniela like she was a trophy. My voice went cold. But while you were celebrating that your family company was dying, fuck you. You needed her. I loved her. Maybe. I paused. But you needed Arion more. He shouted something I couldn't understand. I continued. And now she knows. Silence. Then Robert said quietly, She's not leaving me. I heard something beneath the confidence. Fear. She already did. He froze. What I didn't actually know. Not yet. But the silence told me what I needed. Ask her. I ended the call. At 8:26. Daniela sent me a photo. No message. Just a photograph. The engagement ring sitting on a dark wooden table. Then one sentence appeared. That it's over. I stared at it for a long time. That I expected triumph. There was none. Only a deep, painful emptiness. She had chosen him publicly. She had humiliated me. She had built an entire future around him. And now. Less than a week later, that future was already dead. Yet nothing inside me had returned. I typed 3 words. I understand. Then deleted them. Typed. Okay. Deleted that too. In the end. I sent nothing. Because the engagement ending wasn't an apology, and Robert losing wasn't the same as me winning. The real storm had only begun. AT9.03. Caleb called. Simon, what now? Regulatory inquiry. I went still. Into Whitmore. No, his voice was graved. At Arion. The first official inquiry arrived at 8:12 the next morning. Not an accusation. Not a charge. A request for information. But in public markets, wording barely mattered once the words regulatory inquiry became attached to your company. Arion disclosed it before the opening bell. We had no choice. The statement was short. Arion Group has received a routine request for information regarding certain historical investment and related party transactions. The company is cooperating fully and has initiated an independent internal review. Routine. The word lasted 9 minutes. T9.39. That the stock opened down 11%. By 10.16. Yet the financial networks abandoned every other story. Our IPO had been one of the biggest technology listings of the year. Now. Less than a week later, anchors were asking whether Arion's leadership had concealed conflicts before going public. That I stood in the main executive conference room while screens around me showed our market value disappearing by hundreds of millions of dollars. Michael, the CFO, looked physically ill. We're at 21% down. Marcus swore. Nathan asked, any trading halt risk? Not yet. Daniela sat near the end of the table, not at the head. Nobody had officially changed her seat. She had chosen it herself. That told me how much the last 24 hours had done to her. No engagement ring that I noticed. Again that I hated that too. Helen entered with two outside attorneys. Regulators want blue ocean. Expected. I said. Seastone. Expected. European acquisition. Marcus leaned back. Expected. Helen looked at Daniela. And executive communications relating to Whitmore affiliated entities. The room went silent. Daniela nodded once. I'll cooperate. A week ago, she would have fought the language. Now she looked tired enough to welcome certainty. Michael asked, how much of this is public? Request itself is public. Details aren't. Marcus laughed bitterly. Give it an hour. He was wrong. It took 23 minutes. A financial blog published a story claiming regulators were examining possible undisclosed benefit transfers between Arion Group and Whitmore-linked entities. The stock dropped another 4%. Daniela stared at the screen. This is coordinated. I looked at her. What? The leaks? Maybe. You know something. No, that was true. I had told Caleb to let analysts examine Whitmore, that I had not ordered anyone to leak regulatory details about Arion. That distinction mattered. She studied me. I believe you. The word surprised me. Marcus glanced between us. I ignored him. Daniela continued. Someone wants both companies damaged. Nathan asked. White clouds. Possible, she said. I looked at Caleb, who had entered quietly. He shook his head once. Not confirmed. Helen spoke. We need a public strategy, Marcus said. Simon. I looked at him. You speak. Daniela's face changed. Michael nodded. The market trusts you more right now. That sentence hurt her. I saw it. She said nothing. A week ago, Daniela was the face of Arion, the visionary CEO, the woman who rang the bell. Now the board wanted me on camera because she had become part of the risk. I'll do it. I said. Daniela looked down. The press briefing was scheduled for noon. Before that, Caleb pulled me into my office. We have a bigger issue. There's always a bigger issue. This one qualifies. He placed a tablet in front of me. A transaction chart appeared. Blue Ocean, Seastone, North Star, Whitmore. Then, another branch. A company I didn't recognize. Aurelian HNGS. What is it? Private investment company. Connected to Daniela. My stomach tightened. How? Not owned by her directly. Then a trust. Beneficiary. We're still verifying. Caleb. I said verifying. What do you know? An entity managing assets for Daniela's father's estate contributed capital. I frowned. Her father's estate wasn't large. Exactly. How much? Initially 4 million, if that's more than he had. Apparently not. I stared at him. What are you saying? Her father had assets she may not have disclosed to you. That's personal. Except some of the money moved into Seastone. How much? 11 million now. I shook my head. 4 became 11. Investment gains and additional inflows. From where? Unknown. Is Daniela benefiting from company money? We don't know. Could she? Yes. The word landed harder than everything else. Affair, conflict, governance. Those were ugly. But personal enrichment using company-linked structures. That would end her. Maybe worse. Do not assume. I'm not. Do not brief the board yet. Agreed. Verify first. Working. I stared at the chart. Does she know about Aurelian? Yes. How certain? Her signature appears on an account authorization from 18 months ago. I closed my eyes. Before Robert. Again. Blue Ocean was never only about him. There was something deeper. What are you thinking? Caleb asked. I don't know. That's rare. She built something before Robert came back. Yes. Maybe she wasn't trying to rescue Whitmore originally. Probably not. Then what? That's the question. A knock came. Emma stepped in. Mr. Ku.ms. Hayes is asking to see you. I looked at Caleb. He closed the tablet. Send her in. Daniela entered. She waited until Caleb left. Then closed the door. I need to tell you something. I almost laughed. That phrase has become expensive. She didn't react. Aurelian. My expression didn't move. Inside, every alarm went off. You know. She studied me. You do too. Sit. She Saturday for once. Neither of us fought over who controlled the conversation. I asked. What is it? A private holding vehicle. For what? My family assets. What? Family assets. She looked down. My father lied to me. That I didn't expect. About almost everything. I waited. She continued that he wasn't just broke. Her voice sounded distant. He had debts. Yes. But he also held interests through relatives, small companies, property, private investments. You told me your family had nothing. That's what I believed. When did you find out? 2 years before he died. That meant roughly 3 years ago, around the time I created Black File. Interesting. Why didn't you tell me? Her eyes lifted. Because I was ashamed of having money of him. She looked away. He spent my childhood telling us we were one emergency away from losing everything. My mother worked 2 jobs. I watched her cry over grocery bills. Her voice hardened. Then I discovered he had assets hidden because he didn't trust her. I said nothing. He had investments while she was counting coins. That explained more about Daniela than I wanted it to. Control, fear, security, the obsession with never depending completely on anyone, including me. What did you do with the assets? Move them into Aurelian.why.to separate them from Arion. Then why did Aurelian enter Seastone? She hesitated. Returns. I almost laughed. You expect me to believe it was just an investment. At first. Yes. At first. When Blue Ocean began, Seastone was supposed to become an international opportunity vehicle. Outside the board. Yes. You invested personally. Yes. While directing Arion-linked opportunities into the same ecosystem. Her face tightened. That was a mistake. I know how it looks. It looks like self-dealing. I never took company money. You may have profited alongside company money. That is different. Not as different as you think. I know. That stopped me. No defense. No anger. Just I know. She leaned forward. I should have disclosed it. Yes. I should never have allowed personal capital inside the same structure. Yes. I thought because my money was taking the same risk. It aligned me with Arion. I stared at her. That is not how governance works. I know. Now. Yes. She looked exhausted. I was arrogant. That was perhaps the first time in 10 years I had heard Daniela describe herself that way. I thought if the investments succeeded, nobody would care how fast we moved. Success doesn't erase process. I know. Stop saying that. What do you want me to say? The truth before I discover it. Her eyes filled. This is the truth. All of it. She hesitated. My expression hardened. Daniela, there's one more thing. Of course. I leaned back. Go. Aurelian invested in Whitmore debt. I went still. 1.5 months ago. After you reconnected. Yes. How much? $0.6 million. Why? The yield was high. I laughed. She closed her eyes. That sounds terrible. It sounds like bullshit. I know. Did Robert ask you? No. Did he know? Later. Did you sell? No. So you personally had money at risk if Whitmore failed. Yes. I stood. I had to move. Staying still was impossible. You pushed Arion toward a transaction that could stabilize a company you personally held debt in. I did not push the deal because of $6 million. Intent does not save you. I know. Stop saying that. My hand hit the desk. Not hard enough to break anything. Enough to make her flinch. I immediately hated myself for it. But the anger had finally escaped. You understand what you've done? Yes. No. I walked around the desk. You keep thinking each problem exists alone. Simon, your relationship with Robert. I counted on my fingers. Blue Ocean. Another. Seastone. Another. Aurelian. Another. Whitmore debt. Another. The European acquisition. I looked at her. Every single piece makes the next one worse. Tears slid down her face. I never stole from Arion. I believe you. She looked surprised. But you built a structure where no one could easily tell the difference between company strategy and your personal interests. Her face collapsed. That may be enough to destroy you anyway. She started crying silently. I turned away. For 10 years whenever she cried I solved the problem. Tonight, there was no solution. Finally she asked, are you going to tell the board? Yes. She nodded. Today? Yes. Another no argument. Then. Are you going to ask them to remove me? I looked at her. I haven't decided. She laughed weakly. That's worse. Why? Because 3 days ago you would have wanted me gone. She wiped her face. Now you're calm enough to decide whether I deserve it. I didn't answer. She looked toward the door. Before you do, she stopped. What if this ends my career at Arion? Don't. I need to say it. I stayed silent. She looked at me. I'm sorry. Simple. No explanation. No strategy. No respectable marriage. No labels. I'm sorry I made you stand there and watch me choose someone else. My chest tightened. I'm sorry I assumed you would stay. I looked away. I'm sorry I believed loving you meant I could hurt you without losing you. That one found the wound. She continued. And I'm sorry I didn't understand that every time I said you were the most important person in my life. My actions were proving the opposite. I said nothing that I couldn't. She stood. I don't expect forgiveness. Good, because I didn't have it. She walked toward the door. Before opening it, she stopped. Robert called me 23 times last night. Did you answer? Once. What did he say? That if I leave him now. I prove you won. I almost laughed. Everything is competition to him. She looked at me. I told him that was exactly why I was leaving. Then she opened the door. Daniela. She turned. I hated that the next question mattered. Is it really over? Yes. No hesitation. Completely. Yes. I nodded. She left. I stood alone for almost a minute. Then Caleb came back in. You heard. No, I looked at him. You definitely heard. The walls are good. Your face is bad. He put the tablet down. We verified Aurelian. How bad? Bad. Criminal. Not from what we have. Governance. Very. Personal profit. Yes. How much? Aurelian's total unrealized gains linked to the ecosystem are about 14 million. I closed my eyes. Bored. Today. Yes. And the press conference that I had almost forgotten. No, I hadn't. I had simply stopped caring for a moment. I looked at the clock. 11:43. The press briefing first. What do you say? The truth. 18 noon. I stood behind a podium in Arion's media room. More than 60 journalists filled the seats. Cameras covered the back wall. I kept the statement short. Arion Group is cooperating fully with the information request announced this morning. Flashes. Our board has already commissioned an independent review. I looked directly into the cameras. Any transaction that failed to meet Arion's governance standards will be addressed regardless of who approved it. That sentence would be interpreted as a threat toward Daniela. Maybe it was. Chairman Ku. Someone shouted. Does that include CEO Daniela Hayes? Yes. The room erupted. Could she be removed? Will she resign? Did she profit personally? I answered only one. Leadership titles do not exempt anyone from accountability. Then Mr. Kuda, did you leak the Whitmore information? No. Do you intend to acquire Whitmore assets if they fail? That caught me. I looked toward Caleb. Interesting question. He gave no signal. I answered that Arion does not currently have an announced transaction. Currently. Reporters heard it.so did I. The idea formed instantly. Whitmore owned valuable patents. Technology Arion had wanted for years that if the company collapsed, those assets would be sold cheaply. Robert had tried to use Arion to save his family. Maybe the final irony was that Arion could buy the best parts after the collapse, not to rescue him. To replace him. The briefing ended at T1.18. We reconvened the board. This time, Daniela sat beside Helen. She did not fight when I presented Aurelian. She disclosed the account, the Whitmore debt, the investment gains, everything. Marcus looked furious. Evelyn looked disappointed. Nathan looked exhausted. When she finished, No one spoke for almost a minute. Finally, Marcus said, "You should resign." Daniela closed her eyes. I felt something twist inside me. Helen asked, "Immediately?" "Yes." Evelyn hesitated. "We need to consider market impact." Nathan nodded. "Removing the CEO less than a week after IPO will be devastating." Marcus pointed toward Daniela. "Keeping a CEO under this level of conflict could be worse." Everyone looked at me. Of course, I held the largest voting bloc. I was chairman. Whatever happened next would carry my fingerprints. Daniela looked across the table. Our eyes met. She didn't plead. That somehow made it harder. I asked Helen, "Can we establish temporary acting authority while preserving continuity?" "Yes." "How?" "Suspend Daniela from capital. Investment. Acquisition. And strategic appointment authority. Existing restrictions already cover most of that. And daily operations can remain under her temporarily. Subject to executive committee oversight." Marcus shook his head. "Half measures. Maybe. I looked at him. "But I won't remove a CEO based on an incomplete investigation." Daniela stared at me. Marcus frowned. "You're protecting her. No, then what are you doing?" "Protecting process." I almost laughed at the irony. The very thing Daniela had spent months avoiding. I looked around the table. 48 hours. Marcus swore. I continued. "External audit produces its preliminary findings. Then we vote on leadership." Nathan nodded slowly. Evelyn agreed. Marcus resisted. Then finally, 48, Daniela lowered her eyes. The motion passed. 48 hours. That was all she had left. Maybe as CEO, maybe at Arion entirely. The meeting ended at T 4.07. Our stock closed down 27%. Almost 2.4 billion in market value gone in a single day. At 5.11, Whitmore Industries failed to secure emergency financing. At 6.32, White Clouds issued a notice that it was no longer pursuing a rescue transaction. Caleb read it aloud in my office. Given current uncertainty, White Clouds Capital does not believe a structured financing can be completed on acceptable terms. I smiled without humor. They're waiting for liquidation. Yes, creditors. Moving. How fast? Fast. What happens tomorrow? If nobody steps in? Whitmore loses control of the patent package. I looked at the portfolio on the screen. Point 8 core patents. Point 3 were obsolete. Point 2 were useful. Point 3 were exceptional. Technology. Arion's European team had tried to license 2 years earlier. Whitmore refused. Now they might have no choice. Prepare evaluation. Caleb looked at me. For what? The patents. He smiled slightly. There he is. Who? The chairman. Get the valuation. Already started. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I answered. Simon. Robert. His voice sounded destroyed. What do you want to meet? No, please. That word surprised me. Robert Whitmore did not say please to me. Why father is awake. I said nothing. That he wants to talk to you. About. The patents. There it was. I looked at Caleb. He immediately understood. Where? Hospital. When? Tonight. I checked the clock. Point 8. Robert exhaled. Thank you. Don't. What? Don't thank me. My voice went cold. If your father wants to discuss business. I'll listen. And if he asks for help. I looked at Whitmore's debt numbers. Then Arion stock. Then the patent valuations. I stopped helping people who use me. Robert went silent. I continued. Point 8 o'clock. The call ended. Caleb leaned back. This could get ugly. It already is. You think Whitmore Senior wants a rescue? Yes. Will you give him one? No, you sound certain. I am. What will you give him? I looked at the 3 patents marked highest value. A price T7.58. I arrived at the hospital. Robert waited near the private wing. He looked worse than he had at the press conference. No tie. Shirt wrinkled. Eyes bloodshot. For once, there were no cameras. No audience. No Daniela. Just 2 men standing at the end of a relationship neither of us had understood properly. He looked at me. She left me. I said. Nothing. You knew. Yes. His jaw tightened. Happy. No liar. I looked at him. Robert, you still think everything is about who gets Daniela? What else is this? I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Your family company may not survive tomorrow. He stared at me. And you're still asking whether I'm happy because your engagement ended. His face hardened. I loved her. Then you should have told her the truth. You did. The question hit unexpectedly. I frowned. He smiled bitterly. You think you were honest with her? More than. You built Blackfile behind her back. I went still. How did he know that name? Robert saw my reaction. For the first time that evening, satisfaction touched his face. Yet I stepped closer. Who told you? He smiled. Maybe you're not the only one with insurance. Something cold moved through me. Robert, the hospital room door opened. An older man's voice came from inside. Enough? Robert looked toward the room. I did too. Charles Whitmore lay in the hospital bed, pale, weak, but awake, and watching me. Mr. Koo. His voice was thin. Come in. I walked past Robert. Charles gestured toward the chair. Saturday. Robert remained near the door. Charles studied me. I know you hate my son. I don't spend enough time thinking about him to hate him. Robert swore quietly. Charles almost smiled. Good. He looked toward his son. Maybe hearing that will finally teach him something. Robert's face darkened. Charles turned back to me. Whitmore is finished. No preambled. No denialed. No dignity. Just fact. I respected him slightly more for it. How? Finished. If our lenders enforce tomorrow we lose the patent package. I know. Then you also know those patents are worth more to Arion than to White Clouds. Yes. I want you to buy them. Robert stepped forward. Dad. Charles ignored him. Before liquidation. What price? $400 million. I laughed. He did too. Weakly. Had to try. 200. Robert shouted. No. Charles looked at me. 320. 215. Those patents support businesses worth billions. Businesses currently attached to debt you can't service. Charles stared at me, then smiled faintly. You really are ruthless. No. I leaned forward. I'm liquid. His smile disappeared. Robert stepped closer. You're stealing from us. I looked at him. No, you engineered this collapse. Your debt engineered it. You leaked information. Your financial condition was real. You froze the acquisition because it was conflicted. Robert looked at his father. Don't sell to him. Charles closed his eyes. If I don't have creditors, take everything that we can find another buyer, by tomorrow. Robert said nothing. Charles looked at me. 275, 230, 260, 240. Silence. Charles looked toward the ceiling. Then 250. I considered it. Fair value under normal conditions was probably closer to 400. Liquidation could bring under 2.250, gave them more than creditors might. Gave Ariane a bargain. And ended the game. 250. Robert stared at us. No, Charles ignored him. Cash. Ariane can fund. How fast? Documentation tonight. Board approval before market open. You can guarantee the vote. I can guarantee my vote. Charles smiled weakly, which is almost the same thing. Robert stepped between us. This is insane. Charles finally looked at him. No, his voice sharpened despite his weakness. What was insane was betting this company on a woman whose company you did not control. Robert froze. Charles continued. You told me Simon Koo was emotional. He is. You told me he would back down. He should have. You told me Daniela could manage him. My expression hardened. There it was again. Manage him. Charles looked at me. My son underestimated you. So did Daniela. Yes. Robert's face twisted. Don't compare me to her. Charles ignored him. He extended his hand toward me. 250 million. I shook it. The deal wasn't legally done, but the war had just shifted. Robert watched our hands. His face went white. The patents he had hoped Daniela would help save would now belong to Ariane, and the man he had publicly called a jealous loser would be the one buying them. I stood. Charles said. Mr. Koo. I turned. You should know something. Robert immediately stiffened. Dad. Charles looked at him, then at me. Blackfile wasn't Daniela's first secret from you. I went completely still. Robert's face drained. What does that mean? Charles closed his eyes. I'm tired. Mr. Whitmore. Ask her. Ask her what? His voice became almost a whisper. Who actually funded Ariane's first survival round? My heartbeat stopped. I stared at him. 5 years ago, Ariane had nearly collapsed. We had believed an anonymous private fund stepped in at the last moment. Daniela told me she had found the investor through an old contact. I never questioned it, because I trusted her. Charles turned his face away. Asked Daniela where that money really came from. Robert looked terrified. That told me more than his father's words. I walked out of the room. Caleb was waiting outside. 1 Look at my face, and he stopped joking. What happened? Get me every document from Ariane's emergency financing 5 years ago. He frowned. Why? Because apparently we've been investigating the wrong beginning. I looked back toward Charles Whitmore's hospital room. The affair had started 7 months ago, Blue Ocean roughly a year ago, Aurelian 3 years ago, but whatever secret Charles was talking about went back 5 years. To the moment Ariane should have died. And suddenly I understood something that made the betrayal at the IPO party feel almost small. Daniela had not started keeping secrets from me when Robert returned. She had been keeping them for years. I did not go home after leaving the hospital. Caleb and I returned to Ariane at 10:17 p.m. The building was almost empty, but the 48th floor was still lit. Outside my office, Emma had left coffee. 2 sandwiches. And a note telling me that if I ignored dinner again, she would start billing me for nutritional supervision. I ignored the sandwiches. Caleb noticed. Eat. No, Simon. I'm not hungry. You haven't been hungry for a week. Then I'm consistent. He dropped a stack of archived financing documents onto my desk. 5 years ago. Emergency Series C bridge round. I stared at them. 5 years. The worst year of Ariane's life. We had burned through cash after 2 failed acquisitions. One major client had delayed payment. A lender withdrew a credit line. Payroll had been 10 days away. We needed 65 million. No bank would touch US. No major fund wanted the risk. Then almost overnight, a private investment vehicle called North Crown Partners had appeared. They invested 72 million. The money saved us. Daniela told me she had found them through an old university contact. I never questioned it. Why would I? I trusted her. I opened the first file. North Crown. Caleb nodded. Registered in Delaware. Managed through a Boston private equity administrator. Beneficial owners. That's where it gets interesting. I looked up. Don't tell me Whitmore. Not directly. Then who? 3 layered vehicles. One connected to a Whitmore family trust. My jaw tightened. How much? 26 million. Of the 72. Yes. Rest. Another 20 million came through Aurelian's predecessor. I froze. Aurelian existed 5 years ago. Not under that name. He turned the screen toward me. Hayes Family Investment Trustee stared. Daniela. Controlled by her. If that's impossible. No, she didn't have $20 million. Apparently she did. I stood. From her father. Partly. How? Property holdings. Private investments. Some money came from assets she inherited before his death, but he died after the financing round. Yes. Then he participated. Looks that way. My mind raced. Daniela had told me her father hated Arion. Said it was too risky. Said entrepreneurship was for people who could afford to fail. Yet his money had saved us. Why hide it? Caleb tapped another document. Because North Crown's third funding source explains that. I looked down. Whitmore Capital Preservation Trust, 26M. Robert's family. I leaned back. Jesus.it. Gets worse. Of course it does. The investment wasn't passive. What did they get? Convertible preferred shares. I know. Plus a private side agreement. I stared at him. What side agreement? Future right of first negotiation on certain industrial technologies. Those rights weren't in the board packet. To know anything else. A personal guarantee. From who? Caleb hesitated. Daniela. I laughed once. Not because it was funny, because I no longer knew how else to react. She guaranteed Whitmore's downside. Yes. With what? Her? Founder shares. My expression hardened. How much? Up to 6% of Arion. I stopped breathing. 0.6%. It current value, even after the stock declined. Hundreds of millions. She risked founder equity without telling me. Yes. Did the guarantee expire? 0.3 years. So no current exposure. No, I looked at the documents. Then why would Charles bring it up now? Because it proves Daniela had financial ties to the Whitmores long before Robert came back. No, I shook my head. That alone isn't enough. Caleb. Waited. I looked again. She hated them. Maybe not all of them. Robert. Could be. I grabbed my phone. Don't. Caleb said. I stared at him. What? Not tonight. Why? Because you're angry. I've been angry for 6 days. This is different. How? This secret changes your memory of the moment Arion survived. He leaned against the desk. You're about to call her and demand. She explained 5 years of history in one sentence. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And you won't believe the first answer. Probably not. So wait until morning. I almost told him to get out. Then the office phone rang. Emma's extension. At this hour. I answered. Yes. Her voice was tense. Mr. Cool. Robert Whitmore is downstairs. Caleb closed his eyes. Of course he is. I asked. Why? He says he has to see you. Tell him no. He says if you refuse he'll wait outside until the press arrives. I almost smiled. Robert still thought cameras were leverage. Bring him up. Caleb looked at me. Bad idea. Probably. 10 minutes later. Robert entered. No expensive composure this time. His shirt collar was open. His face was exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a man who had spent 6 days watching every assumption he had about his life collapsed. He saw Caleb. Private. No, I said. I need to talk to you alone. You don't need anything from me. His jaw tightened. This is about Daniela. Then definitely not private. Simon. Sit. He didn't. I leaned back. Your father sold Arion the patents. His face twisted. You stole them. I bought them. A fire sale price you created. Your company created the fire. You froze the acquisition because it was conflicted. You leaked our debt. No, you turned lenders against us. No, you turned Daniela against me. That one almost made me laugh. She found white clouds. Because of you. She found the lies. Because you put them in front of her. I stood. Do you hear yourself? Robert's chest rose and fell. You were never supposed to do this. That sentence interested me. What? He froze. I stepped closer. Say it again. He looked away. You were supposed to be reasonable. Reasonable. Daniela said. He stopped. There it was. I felt something cold move through me. What did Daniela say? Nothing. No, I moved closer. You came here. Finish it. Robert laughed bitterly. She said you'd be angry. My jaw tightened. She said you'd disappear for a while. Exactly what I had guessed. She said you'd come back. My hands curled. Why? Because you always did. Every word landed like an old wound reopening. Robert continued. Because pain had made him reckless. She told me you loved Arion too much to hurt it. She was right. She told me you loved her too much to leave. Silence. That one stayed between us. Robert saw my expression and smiled. She knew you. No, I shook my head. She knew the man I used to be. He laughed. You think this makes you powerful? No, you lost her. Yes. That answer surprised him. I continued. I lost completely. He stared. When it comes to love. You won. His expression shifted. Maybe he expected denial. I gave him none. She chose you. I stepped closer. She put your ring on her finger in front of everyone. Robert swallowed. And then you destroyed everything. No, I looked him directly in the eyes. You did. Bullshit. Did I make your family overborrow? No, did. I make you hide white clouds? No answer. Did I make you try to access Arion audit records? Silence. Did I make you offer East City cooperation you didn't control? His face darkened. No, I nodded. That I only turned on the lights. You pushed. Yes, that I didn't pretend innocence. When I found the truth, that I pushed. Robert stared at me. At least you admit it. That I do. You wanted revenge. At first. And now that I glanced toward the patent documents. Now I want Arion clean. That he laughed bitterly. Clean. His eyes moved to Caleb. You have spies. Inside your own company. Risk controls. You manipulate directors. That I give them documents. You baited me with fake access. That was fun. Caleb cleared his throat. That I ignored him. Robert's face twisted. You think you're better than me. No, I stepped back. That I think we're different. How? You needed Daniela to give you power. His face hardened. I built mine. You built it with her. Yes, that I nodded. And unlike you. I never pretended otherwise. Robert stared at me. Then he said quietly, she still loves you. The words hit harder. Then I wanted. I said nothing. She told me. When? Last night. My eyes narrowed. She answered. Yes. What did she say? That she couldn't marry me because every time she looked at me, she kept comparing me to you. My chest tightened. Robert smiled bitterly. Happy now. No, you should be. I'm not. She said I made her feel secure. He laughed. You made her feel understood. I looked away. She told me marrying me was the logical choice. Sounds like her. And loving you was the irrational one. Something in my chest twisted. Robert watched me. Congratulations. His voice was poison. You get to be the great love of her life. I looked at him. And neither of us gets her. His smile vanished. She doesn't get to decide that anymore. Robert frowned. What if I'm not waiting? You think you can just turn it off? No, I thought of the ring. The messages. The board. 0.5 years of hidden financing. But I can stop building my life around it. Robert stared at me. Then his eyes dropped to the papers. He saw North Crown. The Whitmore Trust. His face changed. You found it. I noticed. Found what? He said nothing. I picked up the file. 0.5 years ago. Robert's jaw tightened. Daniela knew your family helped save Arion. Yes. Did you later? When? 0.3 years ago. Did you use it against her? No. Why? He smiled without humor. Because at the time I thought it meant she still loved me. I froze. There it was. The missing piece. What? Robert sat down. For the first time that night, all the fight drained from him. My father didn't invest because of Arion. I waited. He invested. Because Daniela asked. I know. No. Robert looked up. She asked because of me. The room went still. Caleb stopped typing. Robert continued. 0.5 years ago. My expression hardened. When? Twice. Where? Boston. The same city. Of course. She never told me. I know. What happened? Nothing romantic. I laughed coldly. You understand why that statement means nothing to me now. It's true. He rubbed his face. She came to ask my family for money. For Arion. Yes. Why you? Because no one else would invest. And my father agreed. Only if she personally guaranteed part of the downside. With her shares. Yes. Why hide it from me? Robert looked at me. Because you would have refused. He was right. At the time I would have rather lost Arion than Whitmore. Daniela knew that. Yes. I stared at the old agreements. For 5 years I had believed we survived because she found an anonymous investor. Instead, she had walked back to the family that once humiliated her, swallowed her pride, risked her shares, and saved the company without telling me. That secret was different from the others. Still wrong. Still hidden. But different. It wasn't self-serving. It was sacrifice. That hurt in another way. Because it reminded me that the woman who betrayed me had also once loved me enough to risk everything. Robert stood. I came here because my father told me you found the financing. Why do you care? Because if you confront her. Don't twist that too. I stared. He laughed bitterly. Believe it or not. Simon. Not every secret she kept was meant to hurt you. Then he walked toward the door. Robert. He stopped. What? Black file. His shoulders stiffened. Who told you? He looked back. My father heard the name years ago from someone inside Arion. Who? I don't know. Lie again. And I'll what? He laughed. Destroy me twice. Then his expression changed. Maybe ask Caleb why your secret system wasn't as secret as you thought. Caleb's face didn't move. Robert left. The door shut. I looked at Caleb. He raised both hands. Don't. Explain. I don't know who leaked the name. You said. Absolute confidentiality. I said isolated contact chains. Who knew point 0.5 people besides us? Names. I'll give them to you. Tonight. Yes. I looked at North Crown again. Then I called Daniela. She answered on the first ring. Simon. Point 0.5 years ago. Silence. That told me everything. North Crown. Her breathing stopped. You know? Yes. How much? Enough. I stood by the window. Why didn't you tell me? For several seconds, she said nothing. Then, because you would have said no, probably. You would have let Ariane die before owing the Whitmore's. Yes. I couldn't let that happen. So you risked your shares. Yes. Met Robert? Yes. Twice. Yes. Did anything happen? No. The answer was immediate. I believed her. That surprised me. Why didn't you tell me after? Because we survived. That isn't a reason. I was afraid of me. Of what it would do to us. I laughed weakly. Everything was always about avoiding the reaction. I know. Don't say that. She went quiet. I asked. Did you love him? Then. No. Did he love you? I don't know. Did you still have feelings? She hesitated. Some. There it was. Thank you. For what? For not lying. Her voice cracked. Simon. What did I loved you more? I closed my eyes. 0.5 years ago, that sentence might have fixed anything. Now it only hurt. I know. You do. Yes. Because I finally understood the most tragic part. She had loved me. Maybe more than anyone. But she had also spent years believing love and strategy could occupy separate rooms. That she could hide one thing to protect me. Another to protect Ariane. Another to protect herself. Another to help Robert. Until eventually there were so many locked rooms between us that we no longer lived in the same relationship. I have to go. Wait. What? The board vote. Tomorrow. I had almost forgotten. The preliminary audit report was due at 9. What about it? Are you going to remove me? I looked toward the city. I don't know yet. She exhaled. Okay. No plea. No argument. Just okay. I ended the call. Caleb said. That went better than expected. I looked at him. Find the black file leak. Already working. And prepare the patent acquisition materials. Board vote at 8. Yes. Daniela's vote at 9. Yes. He studied me. Big morning. I sat down. No. I looked at Ariane's glowing logo across the city. Final morning. Because tomorrow. One way or another, the company Daniela and I had built together would stop belonging to the two of us. At T7.45 the next morning, the board approved Ariane's purchase of the Whitmore patent package. 10 votes in favor. 1 abstention. Daniela did not attend. She had formally recused herself from any decision involving Whitmore. The transaction price was $250 million by 8.31. Definitive agreements had been signed. At 8.47. Whitmore's largest lenders received notice. At 8.53. White Cloud's Capital withdrew its competing interest. At 8.58. Ariane issued a short statement announcing the acquisition of a strategic portfolio of industrial and computational patents. The market liked it. Our stock climbed 6% in pre-market trading. For exactly 2 minutes, Ariane looked like a normal company again. Then the doors closed for Daniela's hearing. She entered at 9:02. Alone. No ringed. No legal entourage. No Robert. A black folder rested in her hands. She sat across from me. The same place she had sat during the previous board meeting. This time, No one spoke to her casually. No jokes. No congratulations. No familiarity. The distance was already there. Helen stood. The independent review has produced preliminary findings. A screen came alive. I had already read them at 6 that morning. None of it surprised me. That didn't make it easier. Helen began. Finding 1. Blue Ocean-related transactions exceeded the initially disclosed strategic allocation by approximately $147 million. Marcus leaned back. Daniela remained still. Finding 2. Several transactions were structured through subsidiary authority in ways that avoided full board review. Nathan asked. Intentionally. Helen chose her words carefully. The available communications indicate senior management was aware that using subsidiary-level approvals would reduce board involvement. Everyone looked at Daniela. She nodded once. No denial. Finding 3. Ariane-linked funds entered investment structures in which parties associated with Whitmore family interests also participated. Evelyn looked down. Finding 4. Ms. Hayes maintained a personal investment through Aurelian Holdings in certain overlapping structures. Marcus muttered. There it is. Helen continued. Finding 5. Aurelian held Whitmore-related debt during the period when Ariane was evaluating a transaction that could materially improve Whitmore liquidity. Daniela closed her eyes. Finding 6. The review has not found evidence that Ms. Hayes directly stole company funds, falsified accounting records for personal withdrawals, or personally directed Robert Whitmore's attempted access to Arion audit systems. That mattered that I saw some tension leave Daniela's shoulders. Not much, however. Helen continued, the combined pattern presents severe conflict of interest, a disclosure. And governance concerns. There it was. Not theft, not a cartoon villain. Something more believable, and in some ways worse. Daniela had repeatedly convinced herself that because her intentions were not corrupt, the rules around her could become flexible. Marcus spoke first. This is enough. No one asked what he meant. He looked directly at Daniela. You should resign. She met his eyes. Probably. The word surprised everyone. Marcus frowned. That's your response. What would you prefer? An explanation that you've heard them, but I know. We've heard facts. He leaned forward. I want to know how the smartest CEO I've ever worked with convinced herself this was acceptable. Daniela looked around the table, then at me. Finally, she spoke. Because it worked. The room became still. She gave a sad laugh. That's the truth. She placed her hands on the table. Every time I bypassed a slow process, the company moved faster. One interrupted. Every time I took a risk Simon hated, that some of them paid off. She looked at me. Not all. I said nothing. But enough. Her eyes moved back to the board. And success made me arrogant. Marcus listened. That I started believing outcomes proved judgment. Her voice remained steady. If a deal made money, that I told myself the process didn't matter. She glanced at Helen. If a conflict seemed manageable, that I told myself disclosure could wait. Then at Evelyn, if I knew my intention wasn't to steal, that I told myself the structure couldn't be truly wrong. Finally, she looked at me again, and personally her voice changed, softer. That I did the same thing. That I knew where she was going. That I thought because I loved Simon, that the way I heard him would somehow be less serious. My chest tightened. No one moved. I thought 10 years gave me a kind of permanent credit with him. She smiled painfully. That I could spend trust and refill it later. That I looked down. Marcus said nothing now. Daniela continued. That I was wrong. That simpled. Defense. Market conditions. That strategy. She sat straighter. That I accept the findings. Helen asked. All of them. Yes. Do you dispute any factual conclusion? Not at this stage. That changed the room. Nathan removed his glasses. Evelyn looked almost sad. Marcus was still angry, but less eager. The easy version of the meeting would have been Daniela fighting, calling me vindictive, blaming Robert, blaming the market. She did none of it. That made the decision harder. Helen Saturday. Marcus immediately proposed. Daniela Hayes should be removed as chief executive officer effective immediately. Silence. Nathan seconded. The motion was formaled. Going back. Helen looked toward me. As chairman. I controlled the order. Discussion. Marcus started. She hid major conflicts. Evelyn said. Agreed. She bypassed the board. Yes. She exposed Arion to reputational damage. Yes. She almost pushed through a conflicted acquisition. Nathan nodded. All true. Evelyn looked at Daniela, but the review did not find theft. Marcus frowned. That's a low bar. I didn't say it wasn't. She turned to me. The company also just stabilized the Whitmore exposure. The underlying governance problem remains, Marcus said. Yes. Nathan asked the question everyone had avoided. Can shareholders trust her? One answered. Daniela looked down. I knew my vote before I entered the room. At least that I thought I did. Remove her. Clean break. Take Arion back. Finish it. That was what the angry version of me had wanted on IPO night. But sitting there now, revenge felt cheap. This wasn't about what I wanted her to feel. It was about whether she should still run a public company. Those were different questions that I looked at. Helen, if removed, who becomes acting CEO? Current plan would designate you. Daniela looked up. Of course. The board had discussed it without her. Chairman and acting CEO. Full operational control. Everything she once feared. Marcus said. Simon already has investor confidence. Nathan nodded. Continuity matters. Daniela gave a quiet laugh. Everyone looked at her. What? She shook her head. Nothing. I knew what she found ironic. She had spent months trying to reduce my control. Now her mistakes could hand me all of it. Helen said that we should vote. Before she could, Daniela spoke. Wait. Everyone looked at her. She opened the black folder. Inside was a single document. She slid it toward Helen. What is this? Marcus asked. My resignation. The room went still. I stared at her. Helen opened it. Effective. Immediately. Marcus frowned at your resigning before the vote. Yes. Why? Because the board shouldn't have to choose between accountability and market spectacle. She looked toward me. And because I know the vote. I held her gaze. Did she? Maybe, Evelyn asked. Are you resigning from the board as well? No, interesting. I'm resigning as CEO. Marcus leaned back. Keeping your shares? Yes. Board seat. For now. Helen asked. Will you cooperate fully with continued investigation? Yes. Accept restrictions? Yes. Make no public statements without legal coordination? Yes. Marcus stared at her. That's it. Daniela looked at him. What else do you want? After 10 years that you just walk? She smiled sadly. I don't think anyone here would describe what's happening as walking away. Then she signed. The sound of the pen against paper was almost nothing. Yet somehow it felt louder than the IPO bell. 10 years. A basement. 1 employee. 1 contract. 1 office. 100 employees. 1,000 billions in value. And now Daniela Hayes was signing away the title she had spent half her life building toward. Helen accepted the document. Effective immediately. N01 applauded. N01 celebrated. Marcus looked toward me. Then we need an acting CEO. Nathan said. Simon. Evelyn nodded. Marcus 2.1 by 1. The others agreed. I felt no triumph. That irritated me. I had imagined this moment. After IPO night. I imagined her losing the office, the title, the authority. I imagined standing over the ruins feeling powerful. Instead, all I saw was the woman who had once slept beside me on a basement floor because we couldn't afford a cab home. Helen asked Simon, "Do you accept appointment as acting chief executive officer?" I looked at Daniela. She looked back at no angered, no resentment. Just exhaustion. I accept. The vote passed unanimously. And just like that, I controlled Arion. Chairman, largest voting shareholder, acting CEO, every major decision now ended with me. The thing Daniela once tried to prevent had happened because of her own choices. The meeting adjourned. Everyone slowly left. Marcus shook my hand. Stabilize the company. I will. Evelyn stopped beside Daniela. I'm sorry. Daniela smiled faintly. Don't be. Nathan left without speaking. Helen took the resignation documents. Then the door closed. Only Daniela and I remained. The original story had reached this moment in my mind 1,000 times. I expected rage. Maybe she would accuse me. Maybe tell me I had won. Maybe break something. Instead, she sat quietly. Then she looked around the boardroom. Do you remember our first table? I frowned. What? The folding table. Of course I remembered. $20, $25. You overpaid. She smiled. For a moment we were back there. Then reality returned. She said, Simon. Yes, you won. I hated the words instantly. I didn't. You have Arion. I already had Arion. No, she shook her head. You had half of it. That isn't what I mean. I know. She looked toward the empty CEO chair. You have control. I stood. I never wanted to compete with you. She laughed quietly. That's what makes this worse. What did I did? The honesty surprised me. Not at first. She folded her arms. But somewhere along the way, I started measuring everything against me. Yes. Why? Because everyone respected you without asking you to prove it. I frowned. That's not true. It felt true. She continued. You were the calm one. The capital guy. The chairman. The person investors trusted. Her eyes reddened. I was always the girl from nothing who had to enter every room and prove she belonged. And Robert fixed that. I thought his name would. There it was. The core of the disaster. Not love alone. Not greed. Inferiority. Pride. Old humiliation. She smiled bitterly. I wanted to walk into those rooms with a Whitmore beside me and never wonder again whether anyone thought I was good enough. And now Whitmore is selling you patents from a hospital bed. I almost laughed. She did. For the first time in days. Both of us laughed at the same thing. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then stopped. She looked at me. I destroyed us for a door that was already open. My chest tightened. Yes? She wiped a tear. I know. This time I didn't tell her to stop saying it. I walked toward the windows. You didn't destroy everything. No, Arion survives. That isn't what I meant. I know. She stood behind me. What happens now? With you, yes. You cooperate with the audit. I meant us. Of course. I looked at our reflections in the glass. 2 people standing 6 feet apart. A distance that felt larger than 10 years. There is no us. Her eyes closed. Even now that saying it hurt. She whispered. Never that I didn't answer immediately, because never was a big word. And part of me still loved her, but love was no longer enough. Maybe that was the only thing I had truly learned, that I don't know who you are to me anymore. She opened her eyes. That's worse than no. Yes, she nodded. Fair that I almost smiled at that word. This time it finally sounded appropriate. She walked toward the door. Daniela. She stopped. North Crown. Her face changed. I continued. Thank you. Tears filled her eyes instantly. For saving Arion 5 years ago. She looked down. I should have told you. Yes, but you would have stopped me. Yes, that I'd do it again. I believed her. That's the problem. She laughed through tears. I know. She opened the door. Before leaving, she looked back. Take care of it. Arion. Yes, that I nodded. I will. And Simon. What? Take care of yourself too. Then she left. I stood in the empty boardroom. For 10 years, every victory had been ours. Now this one belonged only to me. And it didn't feel like a victory. The market reacted quickly. At 11 o'clock a.m., Arion announced Daniela's resignation and my appointment as acting CEO. The stock initially dropped 8%. By midday, IT recovered half. Analysts praised the decisive governance response. I hated the phrase AT 2.30. The Whitmore patent acquisition closed. IT 4.00 at Arion shares ended the day nearly flat. A week of chaos had erased billions in value. But the company was standing. Whitmore wasn't. By the end of the day, two major creditors initiated restructuring proceedings. Robert's press conference disappeared from the news cycle. His name stopped carrying prestige. Now it meant debt. Failed financing. Conflicts. At 8.17 that night, I finally returned to Riverside. I poured whiskey. Again. This time I drank it. One glass. Nothing more. 89.03 the doorbell rang. I checked the camera. Robert. I almost ignored him. Then remembered his final words about Blackfile. I opened the door. He looked destroyed. What? He stared at me. You really took everything. No. My company. Your father sold patents. Daniela. She left you. Arion. You never owned it. His face twisted. I hate you. I know that you even cared. And no, that seemed to hurt him more than anger would have. He stepped closer. Mason isn't here. I noticed. Planning something stupid. No, he laughed bitterly. I came to tell you one thing. What? Caleb's network has a leak. I stared at him. Who? I don't know the name. Then you have nothing. I have a position. What position? He smiled faintly. Someone in your risk control structure reports to a board director. Which director? I don't know. Robert. My father knew. Then ask him. He won't tell me. Convenient. He said if you were smart you'd figure it out before the next vote. I stared at him. What next vote? Robert smiled. The one where they decide whether acting CEO becomes permanent. Then he turned. I grabbed his arm. Who is moving against me? He looked down at my hand. Then into my eyes. Maybe Daniela wasn't the only person who thought you had too much control. I let go. He walked away. The elevator doors closed behind him. I stood there. Then called Caleb. He answered. Found the leak. Not yet. Move faster. Wide I looked out toward Arion's headquarters. Daniela was gone as CEO. Robert was collapsing. I controlled the company. But the story wasn't over. Not even close. Because someone else has been waiting for us to destroy each other. At 6.11 the next morning. Caleb was already sitting in my office. That was never a good sign. He had 3 laptops open. 2 phones beside his coffee. And the expression of a man who had spent the entire night discovering things he wished did not exist. I walked in. Closed the door. And dropped my jacket over the back of a chair. Tell me you found him. I found something better. Better for whom? Not us. I stopped. Caleb turned one of the laptops toward me. The screen showed a list of access records from Blackfile. Blackfile had never been a single server or database. That would have been stupid. It was a network of controls I had designed 3 years ago after Arion nearly lost $300 million to a fraudulent acquisition target. It linked external counsel. Forensic accountants. Cybersecurity contractors, independent auditors. And a handful of internal executives with enough authority to preserve records if senior leadership became compromised. IT was never supposed to give me secret power. IT was supposed to make sure no single executive, including me, could destroy evidence. 5 people besides Caleb and me knew the full architecture. Now one of them had apparently been talking. Who? I asked. Caleb pointed at the screen. Before we get there, you need to understand the pattern. I understand leaks. No, he shook his head. You understand betrayal. This is different. Caleb, humor me. I leaned against the desk. Find that he enlarged a timeline point 3 years ago. Blackfile was activated for the first time during the Vantage acquisition review. I remember point 2 years ago, someone accessed its emergency contact structure. Why? Official reason was compliance testing. Who? Internal audit. Normal. Except the request originated from the board's risk committee. I frowned. Marcus.no. Evelyn. I stared at him. Evelyn Shaw, former investment banker. One of Arion's earliest independent directors. Analytical. And almost aggressively reasonable. During every fight between Daniela and me, Evelyn had positioned herself in the middle. She was also the director who had seemed most reluctant to remove Daniela. Evelyn knew about Blackfile. She knew a continuity system existed. Not the name. Correct. Then Robert knowing the name still doesn't connect to her. Wait. Caleb changed screens. 18. Months ago, one of our external forensic contractors received a request for a summary of Chairman Emergency Powers from Risk Committee Council. Again, Evelyn. Yes. Was it authorized? Technically. Why didn't I know? Because the request did not involve your personal data and didn't trigger notification. I stared at him. Who designed that rule? You'd of course. I walked to the coffee machine. Continue. 11 months ago. Blue Ocean launches. Yes. 10 months ago. Evelyn begins asking legal about the thresholds for related party transactions. I turned. That could be normal. It could. 9 months. She requests a review of founder voting rights. My hand stopped over the coffee cup. Mine, yours, and Daniela's. Reason, public company readiness. Again. Legitimate. That was what made it dangerous. Caleb continued. 6 months ago. Someone outside the company began receiving non-public summaries of internal governance discussions. How do you know? Because I found fragments in White Cloud's internal materials. I looked at him. How did you get White Cloud's materials? Public litigation exhibits. Lender packets, industry contacts. And a former employee who hates them. Legal. Yes. Mostly. He gave me a look. Legal. Good. He brought up a memo. The wording caught my attention immediately. Founder concentration remains the primary obstacle to long-term strategic flexibility. I had heard almost the exact phrase before. Daniela. During the governance fight. I looked at Caleb. Who wrote this? White Cloud's internal strategy team. Source. Confidential board. Level conversations at Arion.my jaw tightened. Daniela. Possible. Robert. Possible. Evelyn. Possible. That's not useful. I'm not finished. He switched screens again. This time there was an email header. Sender redacted. Recipient. A White Cloud's managing partner. Subject. Post-IPO window. The body contained only 3 lines. Founder conflict is likely after listing if the CEO pushes governance reform too aggressively. Chairman response will create the opening to do not move before the relationship fracture becomes public. I read it twice. Then a third time. My coffee went untouched. Date. 3 weeks before the IPO. Before Daniela announced her engagement. Before I froze anything. Before the board crisis. Someone knew. Not necessarily about Robert, but someone expected conflict. Someone was waiting for it. Who sent this? Private relay. Trace it. I did. And originated through an advisory network used by multiple board members. Multiple. 3 names. Evelyn Shaw. Marcus Hale. Nathan Cole. I laughed without humor. Half the board. Welcome to governance. Which one? I can narrow it further. Then do it. Caleb's expression became serious. Simon, before I show you to understand something. What? This person may not believe they're betraying Arion, but that's comforting. I'm serious. Am I? They may believe they're saving it from you. I stared at him. Show me. He opened a PDF. Board Risk Committee Memorandum. 8 months old. Prepared by outside counsel. At the bottom. Requested by Evelyn Shaw, Chair. Risk and Governance Subcommittee. I scanned the recommendations. Founder voting dilution. Separation of Chairman and Capital Approval Authority. Emergency succession planning. Independent CEO search after IPO.myi stopped. Independent CEO search. Yes. Daniela was CEO. Yes. Why search? Contingency. For what? Scenario. CEO Chairman conflict. I looked at him. Scenario B. CEO conflict of interest event. My chest tightened. 8 months ago. Yes. Before the engagement announcement. Before Blue Ocean became visible. Before Robert's public involvement. How did Evelyn know? That's what I've been asking all night. Did she know about Robert? Maybe. Did she know about Blue Ocean? She sat on risk. She could have seen pieces. Then why didn't she tell the board? Caleb leaned back. Because maybe she wanted the crisis. I stared. He continued. Think about the sequence. I didn't want to. I did anyway. Daniela wanted more authority. Robert needed Arion money. White Clouds wanted Arion assets. The board feared founder concentration. I controlled 34.8%. Daniela controlled nearly 18. Together, we were untouchable, separated, vulnerable. If Daniela and I fought publicly, the board could weaken both of us. If she fell because of conflicts, her influence disappeared. If I retaliated too aggressively, I could be painted as unstable. Then the board could bring in an independent CEO, reduce founder power, maybe eventually dilute my blocking rights. Someone didn't need to create the affair. I said. Caleb nodded. They only needed to know about it and let it explode at the right moment. Yes, the IPO party. Perfect timing. I felt sick, not because Daniela's betrayal became less real. It didn't. She had chosen Robert. She had hidden transactions. She had tried to change governance. But someone else may have been standing behind the entire disaster, waiting for us to tear each other apart. Evelyn. Caleb hesitated. Highest probability. How high? 70%. That's not enough. No. Marcus. 20. Nathan. 10. Based on access. Timing. Communications. Incentives. I paste. What incentive does Evelyn have? Board control. Not enough. Maybe money. I stopped. Caleb brought up another chart. White Clouds has been building an economic position around Arion. Shares. Some. How much? Under disclosure thresholds through separate funds. Options. Yes. Debt. Convertible exposure through counterparties. My expression hardened. They're betting on volatility. Exactly. Evelyn connected. Her brother is. I went still. What? Daniel Shaw. I knew the name. Not well. He ran a private advisory firm. Connection to White Clouds. Consulting agreement. How much? 4.2 million over 2 years. 4. Strategic advisory. Disclosed. Not to. Arion. Required. Potentially. Depending on scope. What scope? Caleb turned the screen. The contract described technology sector governance strategy to activist positioning. And acquisition advisory. I stared at him. Evelyn's brother is paid by the firm that wants our assets. Yes. And she never disclosed it. Not in any board filing I can find. I smiled. Caleb didn't. That expression worries me. Call Helen. Already did. External counsel. Waiting. Marcus. Not yet. Good. I walked toward the window. Do not confront Evelyn. I wasn't planning to. Do not restrict her access. Why? Because I want her comfortable. Caleb sighed. There he is again. Who? The man who let Robert type delete audit history because he wanted more evidence. That work. IT did. Then stop complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm documenting a personality shift. I ignored him. What's the next board vote? Permanent CEO appointment. When. 48 hours. Candidates. You. Who else? Board can nominate. Evelyn will. Probably. Who? Caleb gave me another file. I opened it. The name made me laugh. Andrew Mercer, former CEO of Helix Systems. Current operating partner at White Clouds Capital. You've got to be kidding. No, she's going to propose a White Clouds man as Arion CEO. Officially, he left White Clouds' investment committee 6 months ago. Convenient. Very. Isat.so. This is the end game. Looks like it. Remove Daniela. Done. Paint me as emotionally compromised. Robert tried. Use the stock collapse to argue we need independent leadership. Yes. Install Mercer. Likely. And then, Caleb shrugged. Reduce founder controls. Restructure assets. Maybe sell divisions. East City. Possibly. Patents. Possibly. Arion itself. Eventually, he didn't need to finish. I picked up my phone. Call Marcus. You said not yet. I changed my mind. Why him? Because if he's involved. I want to see his reaction. Caleb smiled slightly. Now you're learning. Marcus arrived at 7:03. He looked furious about being summoned. This better be important. I handed him the White Clouds memo. He read it. His irritation disappeared. Where did you get this? Does it matter? Yes. No. He looked at me. Simon. Read. He did. His face hardened at the line about founder conflict. Then I gave him Daniel Shaw's consulting agreement. Marcus stopped at Evelyn's brother. Yes. You verified this. Yes. Does Evelyn know? I assume she knows who her brother works for. That isn't what I meant. Then ask her. Marcus stared. I watched carefully. No obvious feared. No defensive shift. Mostly anger. Good. What do you think is happening? He asked. Someone predicted Daniela and I would fracture before the IPO. That wasn't difficult, that I frowned. Marcus sighed. Come on, Simon. What? You two had been fighting for months. About business. You stopped attending events together. We were busy. She complained about your approval structure. You to TO half the board. I felt another sting. Of course she had. Marcus continued. And you complained she was moving too fast. That doesn't mean anyone knew about Robert. No, but they didn't need Robert. Exactly what Caleb had said. Marcus Saturday, someone only needed a spark. I watched him. You. His head snapped up. Excuse me. Did you share board information with White Clouds? Fuck you. Answered. And no, did you know Daniel Shaw worked for them? No, did you know Evelyn commissioned a founder control review? Yes, that caught me. You knew. She mentioned succession planning. Did she tell you about an independent CEO search? No, I believed him. Mostly. Who else knew? Nathan. Probably. Daniela. Maybe. I stood. Do not speak to Evelyn. Marcus laughed. You summoned me at 7 in the morning. Accuse me of leaking. Then give me orders. Yes. He stared at me. Then surprisingly nodded. Fine. Why? Because if this is real, I want the same thing you do. What a TO find out whether someone used my investment as ammunition in a founder war. I nodded. The door. Marcus stopped. One warning. What I don't assume Evelyn is doing this for money. Why does she's always believed Ariane has too much founder control? That makes it better to know that IT makes her more dangerous. That he left. At 8.20. I received a message from Daniela. Can we talk? I stared at it. For 6 days. Every conversation with her had opened another wound. I typed. About. Her replied. Evelyn. My heartbeat changed. I called immediately. She answered. What do you know? No greeting. She almost laughed. Good morning to you too. Daniela. I found something in my old messages. What? 8 months ago, Evelyn asked me whether I was happy with Ariane's governance. And I told her no. Keep going. She encouraged me to propose changes after IPO. I closed my eyes. Did she know about Robert? Silence. Daniela. Yes. The word landed hard. When? Not everything. When? About 6 months ago. You told her that I needed advice. I laughed. Of course. You needed advice about cheating on me. It wasn't. She stopped. A good least she no longer tried to rename it. I told her Robert was back and that you had feelings for him. Yes, and she told me not to make any emotional decisions before the IPO. I stared at the wall. What else? She asked whether Robert could be useful. Strategically. My expression hardened. She suggested bringing him into Ariane. Not directly. What did she say? That if he had European connections, I should separate personal history from business opportunity. That I almost admired it. Subtle. Reasonable. No instruction. Just permission. Permission for Daniela to tell herself what she already wanted to believe. Did Evelyn encourage the CSO role? Yes. There it was. Did she encourage governance reform? Yes. Did she tell you I'd fight? Yes. How? She said founder chairman. Rarely surrender control voluntarily. I laughed without humor. And what did she recommend? Daniela hesitated. Build board support first. I closed my eyes. The pieces clicked together. Daniela thought she was building a coalition. Evelyn was helping. Robert thought Daniela could control me. White Clouds waited. And I had walked straight into the role they expected. Furious founder. Capital freeze. Public confrontation. Board crisis. Stock collapse. They had predicted me almost perfectly. Except for one thing. I had found the money. Simon. Yes, there's more. Of course. After IPO night. Evelyn called me. When? The morning after. What did she say? That your reaction proved governance reform was urgent. My jaw tightened. Did she tell you to challenge me? Yes. Did she suggest the emergency board meeting? A long pause. Yes. There it was. I sat down. She pushed you toward me. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? I thought she was helping me. I almost laughed. So did Robert. Silence. Then Daniela whispered. I'm sorry. Not now. What are you going to do? Nothing. What? Nothing. Simon. If Evelyn thinks her plan is working. I want her to keep moving. Daniela went quiet. Then you're going to let her nominate Mercer. I smiled. You know, she mentioned him months ago. Of course she did. She said if we ever needed independent leadership, he'd be ideal. I leaned back. Will you help me? The question surprised both of us. Daniela didn't answer immediately. Finally, what do you need? Everything Evelyn sent you. Yes. Every governance discussion. Yes. Every conversation about Robert. A pause. Yes. No deleting embarrassing parts. I won't. No protecting yourself. I won't. No protecting me. She almost laughed that I think we're past that. Yes. Anything else that I looked at the city? Come to the board meeting tomorrow. Why that you're still a director? Simon that half the board doesn't want me in the building that I do. Silence. That sentence sounded more personal than I intended that I corrected it. For the vote that I know what you meant. Her voice softened that I'll be there. We ended the call. Caleb was standing in the doorway. How much did you hear? Enough. Stop doing that. Close the door next time that I looked at him. Thought we have Evelyn. Not yet. Thought we have motive. Not proof of leak. Daniela has messages. Useful that we need white clouds that I'm working on it. Faster. Caleb sighed. You say that as if I've been watching Netflix all night. At 11:47. Helen called that we have a problem. What? Evelyn formally requested tomorrow's CEO vote be expanded. To what? Governance restructuring. I smiled. Perfect. Helen was silent. Simon, as she wants to. Reduce chairman unilateral capital authority. How much? Almost completely. And founder blocking rights. She wants a special committee to review them. There it was. The full move. Put it on the agenda. Helen sounded surprised. You want that? Yes. Why? Because I want her to explain it in front of everyone. Simon, what are you treating this like a trap? It is. For whom? I looked at Evelyn's photograph on the board website. For the person who built it. The next morning, Evelyn arrived smiling. That was the first sign. She thought she had already won. Andrew Mercer arrived with her. That was the second. Daniela entered last. The room changed when she appeared. Several directors looked uncomfortable. Marcus simply nodded that I didn't look at her for long. 89. Helen called the meeting to order. Evelyn spoke first. Ariane needs stability. I almost smiled. Everyone used that word when they wanted power, she continued. The events of the past week have exposed structural weaknesses that existed long before the IPO. Agreed. I said. She looked surprised. Only slightly. Founder concentration. Agreed. More surprise. Insufficient independent oversight. Possibly. Blurred lines between personal relationships and corporate authority. I glanced at Daniela. She looked down. Definitely. Evelyn relaxed. She thought I was surrendering. Good. She introduced Mercer. He gave a polished speech about rebuilding investor confidence. Independent leadership. Institutional maturity. Transitioning beyond founder dependency. Every phrase sounded like it had been written by a consultant, maybe Daniel Shaw. When he finished, Evelyn proposed Mercer as permanent CEO. Marcus looked at me. I said nothing. Then Evelyn presented governance reforms. Chairman capital authority reduced. Executive committee expanded. Independent board approval for major strategic moves. Review of founder voting rights. Exactly as expected. When she finished, Helen asked. Discussion. I raised my hand. Just one question. Evelyn smiled. Of course. I looked at Mercer. When did White Clouds first discuss you becoming Ariane's CEO? His face changed. Barely, but enough that Evelyn's smile disappeared. Mercer said. I don't understand. Yes, that you do. I sent the memo to the screen. Post IPO window. The room became silent. Marcus leaned back. Daniela stared at Evelyn. Nathan frowned. Evelyn said, What is this? I looked at her. That's my question. Her face stayed controlled. Where did you obtain it? Not relevant. It absolutely is. White Clouds anticipated founder conflict before IPO. I changed slides. Your brother received. For $0.2 million from White Clouds over 2 years. The room exploded. Nathan turned toward Evelyn. What? She raised a hand. My brother's business is independent. Did you disclose it? Marcus asked. No requirement existed. Helen spoke. That is not yet established. Evelyn's face hardened. I continued. You commissioned a founder control reviewed A.S. risk committee chair. You encouraged Daniela to challenge my authority. Daniela spoke. Yes. Everyone turned toward her. Evelyn stared. Daniela placed her phone on the table. I've provided the messages to legal. Evelyn's expression finally cracked. You're blaming me for your decisions. No, Daniela's voice was calm. Why decisions are mine. Then she looked directly at Evelyn. But your advice was not neutral. The room became completely still. I leaned back. For the first time since IPO night, Daniela and I were sitting on the same side of a fight. Not as lovers, not as partners. As two founders finally looking in the same direction. Evelyn looked between us, then smiled. You still don't understand. I frowned. What? She looked at me. You think this was about White Clouds? Silence. She leaned back. White Clouds was an option. An option for what? For saving Ariane from both of you. Her eyes moved from me to Daniela. You built a $9 billion company and still treated it like your marriage. We weren't married, I said. That makes it worse. Marcus frowned. Evelyn. No, she looked around the room. Someone needs to say it. She pointed toward Daniela. She moved money around the board because she believed she was smarter than governance. Then toward me. And he built a secret control system because he believed no one could be trusted except him. Black file. Protects evidence. I said. IT also gave you power. IT gave independent professionals power. Chosen by you. I didn't answer. Because that part was true. Evelyn continued. You two built Ariane around your relationship. Her voice sharpened. And when that relationship collapsed, the company lost billions in days. Marcus said, "So you leaked confidential information." I did not say that. Did you? She looked at him. No, I watched carefully. No hesitation. Interesting. Maybe Caleb's 70% was wrong. I asked. Did you? Send White Clouds the post-IPO window memo. No, did Daniel. I don't know. Did you tell him about Daniela and Robert? Her silence lasted 1 second too long. Daniela went pale. You did. Evelyn looked at her. I told my brother Ariane faced potential leadership instability. You told him about Robert. I did not use his name. That isn't an answer. Evelyn's expression hardened. I told him there was a personal conflict involving senior leadership. There. The leak. Maybe not directly to White Clouds. But enough. Her brother worked for them. She knew that. She had to know where it could go. Marcus looked disgusted. You disclosed confidential board-level information to your brother. I discussed governance risk. You gave ammunition to an outside investor. I did not authorize him to use it. I looked at her. Just like Daniela didn't authorize Robert to delete audit records. Evelyn froze. The parallel landed. Daniela looked at me. I continued. Intent doesn't erase consequences. Evelyn's own argument had come back around. Helen spoke. I recommend we suspend this meeting. No, Evelyn said. No, I said at the same time. We looked at each other. I smiled. Finish it. Helen frowned. Simon, we have a CEO vote. Marcus immediately said. Mercer's nomination is dead. Nathan nodded. Agreed. Mercer looked offended. I haven't done anything wrong. Maybe not. I said. But you're not running my company. Evelyn snapped. That sentence is exactly the problem. I looked at her. No, I stood. This is the problem. I pointed toward the screen. Everyone here believed they could manipulate someone else. I looked at Daniela. You thought you could manage me. She nodded slowly. Robert wasn't there. But I spoke anyway. He thought he could manage you. Then Evelyn. You thought you could manage both of us. Finally. Myself. And I thought I could control every risk if I build enough systems. Silenced. We were all wrong. I Saturday. But there's one difference. Evelyn watched me. I'm willing to change the structure. That surprised everyone. Even Caleb. Standing near the wall. I continued. I will give up unilateral capital authority. Marcus stared. Simon. Major capital decisions go to a 5-member committee. Evelyn narrowed her eyes. Independent majority. Yes. Chairman vetoed. No. Daniela stared at me. I continued. Black file oversight moves to external counsel and audit committee. Caleb's eyebrows rose. Founder voting rights remain untouched. Evelyn immediately shook her head. Then nothing changes. Wrong. I looked at her. My shares are mine. A faint smile. Governance authority is negotiable. Ownership is not. Marcus laughed quietly. Evelyn didn't. I looked around the table. And CEO? Nathan asked. Yes. Are you willing to serve? I thought about it. I had accepted acting CEO because Ariane needed stability, but I never wanted Daniela's job. That was her dream. Not mine. I'll serve for 6 months. Marcus frowned. Only 6.6 months. Then, independent search. Evelyn stared at me. You'd actually step down. As CEO. Chairman. No, she almost smiled, still holding on. Yes. I didn't apologize. I built Ariane. 2. Daniela looked at me. There was something in her expression I couldn't name. Pride. Regret. Maybe both. The vote happened. Mercer received 2 votes. I received 9.1 abstention. Evelyn voted against me. No surprise. The governance reforms passed with modifications. My unilateral capital authority ended. Black file oversight changed. Independent directors gained more power. Founder ownership remained untouched. Then Helen raised the final issue. Evelyn. Her disclosure to her brother, the undisclosed. White Cloud's connection. The board voted to suspend her from risk committee duties pending investigation. Point 7 in favor. Point 3 against. Point 2 abstentions. Evelyn gathered her papers. Before leaving, she looked at me. You think you won. I almost laughed. Why did everyone keep saying that? No, you always say that. Because everyone who says I won seems to be losing something. Her expression tightened. She left. The room slowly emptied. Daniela remained. Again, some patterns refused to die. She looked at me. You gave up capital authority. Yes, that I fought you for that for 2 years. I know. And now you volunteered. Yes. Why did I looked at the empty chair where Evelyn had Saturday? Because she was right about one thing. What Ariane cannot depend on whether you and I are getting along. Daniela laughed softly. We could have saved ourselves a lot of pain if you'd said that 6 months ago. No, I looked at her. You would have used the authority to save Whitmore. Her smile vanished. Right? That's why timing matters, she nodded. Then you defended my board seat. I defended process. I know. She looked toward the windows. Still. A pause. Thank you. I didn't answer. She picked up her bag. 6 months. Yes. What after that? I don't know. I meant you. I looked at her. She smiled faintly, still not answering personal questions. No fair. She walked toward the door, then stopped. Simon. What? For the first time since IPO night, she hesitated. I'm proud of you. Something tightened in my chest that I almost said I didn't care. That would have been so I said. Nothing. She left. Caleb entered 30 seconds later. Touching. Go away. We have a problem. I closed my eyes. Of course we do. He put his phone on the table. Evelyn wasn't the original leak. I looked at him. What? She leaked to her brother. Yes. But the post-IPO window memo predates that conversation by 11 days. My blood went cold. Then who wrote it? We traced the relay. And Caleb looked genuinely disturbed. It came from inside your office. Silence. I stared at him. My office. Your executive administration. Channel. Only a handful of people had access. Me. Caleb. Emma.2 Senior Administrative Staff. .1 Former Chief of Staff. Who? Caleb turned the screen. A name appeared. I read it. Then read it again. No, I checked 3 times. No, Simon. She's worked for me 4 years. I know. She stayed through everything. I know. She brought me coffee while the company was collapsing. I know. I stared at the name. Emma Parker. My executive assistant. The woman who had been standing outside my door through every meeting. Who knew my schedule. My calls. My board preparations. My relationship problems. Everything. Caleb spoke quietly. Emma sent the first memo. I looked toward the glass wall. Her desk was empty. Where is she? Caleb checked his phone. She left the building 12 minutes ago. My heartbeat slowed. Call her. Already did. No answer. No access. Revoked. Accounts. Frozen. Home. Someone's checking. I looked at her empty desk again. 4 years beside me. And somehow I had spent the last week searching for betrayal everywhere. Except the person closest to my office. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. A text. Only one sentence. You finally looked in the right direction. I showed Caleb. His face hardened. Another message arrived. But you're still asking the wrong question. I typed. What question? The reply came immediately. You keep asking who wanted Daniela gone. Then another. Ask who wanted you to become CEO. I stared at the words. Caleb whispered. Simon, a final message appeared. This was never about removing you. It was about putting you exactly where we needed you. I read Emma's message 6 times. Each time the meaning became worse. Not remove me. Promote me. Every event of the past week rearranged itself. Daniela's affair became public. I reacted. The European acquisition froze. Whitmore collapsed. Daniela's hidden transactions surfaced. She resigned. Evelyn moved. I defeated her. The board gave me the CEO role. I voluntarily surrendered some capital authority. Ariane acquired Whitmore's patents. And throughout all of it, I had believed I was uncovering a conspiracy. What if the conspiracy wanted me to uncover it? Caleb closed the boardroom door. Don't touch your phone. Why did if Emma had 4 years of access? Assume she knows your authentication habits. I placed it down. Get a clean device. Already coming. Tracer. Working. Airport. Checking. Car. Company vehicle is still downstairs. Ride service. Unknown. I paste. Who is we? That's the important part. White clouds. Maybe. Evelyn. Unlikely after what we just found. Robert. No, Daniela. Caleb looked at me. I immediately hated myself for saying it. No, he nodded. Agreed. Why? Because if Daniela engineered her own destruction to make you CEO, she deserves an Oscar and psychiatric evaluation. I almost smiled. Almost. Then who benefits from me becoming CEO? Caleb opened a clean laptop. Let's list it. Board. Some directors prefer you to Daniela. Investors. Markets trust founder leadership during crisis. White clouds. They wanted Mercer. Unless Mercer was a distraction, possible. Whitmore, destroyed. Competitors. Maybe. I stopped. Patents. Caleb looked up. What? Whitmore patents. We bought them. Who wanted Arion to own them? He frowned. That's backwards. Exactly. I walked toward the screen. We assumed Whitmore wanted the European acquisition to save those patents. Yes. We assumed White Clouds wanted to buy them cheaply. Yes. We assumed we won by buying them first. Yes. What if someone wanted those patents inside Arion? Why? Because Arion has something Whitmore doesn't. Caleb's expression changed. Distribution. More. Government contracts. More. Computational infrastructure. Yes. I grabbed the patent summary. Point 3 core patents. Industrial predictive systems. Adaptive manufacturing control. Encrypted logistics optimization. Useful individually. Combined with Arion's network. Potentially enormous. Who developed them? I asked. Whitmore Advanced Systems. Lead inventors. Caleb searched. Names appeared. Dr. Adrian Bell. Sarah Kim. Thomas Reed. Point 1 name caught my attention. Reed. Caleb saw it too. Daniel Reed. Our deputy CFO. The credentials Robert had used. No, I looked closer. Thomas Reed. Brother. Maybe. Caleb searched internal records. His face changed. Yes. I felt the room narrow. Daniel Reed. Deputy CFO. His credentials had been used for the archive access. We assumed Robert stole them. What if he was given them? Where is Daniel? Caleb typed. Vacation. Since when? Yesterday. Where? Switzerland. Of course. Simon. What? Daniel. Approved 2 Blue Ocean transfers. I stared. How did we miss that? Because they were below CFO review thresholds. Who hired him? Caleb checked. Then looked at me. Emma recommended him. Silence. Point 4 years ago. Emma joined my office. Point 3.5 years ago. Daniel Reed joined finance. His brother developed Whitmore patents. Point 3 years ago. I built Blackfile. Point 2 years ago. Emma gained expanded administrative access. Point 11 months ago. Blue Ocean launched. Someone had been positioning pieces long before Robert returned. Find Emma's original hiring file. Caleb opened the HR archive. Some appeared. Harvard MBA. Point 3 years at consulting firm Pricevale. Point 2 years at a family office. Then Arion. Family office. I said. Caleb clicked. Crescent Ridge Capital. No. No. He searched. Then stopped. What? Crescent Ridge was acquired 5 years ago. By a private investment group. Name. He looked at me. North Crown Partners. My stomach dropped. The same vehicle that saved Arion. The same vehicle funded by Daniela's family and Whitmore money. Emma had worked for the administrator connected to the financing that kept Arion alive. Before she ever met me. Daniela didn't find North Crown through an old university contact. I said. Know who introduced them. Caleb searched archive communications. Point 1 email appeared. Sender name partially anonymized in old records. Initials. P. I stared. Emma Parker. She helped structure the rescue. Yes. Then join me a year later. Yes. Why? Caleb shook his head. I don't know. I called Daniela. She answered. Simon. Where are you? Home. Stay there. Her voice sharpened. What happened? You know Emma from before Arion. Silence. Too much silence. Daniela. Yes. I closed my eyes. Of course. It's not what stopped saying that phrase. Okay. How? She worked at Crescent Ridge. I know. She helped arrange North Crown. I know that now. I met her during financing. Why didn't you tell me? Because when she later applied to Arion, she asked me not to. I nearly dropped the phone. What? She said she wanted to be judged on her work. And you agreed. Yes. She became my executive assistant. I didn't choose that. But you knew. Yes. I laughed. It sounded terrible. Another secret. I know. I stopped. Then spoke more quietly. Why did Emma help you? She worked for the administrator. That explains her job. Not her interest. I don't know. Did she know Robert? Not that I know. Charles. Professionally. Daniel Reed. No Thomas Reed. Another silence. My jaw tightened. You know him. I met him once. 1.5 years ago. Where? Boston. Of course. What was he doing? There. Whitmore patent presentation. Was Emma there? Yes. I closed my eyes. Daniela. I need everything. I'm telling you. No. I looked at Caleb. I mean everything from 5 years ago. I'll come in. No. Simon. Stay home until I know who's involved. Her voice softened. You're worried about me. Don't make it something it isn't. Okay. A pause. Then be careful. I ended the call. Caleb said. She's involved. Not in this. You sure to know that was the truth that I hated it. I could no longer afford certainty based on love. Get. Helen. Already coming. Bored. Not yet. Know why. Because we don't know how many people Emma has. Caleb nodded. Fared. At 12.06. Helen arrived. We showed her everything. She read Emma's messages. The hiring history. Daniel Reed. North Crown. The patents. When she finished, she removed her glasses. I hate founders. I almost laughed. Helpful. I'm serious. She pointed at me. You create shadow control systems. Then toward the empty space where Daniela usually Saturday, she creates shadow investment structures. Then the laptop. And apparently your assistant creates shadow succession plans. Are we done? No. Helen looked at Caleb. Any evidence of criminal conduct? Not yet. Unauthorized disclosure? Yes. Trade secrets? Potentially. Market manipulation? Unknown. Conspiracy? Unknown. She looked at me. Then we do not accuse anyone publicly. Agreed. That was too easy. I'm learning. Terrifying. Her phone rang. She checked the screen, then frowned. What? Board notice. From corporate secretary. What notice? Emergency shareholder communication. I stared. I didn't authorize one. Neither did I. She opened it. Her face changed. Simon. What? Someone filed a Schedule 13D amendment. Caleb moved closer. Who? Helen turned the screen. Crescent Ridge Strategic Holdings. My pulse slowed. Ownership 0.9.8 beneficial economic exposure to Arion Group. Caleb whispered. Holy shit. 0.9.8%. That made Crescent Ridge one of Arion's largest outside positions. How long? I asked. Helen scrolled. Built through shares. Derivatives. And affiliated funds. Disclosure. Triggered now. Why now? Caleb answered. Because they crossed a threshold or chose to consolidate. Helen continued reading. Purpose of transaction. She stopped. What? They intend to seek strategic discussions regarding management. Governance. Asset integration. And long-term ownership structure. There it was. Not a hidden attacker anymore. An activist who controls Crescent Ridge. Caleb searched. We had never needed to know. Before, the current ownership structure was private. Several institutional partners. One managing member. His name appeared. Jonathan Parker. I stared. Parker. Caleb looked at me. Emma's father. Helen searched. No brother. Caleb found it first. Uncle. I laughed. There was nothing else to do. Emma had not been working for some abstract fund. She had been sitting beside me for 4 years while her family built a position in Arion. Helen said, we need the board now. Yes, no more traps. I looked at her. Find out I mean. It. Fine. You sound disappointed. I'm adapting. The board assembled remotely within 40 minutes. Daniela joined from home. Evelyn was excluded due to her temporary suspension from risk matters, but remained legally entitled to certain board discussions. Helen managed the procedural limits. Marcus appeared furious. Nathan looked exhausted. I presented the 1-3D NO drama, NO accusation. Facts. When I finished, Marcus asked, who the hell is Crescent Ridge? Daniela answered. They helped structure Arion's rescue. Round 5 years ago, every head turned toward her. Marcus stared. You knew. I knew the old firm. Did you know they owned almost 10% now? No, I believed her. Nathan asked. Why would they want Simon as CEO? I answered. I don't know. Marcus laughed. Wonderful. Helen spoke. We have received a letter from Crescent Ridge. Yes. She displayed it. The language was polished, friendly, almost complimentary. They praised Arion's technology, praised my decisive leadership, praised the Whitmore patent acquisition. Then they asked a strategic combination. Crescent Ridge proposed merging several of its industrial technology assets into Arion. In exchange, IT wanted newly issued Arion shares. How many? Enough to push its ownership above 20%. I stared at the number. There it was. That was why they wanted me as CEO. They believed I would value the patents. They believed I would want industrial expansion. They believed I would accept their assets. And through the transaction, they would become powerful enough to challenge founder control from inside. Marcus swore. They engineered the crisis to make their proposal attractive. Maybe, Helen said. Maybe. He pointed toward the screen. They wanted Simon in charge because he'd buy Whitmore patents. Caleb spoke from the side. That we cannot yet prove they engineered the crisis. Marcus glared. Then what do you call 4 years of infiltration? Evidence requiring investigation. Helen almost smiled. I like him. I ignored them. Daniela had been silent. Then she said, Simon. I looked at the screen. What I don't reject it yet. Everyone stared at her. Marcus said, "Excuse me." She looked directly at me. If Emma thinks this is still working, let her finish. I almost smiled. Caleb whispered, I'm starting to understand why you two lasted 10 years. Helen looked horrified. No, I asked Daniela. What are you thinking? They want 20%. Yes. They need board approval for issuance. Yes. They need you to recommend the transaction. Yes. Oh, make them come explain why. Marcus frowned. You want them in the room. Daniela nodded. They've spent years hiding behind structures. Her expression hardened. Make them sit across from us. I understood immediately. Not revenge. Disclosure. If Crescent Ridge wanted the deal, they would need to reveal valuation assumptions. Financing. Ownership. Conflicts. Relationships. Including Emma. I looked at Helen. Can we invite them without committing? Yes. Do it. She sighed. Of course. The meeting was scheduled for the next morning. Emma arrived at 8:55. Not through the employee entrance. Through the executive lobby. A representative of Crescent Ridge. That hurt more than I expected. She wore a gray suit I had never seen before. NO assistant badged, NO iPad, NO coffee. She walked beside Jonathan Parker, the tall man in his late 50s with silver hair and the relaxed confidence of someone accustomed to owning parts of rooms before entering them. Emma saw me. Mr. Cool. Not Simon. Not SI or Mr. Cool. I looked at her. Ms. Parker. Something moved in her face. Regret. Maybe. We entered the boardroom. Daniela attended in person. When Emma saw her, they exchanged a look. History. 5 years of it. Jonathan began. Simon. Thank you for meeting. We're not on first name terms. He smiled. Understood. He presented Crescent Ridge's proposal. Industrial assets. AI manufacturing systems. Supply chain platforms. European distribution. Combined with Whitmore patents and Arion infrastructure, the projected value looked enormous. Too enormous. The deal could theoretically add billions in enterprise value. It could also hand Crescent Ridge enough shares to become Arion's second largest voting bloc. Jonathan finished. We believe this creates the world's strongest integrated industrial intelligence platform. I nodded. Impressive. He smiled. Then you see the opportunity. I see the presentation. His smile faded slightly. I looked at Emma. Why did you leak the post-IPO window memo? The room went still. Jonathan turned toward her. Emma didn't flinch. I believe the board needed pressure. You sent it to White Clouds. I sent it through an industry channel. Knowing where it would go. Yes. Why? Because Arion was stuck. I almost laughed. Worth $9 billion and stuck. Yes. She leaned forward. Daniela was moving around governance. Daniela said nothing. You were blocking structural change. I nodded. And your solution was to expose our personal fracture. I didn't expose the engagement. Who did? I don't know. Did you know about Robert? Yes. Daniela closed her eyes. I asked. How? Your calendar. My jaw tightened. Of course. Boston. Private meetings. Travel patterns. My own assistant could see everything. You knew she was cheating. Emma looked at me. Yes. How long? About 4 months before IPO. The room disappeared. 4 months. She knew. She brought me coffee, scheduled dinners with Daniela, moved meetings when Daniela said she was busy. Watched me plan an IPO celebration while knowing the woman I loved was meeting Robert. You said nothing. No. Why.it wasn't my place. I laughed. But manipulating my board was. Her face tightened. That was business. The same disease. Different person. Everyone's separating business from personal whenever convenient. I looked at Jonathan. Did you know? Not the intimate details. That's a careful answer. I knew senior leadership had personal conflict. From Emma. Yes. Did Crescent Ridge build its Arion position, expecting that conflict to reduce our stock price? Helen immediately leaned forward. Mr. Parker, you should consider your answer carefully. He did. We believed governance uncertainty created market opportunity. Marcus laughed in disbelief. If that's yes. Jonathan ignored him. I asked. Did you cause the regulatory inquiry? No leak Blue Ocean. No encourage Robert's press conference. No finance White Clouds. No Daniel Reed. That finally changed him. Only slightly, but I saw it. Emma did too. She looked toward her uncle. Interesting. Daniel Reed is an Arion employee, Jonathan said. That isn't an answer. I know. His brother, Thomas. Yes. Did you recommend Daniel to Emma? No. I looked at Emma. Did he? She hesitated. No. Who did? Thomas. There. Why? He said Daniel was strong in corporate finance. And you pushed his or some. Yes. Did Daniel give Robert his credentials? I don't know. Did you know Robert would access the archives? No, I believed her. That separated the plots. Emma had been manipulating governance. Robert had been covering his tracks. They were not one conspiracy. They were several selfish people moving at the same time. That was almost more dangerous. That I leaned back. Why did you want me as CEO? Emma looked at me. Because you're better at it. Daniela's face tightened. I noticed. Emma continued. You think long term. You control emotion under pressure. Caleb coughed quietly. I ignored him. You understand capital. You don't need public validation. Her eyes moved briefly toward Daniela. That made you more reliable. Daniela stared at her. Emma continued. But you would never take the job while Daniela was there. Silence. Why? Blood went cold. So you waited for her to fall. No, you knew she would. I knew eventually her conflicts would become unsustainable. You could have warned the board. Yes. You didn't know because you needed the crisis. Emma's voice became quieter. We needed change. I stood. No, everyone watched me. You needed leverage. I looked at Jonathan. You built a 10% position. Then Emma. You withheld information about the CEO. Then the Crescent Ridge proposal. You waited until our stock collapsed and our leadership fractured. I smiled without humor. And now you offer salvation in exchange for 20%. Jonathan said. That is an emotional characterization. No, I shook my head. It's math. His expression hardened. Arion needs industrial scale. Maybe our assets create that. Maybe your patents are underutilized without manufacturing deployment. True. He leaned forward. Then negotiate. I smiled. Gladly. Everyone looked at me. Even Daniela. Jonathan relaxed. Too soon. Your assets. I said. For cash. His smile disappeared. We're proposing equity. I'm not. Cash undervalues the strategic combination. Then keep them. He stared. You need us. No, I pointed toward the Whitmore patent portfolio. I needed technology. We bought it. I need manufacturing partners. There are dozens. I need European distribution. I can lease it. I leaned forward. What I do not need is someone who spent years positioning themselves around my company, becoming my second largest shareholder. Jonathan's face hardened. That you're rejecting billions in potential value because you're angry. I almost laughed. Everyone keeps making that mistake. What? Assuming anger means I can't count. I slid a document across the table. Crescent Ridge's industrial assets had been independently valued overnight. Caleb had worked miracles. The valuation was 28% lower than Jonathan's presentation. I offered cash plus performance earnouts. NO Arion shares, NO board seats, NO governance rights. Jonathan read it. This is insulting. No, I leaned back. It's liquid. Caleb almost laughed. Charles Whitmore's line had become useful. Jonathan closed the folder. Then there is no deal. Find out. He stood. Emma remained seated. Jonathan looked at her. Emma. She didn't move. Go. She looked at me. I'm sorry. I felt nothing at first. Then anger. Which part? All of it. That's convenient. I never wanted to hurt you. Neither did Daniela. Daniela looked down. I continued. Apparently intent is very popular around here. Emma's eyes reddened. I thought you deserved to lead. Then you should have asked me. You would have said no. Exactly. She flinched. I stood. That was my choice. Silence. You all keep taking choices away from people and calling it strategy. I looked at Daniela. She accepted the hit. Robert wasn't there. Evelyn wasn't there. But the sentence belonged to all of them. And maybe to me too. Emma stood. I'll cooperate with legal. You will. I'll provide every communication. You will. I won't contest termination. I stared at her. You resigned yesterday. A sad smile. I assumed you'd noticed that I was busy. I know. She walked toward the door. Emma. She stopped. Was any of it real? Her face broke. That was the first time I saw my assistant rather than the strategist. Yes. What point? 4 years. Her voice shook. Every coffee. Every night I stayed late. Every time I told you to eat. She wiped her eyes. I believed in you. I looked away. That somehow made it worse. Go. She left. Jonathan followed. The doors closed. No one spoke. Finally Marcus said. I need a vacation. Nathan nodded, seconded. For the first time in 2 weeks, the board laughed. Not much, but enough. Helen gathered the papers. We will continue investigation into disclosures and trading activity. I nodded. DOIT. No interference. None. No traps. I looked at her. Probably none. Simon. Fine. The directors left. One by one. Daniela remained. Of course. She walked toward the window. Emma was right about one thing. What? You are good at this job. Don't What? Turn this into a compliment. I meant it. I Saturday. I don't want the job permanently. I know. You always did. Yes, still. She looked toward the city. For a long time she didn't answer. Then no, that surprised me. What do you want? She smiled faintly. I haven't known how to answer that question since I was 20. And now that I want to find out. I nodded. That sounded healthier than anything she had said all week. She looked at me. And you point 6 months. That's not an answer. I stabilize Arion. Then I don't know. She smiled. Maybe you should find out too. I looked at her. There was no ring to no CEO title. No strategic plan between us. For the first time in 10 years that neither of us knew what came next. Oddly, if that felt honest. She picked up her coat. Robert called. I said nothing. That he's leaving New York. Where? London. Good for him. He asked me to go. My chest tightened despite everything. And I said. No. I nodded. She watched me. That's all. What do you want? I don't know. I almost smiled. Seems to be a theme. She laughed softly. Then turned toward the door. Daniela. Yes. 6 months from now. She waited. I stopped myself. Too soon. Too much damage. I changed the sentence. Take care of yourself. Something in her eyes softened. You too, Simon. She left. 3 months later. Arion stock had recovered nearly all its losses. The independent review concluded that Blue Ocean and Seastone contained serious governance failures, but found no evidence that Daniela stole corporate funds. She paid a significant civil settlement related to disclosure failures and permanently relinquished several executive privileges. She kept her board seat, but took a leave. Evelyn resigned after the investigation found she had improperly shared confidential governance information with her brother. No evidence showed she had coordinated Robert's archive access or caused the regulatory inquiry. Crescent Ridge reduced its position after our board rejected its equity proposal. Daniel Reed resigned during the investigation. He admitted giving Robert temporary credentials after Robert claimed Daniela had authorized the request. He denied knowing Robert would attempt to delete audit history. Robert moved to London. Whitmore Industries survived barely. Without its core patents, IT became a smaller manufacturing business controlled by creditors. Charles retired. Arion integrated the patents. Revenue projections rose. And I became very good at being CEO. That was the problem. The board wanted me permanently. Investors wanted me permanently. Employees began treating my 6-month promise as a joke. I did not. On the first Monday of month 6 I entered the boardroom with a resignation letter. Marcus saw it. No, yes, you're an idiot. Probably. You just delivered the strongest quarter in Arion history. I know. Stock is at an all-time high. I know that you're leaving. As CEO. Why? I smiled. Because I said I would. He stared at me. You could run this company for 20 years. I already gave it 10. Marcus looked toward the letter. Who replaces you? I turned toward the door. A woman entered. Not Daniela. Dr. Rachel Bennett, former COO of a major enterprise technology company. Independent, brilliant, no history with me. No history with Daniela. No White Clouds. No Whitmore. No founder baggage. We had spent 4 months recruiting her. Marcus sighed. You actually did it. Yes. The board approved Rachel unanimously. I remained chairman, but not executive chairman. Not CEO. Just chairman. Oversight. Strategy. Ownership. Boundaries. The thing we should have built years ago. After the meeting. I walked back to my old office. A box sat on the desk. Inside was the $25 folding table from our first office. Restored. Cleaned. A note rested on top. You were right. We overpaid. I laughed. Then I saw the signature. Daniela. Below it. Coffee. No business. No Arion. No Robert. No apologies unless you ask. Just coffee. I stared at the note. 6 months ago. I would have thrown it away. 3 months ago. I might have ignored it. Now I picked up my phone. Typed .1 coffee. Then added. You're paying. Her reply came 30 seconds later. I paid for the table. Your turn. I smiled. For the first time. Thinking about her did not feel like losing. I typed .7 p.m. Riverside CF. 3 appeared. Then. I'll be there. I put the phone down. Outside the windows. Arion's logo glowed above Manhattan. For years. I thought winning meant keeping everything. The company. The woman. Control. Respect. Then I lost almost all of it at once. And somehow. After the collapse. I finally understood what power actually was. Not forcing someone to stay. Not destroying the person who replaced you. Not owning every vote. Not controlling every outcome. Power was being able to walk away when staying cost too much. And being able to return only when returning was your choice. At 6.55 that evening I walked into Riverside CAF. Daniela was already there. No designer suit, no CEO armor, no engagement ring. Just jeans. A black sweater. And 2 coffees. She looked nervous. That was new. I sat across from her. She pushed 1 cup toward me. Black. No sugar. You remember. Her smile became sad. I remember everything. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then she asked, "How was your last day as CEO?" "Marcus called me an idiot. He always liked you. He has an interesting way of showing it." She laughed. The sound was familiar, but it no longer dragged me backward. It was just a laugh. "Rachel." She asked. "Board approved unanimously. She's good." "You recommended her. Point 1 recommendation. Still counts." Daniela looked down at her coffee. "How does it feel?" "What?" "Not running everything. I thought about it. Quiet. Oh, you hate it. No. Oh, you like it. I'm learning." She smiled. "I've been learning too." "What have you been doing?" "Consulting." "For who?" "Small founders." I raised an eyebrow. "You. I know." She laughed. "I tell them not to hide conflicts. That's rich. I deserve that." "Yes. I also tell them not to mix personal relationships with capital allocation." "Very rich." She laughed harder. For the first time, the past became something we could look at without bleeding. Not harmless, never harmless, but survivable. She became quiet. "Simon." "Yes." "Are you happy?" I looked out the window. 6 months ago, that question would have annoyed me. Now I actually considered it. "I think so." Her eyes softened. "Good." "What about you?" "I'm getting there. No dramatic declaration. No begging. No ring. No promise." "Good." She looked at me. "I still love you there." It was simple. I expected pain. Instead, I felt warmth and caution. "I know." She smiled sadly. "You always hated when I said that." "No, I hated when you used it as evidence." Her expression changed. I continued. "You'd say you loved me, as if that proved everything else was okay." She nodded. "I understand now. I believe you." Her eyes filled. That sentence meant more than "I love you" ever could have. She wiped 1 tear. "Do you still love me?" I looked at her. This time, there were no cameras, no board, no Robert, no company. No strategy. So I answered. "Yes." She closed her eyes. I continued before hope could become assumption. "But that doesn't mean we go back." I know. Back doesn't exist. I know. If there's anything I paused. It would have to be new. She opened her eyes. "New sounds good. No promises. No promises. No secret meetings." She laughed through tears. "Definitely. No using me to approve acquisitions. I'm not so anymore." "Good start." She smiled, then reached across the table. Her hand stopped halfway. She didn't touch me. She waited. That mattered. For 10 years both of us had assumed too much. So I made the choice. I placed my hand over hers. Nothing dramatic happened. No applause. No billion-dollar reversal. No board vote. Just 2 people sitting in a CAF trying to decide whether trust could ever grow in the place where certainty had died. Maybe it could. Maybe it couldn't. For once, neither of us needed to know tonight. Daniela looked at our hands. "Simon." "Yes, if this doesn't work, it might not. I know." She looked at me. "I'm still glad you came." I smiled. "So am I." Outside, Manhattan moved without us. That Ariane would open tomorrow. Rachel would make decisions. Marcus would complain. Caleb would find something to worry about. Markets would rise and fall. Robert would build another life. Emma would live with her choices. And Daniela and we would have coffee. Nothing more. Not yet. 6 months earlier, she had stood beneath the lights of our IPO celebration and chosen another man at the highest point of our lives. I thought that moment destroyed me. Didn't it destroyed the version of me who believed love meant permanence. Loyalty meant surrender. And control meant safety. The man who came out the other side understood something simpler. People could love you and still betray you. People could save you once and hurt you later. Success could hide terrible decisions. Revenge could feel empty even when it worked. And losing someone did not mean losing yourself. Daniela squeezed my hand. This time I didn't wonder whether she belonged to me. She never had. Neither did Ariane. Neither did the future. That was the point. For the first time in 10 years I didn't need to own tomorrow. I only needed to choose what I did next. And tonight I chose to stay for 1 more coffee.